Chapter 555 Space Changes. Chapter 555 Space Changes. The Dead Soul's evil lair drifted slowly as it got close to the Spirit Potion Valley and Precious Tool Valley. Green light rippled from the evil lair as it was flowing towards the two valleys. All the warriors present in the valleys were alarmed. As long as they were in the Nirvana realm, their sea of consciousness became chaotic and they couldn't control it. Their thought was pressed by some strange force. Eventually, the evil lair arrived at the Spirit Potion Valley. Members of the Dark Spirit clan slowly walked out from the green light. They were like a cloud of grasshoppers overflowing towards the two valleys. The strange, evil energy attacked first. The souls of the warriors who had their sea of consciousness affected flickered like a dying candle. The power of their entire body was restrained. Nearly 1,000 members of the Dark Spirit clan swarmed over the two valleys, attempting to slaughter. Warriors at the third sky of Spirit Realm, like Xuan Mu, Yalai, Feng Biao, Li Zhengrong, and could have built dozens of defending barriers. People then saw numerous rainbows appear in the sky of the two valleys. They were interlaced together, layers upon layers, as rings of energy rippled. Patterned green light shot out from the Dead Soul's evil layers, shining on the defensive layers. Even the true God Realm warriors couldn't tear these layers of barriers. However, under the patterned green light, they were like an iceberg under the dazzling sunlight, slowly melting. All warriors in the valley were panic-stricken, their faces paled. Xuan Mu and the others were still strengthening the barriers as countless rare treasures shot to the sky, contributing their powers. The green light was increasing the strange, evil energy. Their barriers were like thin papers, about to be ripped off. Ready to fight, Yalai shouted, "We have to defend, or else everybody has to die. We need to resist for half a day, and the rescue team will come. True God Realm warriors will help us. Everybody, we have to hold on until the end." Xuan Mu, Feng Biao, Li Zhengrong, and Kuda assigned their people to put forth everything to withstand. The evil green energy continued to attack them. Eventually, the defensive barriers Xuan Mu, Yalai, and the others had built were smashed down. Clansmen of the Dark Spirit clan started their invasion, officially entering the two valleys. The bloody war has begun. The weakest members of the Dark Spirit clan had Sky Realm Cultivation Base. Their soul power consisted of many kinds of strange, evil energies. Right when they got in, they started to use the erosive soul power that they understood the best to attack the warriors in the valleys. Warriors with Sea of Consciousness would be affected immediately as their powers would be oppressed wholly. On the contrary, warriors whose realms were lower than the Nirvana realm were unaffected by the green energy. They could still use their powers. However, warriors in such realms had limited powers. The clansmen of the Dark Spirit clan didn't need to use the erosive soul energy to kill them. The situation gradually favored one side. Members of the Dark Spirit clan had gained the upper hand right when they arrived at the valleys. They all looked cold and sinister, with intimidating power. Their souls seemed not to have split. Shortly after they had entered the valleys, dozens of warriors were killed. Whenever a warrior died, his soul didn't scatter, but was dragged into the Dead Soul's evil lair. The Dead Soul's evil lair was like a soul-devouring beast that opened its giant bloody mouth to swallow the souls. After it had taken in one soul, the evil energy emitted from it seemed to be increased a bit. Strong warriors of the Dark Spirit clan jumped in and entangled Xuan Mu, Yalai, and the others. Although Xuan Mu and Yalai had the third sky of Spirit Realm Cultivation Base and countless secret techniques, under the attack of the Dark Spirit clan, they still struggled hard, revealing many shortcomings. Members of the Dark Spirit clan didn't have any treasures or weapons. Their bodies were their weapons. Engaging in the battle, their arms became as sharp and rigid as a blade. Their whole bodies were covered in armor, with intimidating defending power. Normal secret treasures couldn't pierce through that armor. Basically, they couldn't hurt the clansmen. Human warriors who came near them would be pierced through and ripped apart into small pieces. Within 15 minutes, the Spirit Potion Valley and Precious Tool Valley had lost 1/3 of their warriors. The ones who remained were all the strong warriors of the Radiant God cult, the Devil Valley, and the Pure Land. Because of the treasure's profound techniques and their will of steel, they were able to endure in the battle with the Dark Spirit Clan. Run! 15 minutes ago, Yalai and Xuanmu told everybody to be persistent in defending. But now, they ordered to retreat almost at the same time. Warriors who were still alive all ran away, using their max speed to leave the two valleys. The dead soul's evil lair approached deliberately, hovering above the two valleys. Rings of evil green energy rippled densely like shower covering the two valleys. Human warriors retreated disorderly, didn't dare to engage in battle with the Dark Spirit Clan anymore. They used their technique to flee away despite hurting their limbs. They just wanted to get away from this troublesome land as fast as possible. The streak of bloodlight flashed as human warriors used the treasures to run away from the two valleys. Members of the Dark Spirit Clan spread out from the two valleys, chasing after those who ran away. A great rout. Warriors in the valleys couldn't stand even half an hour, fleeing away, leaving almost 1,000 bodies in the valleys. There were no living people in the two valleys now. A part of the Dark Spirit Clan pursued the runaway, and the others stayed to search through the stores to collect something. The Dead Soul Mountain Range became a hunting ground where mankind was the prey. Sure, Yin didn't know what was happening out there. Inside a remote mountain flank, he was concentrating to comprehend the mysteries of teleportation formation, trying his best to learn how to use the space power. While his soul consciousness drained fast, his understanding of the teleportation formation became deeper. Inside the blacksmith's secrets of success, countless nodes were blinking inside the arrangement of the teleport formation. He gradually learned each part of it. All of a sudden, his hollow soul jumped into the central formation of the teleport formation like a beam of light. Countless symbols crossed his head. Some kind of understanding started to grow, multiply, and flood his brain as he was devotedly learning them all. All of a sudden, light dots moved in the array of the teleportation formation like living things, clear and smooth. Flows of soul consciousness scattered in that stream of light. Sure, Yin used the soul consciousness as the route to cross the array like a shuttle to find deeper meanings. Inside the mountain, space around Sure, Yin suddenly twisted. Space slits as thin as gossamer appeared around him, constantly swaying and twisting like snakes swimming. Multicolored light emerged from the space slits. Flows of bizarre space energy released from the space slits, entering his sea of consciousness, fusing with each strand of his soul consciousness. Shurian hadn't recognized it yet. He stayed still at his spot as he continued to study the mysteries of the teleportation formation. He didn't know about the change in his sea of consciousness. The space slits around him widened, as big as a willow leaf. The power that twisted the space expanded from Shuri Yin as the center. The dead soul's evil lair suddenly twisted in the sky above the Spirit Potion Valley. Members of the Dark Spirit Clan packing the place inside all felt fear when they looked at that change happening to the dead soul's evil lair. Space cracks similar to that around Shur Yin appeared near the dead soul's evil lair. Shur Yin perceived the space power in his cave and unconsciously created a strange connection with the dead soul's evil lair. It seemed there was an invisible link between him and the evil lair via the space power that tied them together. Space cracks opened around the evil lair as the dead soul's evil lair was getting narrow. Members of the Dark Spirit Clan gathered at the entrance of the cave were dismembered by the space blades, but they didn't bleed. More than 10 pagans of the Dark Spirit Clan seemed to be cut off by numerous spaces. People then saw many limbs, heads, or even half a body in the entrance. Their other halves or limbs seemed to stay in another space, which they could never find back. All members of the Dark Spirit Clan panicked. They worriedly flew outside the entrance, trying to get the pagans in the entrance out. The dead souls' evil lairs were the space cracks that led to the foreign land. It was formed by numerous stable space cracks, built by experts of the previous generations of the Dark Spirit clan. At this moment, the dead souls' evil lairs were pushed by the new generations of the Dark Spirit clan. They had used some secret techniques to break the space, combining 5 cracks into a big one. They didn't know that their deeds had made the evil lair extremely unstable. However, at the same time, Shurian was studying the mysteries of the teleportation formation and had accidentally urged the space power to form a connection with the evil lair, which was also made from the space cracks not far from him. This caused another change. Clansmen of the Dark Spirit clan were flustered. Pagans who were collecting something in the 2 valleys also got back, while screaming. They stood and observed the evil lair from afar. No pagan dared to come near the entrance. The others who were at the entrance were struggling hard to escape. All members of the Dark Spirit clan, with or without a body, tried to get out. The dead souls' evil lair stopped releasing the strange green energy. The entrance of the evil lair shrank. 5 colored beams shot out, weaving in the entrance. Members of the Dark Spirit clan who hadn't escaped yet had their souls and bodies dragged into different space cracks under the twisting attack of the space blades. Inside the mountain flank, Shurian didn't realize anything as he was still sinking in his experience in the blacksmith secrets of success. In his sea of consciousness, flows of sea consciousness and the space power were fused. Each strand of soul consciousness seemed to have the aura of space power. Gradually, his soul consciousness in the sea of consciousness seemed to turn into space slits too, appearing with a strange gloss. His host's soul swayed, moving back and forth like a shuttle inside each strand of soul consciousness. It was then warmed and nurtured with the new nature and nutrients of soul consciousness. Slowly, his host soul was changed. Shurian was shaken violently. The space nodes of the teleportation formation and the blacksmith secrets of success were shining brilliantly like stars. All of a sudden, the light they emitted became dazzling. The vague form of the teleportation formation and the blacksmith secret of success became real. His hollow soul, staying there, perceiving the wonderful characteristics of the formation, suddenly got covered by the teleportation formation. It then turned into a bunch of lights, flashed, and then disappeared. At the same time, the dead soul's evil lair above the Spirit Potion Valley had light flash in the entrance before it closed completely. Chapter 556, Virescent Soul Sea. Chapter 556, Virescent Soul Sea. Shurian felt that he was forced to divide into 2 persons. One was his real self, and the other was the hollow soul. His hollow soul did have a vision, intellect, and it could move too. Through the vague teleportation formation and the blacksmith secrets of success, the hollow soul had gone somewhere, which ached Shurian's soul consciousness as he suddenly had a hallucination that his soul was split up. In the vision of the hollow soul, Shurian saw a vast area, where space seemed to be cut open by some kinds of sharp weapons, with many fine cracks. Those were the space slits. Each space slit led to another strange world or the turbulent void. All of them were mysterious and hard to measure. There was a sea made of floating souls in the foreign land. Those souls fluttered in unconsciousness, as if the nutrition in them was all absorbed. This sea was dark green, and he couldn't see where it ended. At the space slit above the sea, he could vaguely see many dead souls. The dead souls in this strange place looked weak. It seemed they were affected by the chaotic energy inside the space slit. They were struggling to get out of this space. This foreign land didn't have the sun, the moon, or stars. The sky was immensely gray and without clouds. Only the twisted energy flashed and then vanished like the shooting stars. Each dead soul here was trying to get out of the space. In the dark green soul sea, souls were floating around without the fluctuations of life. However, they had generated some kind of power that could urge the space power, which made the space slit shine like sharp sabers. The hollow soul hovered above the virescent soul sea and observed the situation down there. It didn't know what had happened. All of a sudden, from the bottom of the dark green sea, a flow of cold, evil shot out. It seemed there was some sinister life that was swallowing all the energy of the bobbing souls to wake up. Yan's hollow soul was also affected, becoming weaker. However, at this moment, a twisted shooting light beamed out from space split near there. The hollow soul trembled, but then it was no longer affected. The hollow soul didn't have the sensing ability like its own soul consciousness. It couldn't sense what was happening in the bottom, as it could only observe the situation indifferently. Light flashed in the space slit near the sea. Strange, evil green energy constantly gathered into the sea. When 10 or more dead souls gathered, the energy was drawn and poured into the sea. Yan's hollow soul observed everything attentively and quietly. It then saw more hiding dead souls, which were attacking the space slit. The hollow soul observed, then suddenly understood something. It was the dead souls' evil lair. The space slit where the dead souls gathered connected to the Dead Soul mountain range in the Grace mainland. Dead souls guarded the entrance as it was the main canal for the dead souls to travel to the Dead Soul mountain range. This finding scared him, and his face discolored. Yan could never think that his hollow soul would be teleported into the dead soul's evil lair inexplicably while studying the mysteries of the teleport formation in the blacksmith's secrets of success, which led to this strange world. In this world, the savage dead souls became the weak ones, struggling in pain. The dead souls were hiding themselves in the space slits, using the power of space distortion to reluctantly get rid of the pulling force from that virescent sea. Sometimes he could see 1 or 2 dead souls dragged into the dark green sea when it changed its position, or the twisting force around it disappeared. Once the dead souls were pulled into the green sea, their auras disappeared instantly as their soul powers were snatched away. They became the stupefied dead souls in the quiet atmosphere of death. The dark green sea was trying to swallow all dead souls to strengthen and enlarge itself. Yan was frightened. After observing for a while, he found the abnormal situation of this place, in which the dead souls were like lambs about to be slaughtered. This virescent sea had enslaved them. Flows of gray souls shot out from the evil lair one by one, discharging into the green sea. They were human warriors' souls. Another gray soul entered, also the soul of a human warrior. There were 10 of them in total. Once they fell into the dark green sea, those souls then soaked into the atmosphere of death. They went numb without any vitality left in them. Their soul powers then were taken. When human souls were pulled into the place, the suction force of the sea would reduce. Sometimes it released some sort of strange and evil energy, pouring into the dead souls and strengthening them. This situation was bizarre. This virescent sea would pull and swallow souls, including the dead souls. At the same time, it could release a green energy that could improve the power of the dead souls. Yan had watched everything for a while, but he still didn't know the connection between the dead souls and this green sea. He didn't know why the relationship between them was so strange and complicated. It seemed the green sea needed a constant supply of soul energy. If the dead souls gave it enough souls, it would give them some energy to repay. But when it didn't have enough the soul energy, it would swallow the dead souls to supplement the missing amount. It seemed the sea's existence consumed soul power continually. While his hollow soul was carefully watching the situation there, space slits appeared more as if some kind of sharp weapon had cut the space open. Many beams of shooting light got out of the space slits, darting towards the hollow soul and getting into it. The hollow soul seemed to become a space where flows of space power were crossing through it and disappearing in just a blink. The host soul in Yan's body. The teleportation formation in the blacksmith's secrets of success glistered. Space twisted and changed. Inside the mountain flank, space next to him cracked. A light shot out from there, entering his sea of consciousness. It then started to fuse with his strands of soul consciousness. Changes happened quietly in his sea of consciousness. Strands of soul consciousness were fused with the space power. Now, they could cross the distance in space, running fast in his sea of consciousness. From him, as the center, strands of soul consciousness amplified, then expanded to the outside world. It seemed a space crack had just appeared in his sea of consciousness. All of a sudden, his soul consciousness flashed and then disappeared into that crack. He didn't know where it had gone. Some kind of understanding suddenly stormed into his heart. The Dead Soul Mountain Range was a vast area. His soul consciousness glided through the region, searching every corner of the mountain range. A flow of soul consciousness came to the Spirit Potion Valley. The situation in Spirit Potion Valley and Precious Tool Valley projected in three-dimensional images in front of his eyes. Bodies were piled on the ground. The dead soul's evil lair was floating above the valleys with its entrance close, but still emitting evil energy. Pagans of the Dark Spirit clan were watching the entrance of the evil lair anxiously while talking with each other using a strange language. Why did it turn into this? Yin was terrified, suddenly nervous. He didn't know what happened, but from what he had seen in those two valleys, human warriors gathered there seemed to have encountered a fatal strike. The Dark Spirit clan had killed 2/3 of them. Strands of his soul consciousness with the space power were operating in the entire Dead Soul Mountain Range. Many images were transferred to him. He saw so many human warriors running away. He saw dead souls with real bodies chasing after them and killing them. Li Zhongrong, Cherry, Lin Yiqi. People he knew appeared in his sea of consciousness. It seemed sure Yin now had many eyes and could see everything happening in the whole Dead Soul Mountain Range. Yin was completely struck with shock. He suddenly realized that, at his realm, when he released all of his soul consciousness, he could only cover some mountains in the Dead Soul Mountain Range. He also knew that the peak spirit realm warriors could hardly send the soul consciousness to every corner of the Dead Soul Mountain Range. The soul consciousness had a limit, and the Dead Soul Mountain Range was extremely vast. Unless it was a true God Realm warrior, it was difficult to cover the soul consciousness all over the Dead Soul Mountain Range. The true God Realm warrior also needed a long time to expand his soul consciousness to cover the entire mountain range. And his soul consciousness could cross the distance across space. It didn't need to be around him and extend from him. However, as long as his soul consciousness was released, it could appear at the corners near the border of the Dead Soul Mountain Range. It depended on his thought, but it wasn't limited by distance as it could instantly appear even in a remote area. Space power. Only when he perceived the subtle mysteries of the space power could he gain this special effect. Yin had a feeling. He calmed down his tense nerves and manipulated the strands of soul consciousness, which were extending too far from him. As his mind flickered, they changed. At the same time, his sea of consciousness had the second change. The space slit that had just appeared in his sea of consciousness disappeared all of a sudden. The sea of consciousness then shook violently as it became extremely unstable. Flows of chaotic space energy that he didn't know the origin of started to affect his sea of consciousness. He hurried to pull himself together. He didn't linger on his thoughts while using all means to steady his sea of consciousness. He released the flows of soul consciousness to project the real-time images. His host soul was moving back and forth like a shuttle through the images in his sea of consciousness, carefully checking each of them. Flows of chaotic space energy in his sea of consciousness condensed into a rope flying towards his host soul. His host soul trembled hard. In the sea of consciousness, his host soul was like it was suffering a fierce thunderstorm. The host soul was swaying. Flows of space energy were like hammers that could train the soul by pounding on his host soul, making his host soul adapt to the new space Upanishad that he had just learned. Yin suddenly retreated all the strands of soul consciousness he had released. He then concentrated on feeling the space power and gave time to his host soul to adapt to the new situation. At the same time, his hollow soul in the foreign land was still under the attraction force of the virescent sea. All of a sudden, it plunged into the sea. When the hollow soul just soaked in the sea, a formidable soul, erosive energy got activated. The hollow soul's will and the seal of the host soul were all eroded rapidly. Before his hollow soul was assimilated, he vaguely saw a giant shadow in the deep place under the dark green sea. That shadow was like a living creature, a seabed demon, which released the cold, sinister thought that affected the aura of the whole foreign land and changed some rules of nature. Boom! The hollow soul was eliminated, and Shuriyan's host soul was struck hard. The connection with the foreign land stopped instantly. Without the senses from the foreign land and his hollow soul, Shuriyan could see the change of his host's soul clearer. While the space slits were wandering around him, Shuriyan calmed down his emotions and used the comprehending spirit change of the spirit realm, which depended on the host soul as the base to make another step in controlling and promoting power. He wanted to use the space power to enter the spirit realm. Before the transformation, he would use the space power to improve his body and train the host soul to sense further. Inside the mountain flank, space slits disappeared gradually. Yin sat still, trying his best to feel the changes. He was neither happy nor angry, just focusing wholeheartedly to comprehend the new knowledge in silence. The entrance of the evil lair above the Spirit Potion Valley and Precious Tool Valley had been closed a long time ago. Now, it only had a green light shimmering. Space slits around it disappeared all of a sudden. Since the entrance was closed, dead souls from the outside couldn't enter, and the dead souls from inside couldn't get out. The dead souls' evil lair closed. It was still there, but it was gradually shrinking until it looked like a green dot. Under the fearful, attentive watch of many members of the Dark Spirit clan, after the entrance was closed, the evil lair turned into a flickering green light, which seemed extremely unstable, as if it could disappear at any minute. Please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 557, Spirit Realm. Chapter 557, Spirit Realm. Undersur. The Spirit Realm was the process of soul molding. Using the power of the Upanishad, he had perceived to enter the Spirit Realm to remold the soul, making it adapt to that change in power. That's how the host soul could use that power when the warrior entered a new realm. The power Shuriyan had perceived was the space power. During the soul molding process, space energy was led and fused with the soul consciousness, which gave it the abilities of space. However, if the host soul wanted to use the real power of space, it required a deeper understanding and a long time of comprehending. Only spending time to sense and slowly perceive the space power could help the host soul use it fluently. Yin waked up, feeling feeble. The space slit next to him had disappeared a long time ago, leaving the mountain flank gloomy as before. Taking a look at the inside of his body, Yan's eyes lit up. The essence Qi ancient tree had enlarged by 5 times. 1/5 of the ancient tree was now crystallized, containing the pure energy and essence Qi. The other 4/5 of the essence Qi ancient tree was gaseous. He needed to cultivate arduously for countless days, taking in heaven and earth spiritual Qi to flood these 4 parts with energy, which would facilitate the crystallizing process. Once the entire essence Qi ancient tree in his body was crystallized, his essence Qi would increase 4 times more. It was the peak of the first sky of Spirit Realm. At that time, his essence Qi would have reached the requirement to advance to the next minor realm. Yin released the soul consciousness. Flows of soul consciousness disregarded the space or distance, operating in every corner of the Dead Soul mountain range. His understanding of the space power hadn't reached the profound stage, which limited the distance that the soul consciousness could travel. According to his assumption, When his understanding of space power reached the most profound stage, although he was in the divine great land, he could still see all the changes happening in the endless sea. When his comprehension of space power was deep enough, his soul consciousness would change accordingly. One day in the future, he could even use the soul consciousness to search every corner of the Grace mainland. At that time, he could see flowers blooming or leaves shriveling dozens of thousands of miles away. It was space power. Once he reached the peak of spirit realm, at the threshold of true God realm, he would have the second transformation. With that, his Ho soul would molt to the God soul. At that time, his God soul would have space power, and it could synchronize his whole essence chi. When the essence chi had space power, each flow of his power could form a space blade that could slash through any kinds of physical defense to dismember people. The cut limbs would be in other spaces, and they would never have a chance to gather again. This was the most perfect condition. He also knew the path he needed to walk was still very long to reach that level. However, when he thought about the wondrous use and mysteries of the space power, Yin was cheered up. He was waiting for the bright future earnestly. Flows of soul consciousness with space power were operating in the Dead Soul mountain range. Now, his understanding of the situation in the region was much profound than anybody else. He focused on the locations of the Spirit Potion Valley and the Precious Tool Valley. After an unknown period of time, 3 silhouettes zoomed over and arrived at the valleys like lightning. They were 2 men and 1 woman. The 2 men were muscular and good-looking, while the woman had a veil to cover her face. All 3 of them had a profound vision. Although they looked like they were in their middle ages, their real ages should be much greater than what appeared. Yan's soul consciousness didn't detect the aura of any one of them. If they didn't suspend above the 2 valleys, he wouldn't even be able to see their shadows. Strange. Right when the 3 of them arrived, the Dark Spirit clan was startled. Clansmen of the Dark Spirit clan saw the 3 appear and started screaming in fear, looking at a spot of green light hovering above the 2 valleys. It was the Dead Soul's evil lair with its closed entrance. The group of 3 then released waves of energy covering the entire sky and earth. The Dead Soul mountain range seemed to tremble under the effect of that energy. Some remaining flows of soul consciousness were cut off forcefully. Some of the Dark Spirit clan's high-level members were urging some of their strong secret techniques, which shot out beams of green light into the Dead Soul's evil lair, which had shrunk into a green spot. The closed evil lair was forced to enlarge as the crack appeared again. A strange, evil green energy burst out from that cave entrance, covering the whole Dead Soul mountain range, which could shake even the earth. The group of 2 men and 1 woman slightly changed their faces. They looked at the cave entrance with serious face. No one knew what they were thinking. At the same time, a flow of Yan's soul consciousness suddenly lost the situation of that area. Light crossed his eyes as he took a deep breath. True God Realm warriors. He could confirm that the 3 people who had appeared in the 2 valleys were the true God Realm warriors of the Radiant God cult, the Pure Land, and the Devil Valley. Only the true God Realm experts appeared as ordinary people without any surging energy on their bodies. At first glance, they seemed not to even have a sea of consciousness yet. However, the power of this class of warriors could even change the whole earth and firmament. They always hid their aura. When an expert at the true God Realm didn't use his power, he wouldn't look like a warrior, but more like a mortal human. People wouldn't be able to sense a beam of aura from him. 3 true God Realm warriors appeared at the Dead Soul mountain range. When they were about to slaughter the Dark Spirit clan, the strange energy from that Dead Soul's evil lair affected them. Yin couldn't watch the scene now or be able to sense it, but he knew that an earth-shaking battle was taking place in the 2 valleys. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The ground under his feet transmitted a violent tremor, which could affect people from over 10,000 miles away. He knew that the 3 true God Realm warriors were fighting with the green energy inside the evil lair, which influenced the entire Dead Soul mountain range. True God Realm was the peak existence of the divine Great Land. Presently, they were invincible. He understood that with his current cultivation base, if he took risks in coming to that area to watch the battle, he could be destroyed by just the shock waves. The war devil was strong, but it could only fight with the spirit realm warriors. If it had to face the true god realm of the divine great land, it would be terminated easily. Soon, he decided not to send any strands of soul consciousness to follow that fight. He just silently felt the earth's pulsation. The Dead Soul Mountain range was like it was suffering a tremendous earthquake. Ear-splitting explosions reverberated everywhere. Even the mountain he was hiding in was trembling hard, as if it were about to collapse. Shi Yin was frightened. At this moment, he finally experienced how monstrous the true God Realm warriors were. The mountain he was hiding in was more than 10,000 miles away from the Spirit Potion Valley. The fight happening on the other side was so fierce that the shocking waves had extended to his place. How formidable were those powers? The power that could move the mountain or level the sea shouldn't be more intimidating than this, right? Boom, boom, boom. A short mountain opposite to him collapsed, as it couldn't bear it anymore. The mountain leaned towards Shi Yan's place. Shi Yan was terrified as he jumped out of the cave, floating in the air to avoid the rumbling rupture of the mountain. Suspending in the void, he observed the ground and the surroundings. Some weak mountains around were trembling hard, that they could collapse at any minute. The ground cracked, splitting unevenly. Cave-in happened everywhere. Numerous trees were broken down. Countless creatures were smashed to death. There was no plain area reflected in his eyes. Not good. Shi Yin felt terrified as he suddenly remembered the ghost hunter, the ice-cold flame, and the earth flame. Even though they had left to cultivate, they should be around this mountain range. Shi Yin was worried that they would be involved in this fight, especially the ice-cold flame and the earth flame. These two heaven flames had this special aura and were the top precious treasures that every warrior desired. Even if they were in the true God realm, having the heaven flame in their host soul would benefit them a lot. The Dead Soul Mountain range now not only had the Dead Soul's evil lair, but also 3 true God realm warriors. Once those intimidating existences paid attention to them, Shi Yin was afraid that the ice-cold flame and the earth flame would be subdued directly. Although the ice-cold flame and the earth flame were dangerous, they had to be aware of the level of their opponents. True God Realm warriors could oppress these 2 kinds of fiery flames easily. According to the ice-cold flame, they could evolve more. Once they had reached a certain level, they would not be afraid of the true God Realm warriors anymore. In the past, the ice-cold flame had been subdued by a true God Realm warrior, and it had missed the best opportunity to evolve, which made it weaker than the other types of heaven flames. The earth flame could never withstand it either. This flame had just formed its intellect not long ago, so its evolution was still a long road ahead. As it had just taken the very first step, once a true God realm had an eye on it, the flame would be subdued soon. Shi Yin was anxious. While he was floating in the sky, he started to release his soul consciousness. Wonderful connections shone in his heart when he urged his thought. Shortly, an invisible bond was created between the strange living beings and Shi Yin. Some strands of his soul consciousness scattering in the Dead Soul Mountain range followed the feeble connection and found his strange companions. The ghost hunter, the king of demonic insects, and the devouring gold silkworm had befriended a group of demonic beasts. Most of them were at level 7, and some of them were at level 8. The ghost hunter, the king of demonic insects, and the devouring gold silkworm gathered with the beasts, using demonic beast way to contact them. He didn't know what they were discussing. The ice-cold flame was staying at the foot of a mountain. It was floating in a cold stream together with the Holy Spirit God. They seemed to be absorbing the energy inside the cold stream. The earth flame was strengthening its scorching power using the lava inside a volcano. The strange creatures that left him were operating in different places. His flows of soul consciousness circled them and sent them his messages. As his soul consciousness had space power, his sensing ability was improved a lot. In the past, his soul consciousness hadn't been able to sense their existences in such a long range. But now, not only could he sense them, but he could also send his thoughts to them. The ghost hunter, the king of demonic insect, the ice-cold flame all received his thoughts. Under his soul consciousness guidance, those strange living beings flew out from their locations, heading towards him. Shi Yin relaxed his nerves and hurried to send them another thought, advising that they should be more careful because of the dangers in the Dead Soul mountain range now. After they received the news, these creatures stayed alert and took the other way around to avoid the valleys, despite the fact that they had to spend more time to reach Shi Yin. Chapter 558, Radiant God Cult's Master. Chapter 558, Radiant God Cult's Master. Above the Spirit Potion Valley and the Precious Tool Valley, a dazzling green light rippled from the Dead Soul's evil layer after layer, which looked like a group of thousands of green ecliptics. Each ecliptic contained great power fluctuations. The green ring light was the strengthened barrier which had covered all the members of the Dark Spirit clan, saving them from the attack of the 3 true God Realm experts. Fluorescent light columns as wide as a human shot out from the evil lair, piercing through the ground and thrusting deep into the soil. The 3 true God Realm warriors had to mobilize their power urgently to face the light columns. At the same time, all members of the Dark Spirit clan were covered inside the green ecliptic, which kept them safe from the true God Realm warriors' attacks. In the Spirit Potion Valley and the Precious Tool Valley, the structures where the light columns shot through all crumpled. Nothing remained intact. The 2 valleys, which had been existed for hundreds of years, were crushed down. Corpses on the ground got shot again, as flesh and blood splashed everywhere. The whole scene looked like hell on earth. The 3 true God Realm experts from the Radiant God Cult, the Pure Land, and the Devil Valley were facing the green light columns from the evil lair, but seemed like they couldn't hold it for more, let alone attacking the clansmen. Fortunately, the energy from the evil lair couldn't be maintained for any longer. Not long after that, the energy shot out from it gradually ceased. When the 3 true God Realm warriors thought that they could catch all of the Dark Spirit clan's members, a suction force suddenly emitted from the Dead Soul's evil lair. The Dark Spirit clan survivors were overjoyed, turning themselves into beams of light and flying toward the evil lair. Shortly, all members of the Dark Spirit clan disappeared into the Dead Soul's evil lair. The evil lair then shrank again into a fist-sized green light spot, twisting and swaying in the air. All of a sudden, it disappeared into thin air. 3 true God Realm warriors stood in the ruins of the 2 valleys while exchanging looks, their faces solemn. Afterward, they discussed something and then disappeared. In a cave in the east of the Dead Soul mountain range, a several thousand meters tall mountain collapsed. Numerous big trees broke down as the ground cracked, revealing a deep, bottomless abyss. Elder Xuanmu of the Radiant God Cult took Yu Lu and a group of disciples, struggling while floating in the air. They looked at the general direction of the Spirit Potion Valley, which was pretty far from them now, slamming their brows together. They were all worried. All of a sudden, a light flashed next to Xuanmu. One of the good-looking middle-aged man, who had just engaged in the battle with the Dark Spirit clan in the Spirit Potion Valley, appeared in the light. He threw a glance at Xuanmu, nodded and said, "It's good that you're all right." Cult Master, Xuanmu, Yu Lu, and the others bent down to greet him, their faces full of respect. Yun Hao, the master of the Radiant God Cult, waved his hand gently to ask them not to be too polite. Then he said, "This is a big catastrophe. The Dark Spirit clan has revived. We didn't kill them timely, which will be a big trouble later." Xuanmu, Yu Lu, and the others discolored in fear. All of them knew Yun Hao had a formidable power. Their cult master had taken action personally together with the masters of the Pure Land and the Devil Valley, but they couldn't eradicate the Dark Spirit clan. Now, he had appeared with a serious expression, which made them worry about the whole situation. In the Antiquity time, the Dark Spirit clan was an extreme race. After taking time to rest and regain their power in the foreign land. They have recovered almost fully. We don't know what happened to them in the foreign land, but they become more terrifying. Yunhao's eyes were as bright as a torch as he spoke up faintly. Seems like there's an extremely intimidating existence in that dead soul's evil lair, which helps the Dark Spirit clan. Somehow, it can't leave the foreign land, but it can help protect the Dark Spirit clan through the distance of a whole world. This is way too incredulous. If even the cult master says that it's terrifying, then this existence is absolutely beyond us, added Xuanmu. Yunhao slowly nodded. I think if the three of us enter that foreign land and fight that existence, we wouldn't be able to come back unharmed. It's hard to estimate the power of the opponent. In the most conservative estimation, I think it should have the power of a peak true God realm expert. Everybody was frightened. The dead soul's evil lair covered all the members of the Dark Spirit clan and disappeared. We can't detect its current location. Yunhao hesitated, then continued. The three of us will stay in the Dead Soul Mountain range for a while and try our best to find it. We'll damage it badly when the Dark Spirit clan isn't well prepared. Xuanmu and his group listened to him in silence. While Yunhao was telling them about his plan, he suddenly changed the topic. Xuanmu, you had sent me a message saying that there was an interesting battle in the Precious Tool Valley. Yes, Master, Xuanmu explained with his respected face. A strange young man fought with Lai Feng and gained the upper hand. It's strange. That kid just has the peak sky realm cultivation base, but he could trouble Lai Feng to the point no one dared to believe. What's his name? Yin. Yunhao mused for a while. The corner of his mouth beamed an eccentric smile. Turns out it's him. This kid always gives us surprises. Master, you know him? Xuanmu was surprised. He thought his master didn't pay attention to this trivial matter. He had gathered all the news of the Divine Great Land, screening and reporting some important news to Yunhao. However, he had never heard about the name Yin before. How could his master know this kid? Where's that kid? Yunhao didn't answer him, but inquired with great interest. Xuanmu, Yulu, and the other disciple of the Radiant God cult were astounded. The cult master wasn't a man who liked gossip, but now he suddenly had interest in an anonymous kid. This had them bewildered. During his battle with Lai Feng, he seemed to fall into bedevilment. He then slaughtered the onlookers around, explained Xuanmu. I've just left for a few days. Yunhao smiled. Not bad. Not bad at all. He could endure the battle with a puppet at third sky of spirit realm. And he also has dangerous beasts. This young man is really talented. Haha. Xuanmu and the others looked at him with astonishment. They were wise enough not to inquire further. He should still be in the Dead Soul Mountain range. I'm going to search for him. Haha. He has the Star Martial spirit. As the cult master, I can track him down with this, laughed Yunhao. Star Martial spirit. Xuanmu and Yu Lu screamed in unison. Yeah, Yunhao smiled. This kid comes from the Endless Sea. He has the Star Martial spirit. He's one of us. Last time in the dark magnetic noxious mist, he had joined hands with a disciple in our cult, whose name Xiaofeng. When he arrived at the Divine Great Land, he fought with the Nings. I heard he had caused Ning due quantum loss. Xuanmu and Yu Lu were astounded. Xuanmu was bewildered. Later on, he said, when he was in the Spirit Potion Valley, he didn't reveal his identity. If I knew he was one of us, I would have definitely kept him here. He should have some worries that kept him from telling his true identity. Yunhao waved his hands. No problem. No matter what his worries are, when he comes to the Divine Great Land, I want to have him in our cult. This man can beat up Lai Feng when he is only the Sky Realm cultivation base. His potential is endless. The Pure Land has just found a girl who has the soul of an ancient ancestor. Our god's sect needs a plan too. Then, he looked at Yu Lu and smiled again. You must try harder. That kid has never been nurtured in our sect. He has cultivated alone, but he could reach that level. Talking about the innate endowment, his is almost the same as yours. Yulu smiled and nodded, but didn't say anything, his eyes strange. Right in front of everybody, Yunhao closed his eyes. The energy around his body was activated. Powers of the sun, moon, and stars with colorful colors constantly sparkled around him. A wave of sensing soul energy expanded quietly under the light of the sun, moon, and stars, starting to comb the Dead Soul mountain range. The power of the flaming sun, silver moon, and star in Xuanmu, Yulu, and the others were agitated. They seemed to be struggling as if they wanted to detach from the warriors' bodies. As the master of the radiant god cult, the power Yuan Hao controlled could subdue any disciple in the cult. When his thought flickered, the energy of the opponents would be attracted and disturbed to the point they couldn't bear. Yuan Hao closed his eyes and pushed his energy further. From his body, as the center, his power was rippling hard. Long afterward, Yuan Hao rolled his eyes, whose pupils as dazzling as the sun. Scorching divine light shot out immensely. "Cult Master, did you find him?" Xuanmu asked with caution. Yuan Hao nodded smilingly, but didn't answer him. Starlight moved in his body. The power of the sun and the moon entered the stars, directly arousing some kind of strange change. Shortly, Yuan Hao disappeared into thin air. "Yulu, you have a rival now." Waiting until Yuan Hao disappeared completely, Xuanmu took a deep breath. Seems the master regards that kid pretty well. If he joins the God sect, he can replace Yuan and become the son of God. Yulu beamed a faint smile from the corner of his mouth. "It's okay. It's much more interesting when your opponent's stronger." Xuanmu frowned while looking at him. He then nodded slowly. "You should pay attention. To gain the favor from the cult master, you've been putting a lot of efforts. I know your effort has been more than anyone else's. I have bet my biggest stake on you. I don't want to see you fail. Don't worry. No matter who he or she is, the last one who stands will be me." Yula felt funny. His crystal-clear eyes showed his absolute confidence. It was the nature that a true expert should have. Only when they had the absolute self-confidence would they be unafraid of any kinds of provocation, which couldn't hinder them from performing their best. Yulu was that kind of person. "Yeah, I favor you," Xuanmu also smiled. Although he was surprised with the power Shi Yan had demonstrated, he also knew Yu Li's strength. Throughout the recent years, Yu Li had been growing fast after each battle. Through each battle, he had learned something new. Xuanmu had an absolute trust in Yu Li. He didn't think that Shi Yan, a man from the Endless Sea, could replace Yu Li in the Radiant God Cult. Chapter 559, Exposed. Chapter 559, Exposed. The Ghost Hunter, king of demonic insects, the ice-cold flame, the earth flame, devouring gold silkworm, and the Holy Spirit God received Shi Yan's message. They flew around to avoid the Spirit Potion Valley and the Precious Tool Valley to return to Shi Yan. Shi Yan didn't ask them what they did. Right when they returned, he immediately put them into the Blood Vein Ring. The Dead Soul mountain range, now filled with big dangers. If he were careless for a moment, he would never recover. Shi Yan understood well that he was carrying a lot of treasures with him, which would make him a big target. Thus, he needed to leave this place of troubles as soon as possible. However, as soon as he had retrieved those strange living beings and hadn't even departed yet, his mind suddenly felt agitated and his face changed dramatically. A tremendous, strange energy fluctuation shot toward him rapidly that left him no time to react. Shi Yan shivered. He was about to use the secret technique to get away underground. However, right at the moment, a dark energy cloud snatched down, covering him. A tall but thin figure appeared. His pupils reflected no light, which gave people a feeling of being cold. The master of the Devil Valley, Nierua. The gloomy energy cloud was like seawater enveloping him. The power of his entire body was restrained. No matter how hard he tried to urge his power, he couldn't move his essence chi. His negative energy wasn't suppressed, but he didn't dare to act rashly. He looked at the man with a calm face. "Who are you? Why have you restrained me?" A strand of your soul consciousness had appeared in the Spirit Potion Valley and the Precious Tool Valley. Were you sensing us? Nierua's face was cold. Your soul consciousness is a bit eccentric. If I didn't have a special tool, I could never find you here. Kid, Where are you from? Why'd you sneak on us? What do you want? Shi Yin was scared. His soul consciousness had space power, which he had used to flee away instantly from the valley. This man could track him down using only one beam of soul consciousness. He didn't shame his formidable existence at the true God realm. I meant no harm. You guys created a big move, so I just wanted to check it out. Shi Yin pretended to be innocent. Did my soul consciousness sensing disturb you? Nie Ruo curled his lips, cracking a dark, cold smile. Well, I just think that you should be an interesting kid. Even I can't send my soul conscious through 10,000 miles away in just a blink of an eye like that. You have only the Sky Realm cultivation base, but you can do that, which astounded me a lot. Sure, Yin knitted his brows as his thought flickered quickly. He beamed a wry smile. Then, what do you want? I want nothing. I just want to know your identity. Grinned Niero. You're a stranger. You don't look like the disciple of the 7 ancient factions. Otherwise, I should have known you. Besides the 7 factions, the ones who could raise you should be those recluses. Who's your teacher? Can I not answer that? Sure you can. Niero grinned fiendishly. But I will enter your sea of consciousness and search the information in your host soul. It shouldn't be a hard task, you know. But then, your host soul will be a little bit annoyed. You don't want that, do you? Shi Yin got enraged. This man was a true God realm expert. Intruding Shi Yin's host soul was as easy as flipping his hand. If he did that, although Shi Yin could use the 9 Serenity's soul-devouring flame to harm him, he couldn't escape. Plus, if this man knew the secret of the 9 Serenity's soul-devouring flame, he would never let him go. This was tough. Shi Yin suddenly felt helpless. His strength and realm were much behind this man. Even if he used all the secret tricks he had, he couldn't threaten the other except giving him a chance to see what he got. Then, he would never have a decent ending. Nie Ru wasn't hurried. He just grinned, looking at Shi Yin with cold eyes, as if he weren't afraid that the young man would do something sneaky. Shi Yin's brain was working quickly to find the way out. However, facing a monster at the true God realm, he found that no trick could work. Oh, you're here, too. At this moment, another voice came. Yun Hao, the master of the radiant god cult, appeared in a twisted, scorching light. Shi Yin felt his heart sinking. His headache swelled bigger. It was all right with one monster, but now he had another one. He was going crazy this time. Shi Yin felt a big regret in his heart. He blamed himself for being too slow, which helped these tremendous existences find him. Yin Hao, why are you here? Nie Ruo snorted. You can find us here, which means you know that this kid was sneaking on us too. He's one of my cult's members. I'm coming to ask him to return to the sect. The Radiant God cult master smiled generously. Well, Lai Feng was defeated, so you felt that your face was blemished. Are you here to take action personally? Lai Feng. Nie Ruo was stunned. A streak of light crossed his eyes. He said with a colder tone, You are that Shi Yin. When Feng Biao reported on the Dead Souls operation, he also remarked the battle between Shi Yin, Hao Hai, Changgu, and Lai Feng, which frightened Niero. He had a deep impression with the name Shi Yin and had memorized it. He didn't know that the man in front of his eyes was Shi Yin. Having heard Yin Hao mention the event, Nie Ruo remembered immediately. He couldn't help but snort. Turns out it's you. Shi Yin wore a bitter face, not knowing what to say. He didn't know why Nie Ruo came here or why Yun Hao, the cult master of the Radiant God cult, had paid attention to him. Shi Yin felt that he hadn't done anything, but then why had he drawn many monsters here without reason? Especially the cult master of the Radiant God cult. He exposed Shi Yin's identity, which meant he seemed to know him. This made him more anxious. When he had stayed in the Ice Emperor city, Bai Gusung and the others had advised him carefully not to show up himself in front of Yun Hao, no matter what. He always kept it in mind. He went to the Dead Soul Mountain range because he wanted to avoid Yun Hao. Although he had many calculations, he now recognized he was wrong. Eventually, Yun Hao still laid an eye on him. He's my Radiant God cult's member. Yun Hao smiled, looking at Niero. He didn't talk much, but his intention of protecting the young man was obvious. Everybody knew that Yunhao liked to cover his men's shortcomings and characteristics. If he talked that way, he would definitely poke his nose in this matter. If Nieruo wanted to take action, he had to finish Yunhao first. As they were all the peak warriors of the 7 ancient factions in Divine Greatland, Nieruo knew how tremendous Yunhao was. He looked at Shi with a dark look, taking a deep breath. "Tell me, is it as what you said? Shi, come here. Show him your star power." Yunhao smiled while his eyes squinted. Shi kept silent, but he had a big headache now with the worry. The thing he was afraid of the most was to use the star martial spirit in front of Yunhao. He was wary of revealing something. He didn't think that what he was afraid would come to him. Right when Yunhao came, he asked him to use the star martial spirit. He would be over this time. Look at his hesitant look. It's obvious that he doesn't know anything. "Master Yunhao, do you really think that your pretense can make me step back?" said Nieruo coldly. The Radiant God Cult Master was surprised too. He started to doubt the information that Feng Biao had sent him. Releasing a bit of the star power was easy. What made this kid find things too difficult? Shi pondered, then made up his mind miserably. His face was as if he was attending a funeral. He carefully urged the star martial spirit, revealing a beam of starlight. Yunhao cracked a big smile, talking to Nieru. "Did you see that? The star power couldn't be faked, right? Have you lost your hope yet?" Nieru paled as he nodded, then didn't say anything. He disappeared shortly. Once Nieru left, the smile on Yunhao's face disappeared. He didn't say anything, but storming toward Shi and forcefully put his hand on Shi's shoulder. A flow of torrential energy started to pour rumblingly around Shi, storming into his heart, which was full of starlight. Yunhao's look became bizarre. He sensed quietly, but he seemed to be more stunned as time went by. Shi got struck as he thought it wasn't good at all. Anyhow, Yunhao was the cult master of the Radiant God cult. He had mastered using the power of the sun, moon, and stars. Using the star power in front of him, no matter how careful Shi was, he couldn't hide things from the old man's eyes. Normal people couldn't see the feeble, flaming energy in his star martial spirit, but how could Yunhao not recognize it? Star power fused with flaming sun power. Not bad. Not bad at all. You surprise people a lot. You've widened my vision. After Yunhao finished his sensing, he retreated his arm, his face musing. He looked at Shi with eyes as bright as the torch while smiling. Without the secrets of the God sect, how could you fuse the power of the star and the flaming sun? Shi felt as if he had a full stomach of bitter water. Closing his eyes, he said, "I don't know what had happened. It just turned that way. Luck. It was just my luck. I'm doomed. Yunhao will kill me shortly. God damn it. So unfortunate." Shi cursed under his breath. He knew he couldn't hide things any longer, talking with a cold visage. "It has turned out this way. What do you want me to do?" "What to do?" Yunhao's smile had a deep meaning. "All right. Follow me to the Radiant God cult. Our sect needs men with big guts like you. After we're done with the ceremonies, you will be a member of the God sect. The future master of the God sect could be you, perhaps." Shi was struck by surprise, looking at him disbelievingly. He still thought that Yunhao would never let him live. He had estimated the worst case, but things had turned differently. Yunhao's move was far beyond his estimation. "What? You thought that I would kill you?" Yunhao was stunned. "Am I that narrow-minded? You have just combined the sun power, but you don't know the technique. What should I worry about?" "But the future." "Future?" Yunhao curled his lips. "Who knows how the future will be? I've reached the second sky of true God realm, but I can't see the future. Can you? Perhaps the Radiant God cult won't exist in the future. As the master, I will disappear altogether with it. Why should I worry about the future?" Shi was surprised. Chapter 560, agreed. Chapter 560, agreed. Yunhao had invited Shi sincerely, but the young man was still indecisive. He couldn't understand what Yunhao was thinking. Yunhao was the leader of the Radiant God cult, with a great reputation in the Divine Greatland. He was a famous expert. According to the rumors, Yunhao had excellent manners. It was just Shi Yin who was worried a little bit. What by Gu Sung and the other told him, he still kept it in mind, which made him suspicious of the other's deeds. Anyway, even if he were doubtful, he had no other option right now. Yin Hao was formidable to the point that he could erase Shi Yin completely in just a blink of an eye. Shi Yin couldn't guess how Yin Hao would treat him if he denied his offer. Each master of the 7 ancient factions always valued the extension of their sections. Yin Hao should be of that kind. If Shi Yin rejected the Radiant God cult, he would become an unnecessary factor. In the future, he could become the enemy of the Radiant God cult. Of course, Yin Hao didn't want to see that result. I'm coming with goodwill. You carry the powers of the God sect, so you should walk on the same path with the God sect. Yin Hao wasn't hurried, as he continued while smiling. Your identity's a bit sensitive. You offended the Heaven Temple right when you just arrived the Divine Great Land. Now, even Ye Ruo has his eyes on you. If I don't get involved, as you continue living in the Divine Great Land, you will have big troubles sooner or later. This wasn't to threaten him. In the Divine Great Land, no strong experts are nice. It was the same with people from the Heaven Temple, and Ye Ruo, too. After a fight with Lai Feng, he believed that his name would be spreading out pretty quick in the Divine Great Land. At that moment, he would be the target of many people. The Divine Great Land wasn't the endless sea. He couldn't rely on the War Devil to be invincible here. This man was a true God Realm warrior. Shi Yin couldn't go back now. If he denied it, fatal troubles would come for him soon. He weighed pros and cons, and then decided to accept the invitation. He needed to cross this gate first. He couldn't predict the future. When he had enough power, getting rid of the Radiant God cult wasn't impossible. All right, Shi Yin nodded and accepted Yin Hao's invitation. Yin Hao laughed out loud. You, young man, you're careful indeed. It's good anyway. This means you're not some sort of a person who likes taking risks. Great, you have surprised me. When I arrived here, I heard Shuemu say that you're at the Peak Sky Realm, but you could still defeat Lai Feng. I didn't think that it has been just 10 days, and you have made a step further, straight into the Spirit Realm. Excellent. Shi Yin just smiled and didn't answer him. I'm curious. What kind of understanding did you use to enter the Spirit Realm? Yin Hao thought for a while, and then asked impatiently. In Spirit Realm, the Upanishads of the power you have used to enter the realm will change constantly. If the power you got from the Upanishads comes from the Star Martial Spirit, I think your potential in the Radiant God cult would surpass Yuli's. Well, I'm sorry, but I have failed you. I didn't use the star power to break through, Shi Yin shrugged. I was studying the teleportation formation and somehow stirred up space power. Yin Hao's eyes brightened with astonishment. Space power? Good boy. I didn't think that your breakthrough had depended on this kind of power. Yin Hao complimented, but suddenly felt a bit disappointed. However, our sect doesn't have any documents of methods to cultivate this kind of a power. In the spirit realm, if you can't understand space power further, it's really tough to break through again. Shi Yin smiled miserably. I know it would be that way. And you still want to rely on space power to break through again? Yin Hao was astounded. I have never seen any warriors with a deep understanding of space power in the Divine Great Land. This means on this road, you have to search alone, without any reference from the precursors. It will prevent your realm from thriving faster. You, fella, you're harebrained. Shi Yin couldn't snap back. Yin Hao contemplated for a while, but he didn't continue this topic. Next, he asked Shi Yin about the endless sea, concentrating on the 3 gods sect there. Shi Yin didn't conceal anything. He told the man what he knew about the 3 gods sect. Yin Hao constantly nodded, his face astounded. After listening to Shi Yin's narration, he sighed. I haven't thought that after Ouyang grand uncle left, he had a family there and could even make the branch of the Radiant God cult to have such good conditions. This time, Shi Yin had no clues. Grandmaster Ouyang was a special talent of the God sect. Before I was born, he had some contradiction with the sect. Then, he copied a part of the books here and left alone. No one knew of his whereabouts ever since. I can confirm that the 3 God sect in the Endless Sea got the inheritance from Grandmaster Ouyang. I never thought that he could be that excellent to develop the radiant god cult to that glory in the endless sea. Shi Yin kept silent. He wasn't interested in the secrets of the radiant god cult, and he had known since long that the three-god sect in the endless sea should be a branch of the radiant god cult. You said that Grandmaster Ouyang's grandchildren, Ouyang Luo Shuang, has a tremendous cultivation base? Yin Hao mused and then asked for more details. Shi Yin nodded. Ouyang Luo Shuang has reached the second sky of spirit realm. Her understanding of the god sect's power is much profound than mine. I think her potential is much bigger than mine, too. Yin Hao's eyes brightened. Later, he laughed cheerily. You shouldn't underestimate yourself. I like you, kid. You aren't worse than her. Shi Yin beamed a wry smile. Yin Hao mused for a while, but didn't inquire further. Come on, we should gather with Xuanmu. Shi Yin chased after him. In fact, Yin Hao was sympathetic and didn't ask anything of the matter Shi Yin was worried the most about, such as the war devil, the ghost hunter, the king of demonic insects, and the ice-cold flame. He was worried about those living beings, as he was afraid that Yin Hao had some bad schemes towards them. Fortunately, Yin Hao didn't ask even a single question. He only inquired the information of the endless sea, and he seemed to not have an interest in these secrets. This made him relax his nerves. After 2 hours, Shi Yin followed Yin Hao to meet up with Xuanmu, Yu Lu, and the others. Besides Xuanmu and Yu Lu, there were 2 other disciples of the Radiant God cult, 1 man and 1 woman. They both looked young. The man was handsome, and the woman was more graceful. They were like Yu Lu. They were the young experts of the Radiant God cult, both at the peak sky realm. The man's name was Han Chang, and the woman was called Li Muyu. They followed Xuanmu to the Dead Soul mountain range to train themselves. Han Chang was cultivating the star execution, and Li Muyu was investing in the silver moon execution. They had a certain attainment in their cultivations. The biggest difference between Yu Lu and them was the realm. Yu Lu was cultivating the flaming sun execution, using the power of the flaming sun to enter the spirit realm. His will was firm, and his manners were calm. The 7 grand elders of the Radiant God cult always complimented him. He was the one who had the biggest chance to become the next leader of the God sect. After Shi Yin arrived, Yu Lu smiled and welcomed him warmly, constantly calling him brother. He gave people a good impression. Quite the contrary, Han Chang and Li Muyu obviously had contradictions in their minds. They wanted to ignore and not befriend Shi Yin. Shi Yin was neither surprised nor angry, his face deliberate. He dealt with Yu Lu courteously, without sincerity. Then, they listened to Yin Hao lecturing about the strange, evil energy of the Dead Soul's evil lair. That Dead Soul's evil lair is strange. It has so many space cracks inside. Shi Yin suddenly intervened. Yin Hao and Xuanmu were surprised, looking at him. Xuanmu was astounded. How do you know of the situation inside that Dead Soul's evil lair? Did you get there? Although Yin Hao didn't talk, his eyes shone like the sun, beaming a beautiful halo that made people dizzy. Obviously, he was stunned on hearing what Shi Yin had just shared. When I was comprehending space power, my hollow soul got there unknowingly. It was a strange, foreign land, which was full of space cracks. There's a soul sea that I couldn't see the shore of. Souls were floating there motionlessly. In the bottom of that green soul sea, there seems to live a strange creature. It had a freezing cold, evil aura, extremely dangerous. Yin Hao and Xuanmu were startled. Yin Hao took a deep breath and talked with his light tone. Does that soul in the green sea have the life fluctuation of a living thing? No, Shi Yin frowned, then explained. The atmosphere of death filled the place. The existence of that green soul, sea, seems to engage in soul energy absorption. My hollow soul could see many souls of the warriors from the Spirit Potion Valley and the Precious Tool Valley dragged into that green soul sea. A streak of fear crossed Yin Hao's pupils. He was hesitant, then nodded at Shi Yin. Your information's crucial. I want to tell Nye Ruo and Lin Ming. We need to check if the ancient records of the Pure Land and the Devil Valley have any writings of this formidable existence. Then, Yin Hao closed his eyes, releasing his soul energy. He seemed to be sending the message to Nie Ruo and the master of the Pure Land, Lin Ming. Shi Yin waited for him in silence. 2 minutes later, Lin Ming of the Pure Land arrived, bringing with her the hot shots of the Pure Land, Luo Yu and Yalai, together with Niero, Feng Biao, and Lai Feng. Master Yin, what did you call us here for? Lin Ming had a clear voice like a child. Shi Yin was amazed. Han Chang and Li Mu Yu had never met Li Ming before. They were stunned like a wooden chicken, gawking at the master of the Pure Land with her face hidden behind a veil. The master of the Pure Land was a little girl, but she had the height of an adult. Why did she have a childlike voice? Shi Yin couldn't make a head or tail out of it. Ming Mei of the Devil Valley stood together with Chang Gu and Hao Hai. Her beautiful eyes were a bit gloomy as she was staring at Shi Yin maliciously. Shi Yin was bewildered. He didn't know which grudge he had developed against this girl that made her hate him that much. I want to announce to you guys officially, Yin Hao wore a solemn face, pointing at Shi Yin, and continued with a low voice, from now on, he's a member of the Radiant God cult. Master Yin called me here to announce this. The clear voice of Lin Ming seemed to have a bit of anger. Master Yin has favored him too much? Nie Ru snorted. Of course, it's not only this. Yin Hao beamed a faint smile. Shi Yin, tell them. I think they are interested in your story more. Lin Ming, Nie Ru, and the others were surprised. Chapter 561, Wide Gap. Chapter 561, Wide Gap. Shi Yin described the scene he had seen in the foreign land in detail. Hearing him, Lin Ming and Nie Ru were frightened. The histories of the Pure Land and the Devil Valley are longer than the Radiant God cult. Do you know anything about the alien in that foreign land? Yin Hao waited for Shi Yin to finish. He frowned and asked Lin Ming and Nie Ruo. Nie Ruo shook his head. Never heard about this kind of creature before. Lin Ming didn't answer immediately. She hesitated for a while, then shook her head. The old writings of our Pure Land record a lot of foreign tribes in the antiquity time, but none of them match your description of that alien. Yin Hao felt disappointed. Among the 7 ancient factions in the Divine Great Land, if we're talking about long history and the number of ancient books in possession, the Martial Spirit Palace ranks first. Lin Ming mused, then spoke up with a childlike voice calmly. Perhaps we should go to Martial Spirit Palace and ask them. Yin Hao and Nie Ruo had their eyes brightened. Among the 7 ancient factions, Pure Land and Martial Spirit Palace both had a long history that could track back to the antiquity time. However, Pure Land had a big change at one time, leading to the loss of a big part of their documents and records. Quite the contrary, Martial Spirit Palace had kept a lot of ancient books from the antiquity era. So now, they were considered the faction that had the most profound knowledge about antiquity creatures in the Divine Great Land. Right, we should ask the Martial Spirit Palace. I forgot about them. Yin Hao nodded and smiled. Nie Ruo also agreed. We'll stay in the Dead Soul Mountain range to observe for several days. If we can't find the Dead Soul's evil lair, we will leave. Lin Ming contemplated, then continued. Perhaps the Dead Soul's evil lair has left the Dead Soul Mountain range. If we linger here, I'm afraid it will just waste our time and efforts without a positive result. So, I think we should extend our vision to see what's changing. Then, we shall discuss again. Yin Hao and Nie Ruo nodded. Precursor Lin. At this moment, Shi Yin suddenly rose his voice, his face strange. Lin Ming turned around. They couldn't see her expression under the veil. What? Xia Xian Yan's in the Pure Land now, right? True. Can I? No. Lin Ming cut him off impolitely. Her childlike voice was clear but cold. I know you, and I know the relationship between you and Xian Yan. Here's my advice for you. Being a human, you should understand your position. Xian Yin is destined to be the future master of the Pure Land. She will surpass me to reach the realm that no one can imagine. She has reached the second sky of Spirit Realm now. In 1 or 2 years, she'll step directly into the third sky of Spirit Realm. Do you understand me? Yin Hao, Nie Ruo, and their men changed their faces. As the masters of the Radiant God cult and the Devil Valley, they knew that the Pure Land had a treasure. But they could never think that Xia, Xi, and Yin had reached such a high level in just a short time. Yu Lu, Lai Feng, Ming Mei, and Luo Yu suddenly felt their pressure increasing. They looked at Shi Yin with a vaguely jeering expression. Lin Ming told him to give up. Although she didn't say it clearly, her idea was clear enough. He wasn't good enough to be with Xia, Xi, and Yin. Shi Yin wore a gloomy face. He clenched his teeth while rage filled him. But he had no choice. He had many things he wanted to say to persuade her. However, what Lin Ming told him had stopped his words right in his throat. He couldn't say anything. Even I can't estimate Xi and Yan's future. You should give it up. Don't struggle. You will just hurt yourself, kid. Lin Ming wasn't trying to be polite at all. Yin Hao couldn't say anything. Nobody could talk on behalf of the other when talking about love. Yin Hao himself was terrified on hearing how powerful Xia, Xi, and Yin was. He had thought that Shi Yin was tough, but after he heard it from Lin Ming, he understood that that little girl's cultivating path would have no barriers. Even Yin Hao himself had a helpless feeling. He thought that although Shi Yin could be more powerful, he could never reach her level. Okay. Shi Yin clenched his jaw, taking a deep breath. He took out the jade bottle and threw it to Lin Ming. This drop of life, original liquid, please give it to her. I hope she could thrive another step further. Yin Hao, Nie Ruo, and the others looked dumbstruck. Xue Mu, Yalai, Feng Biao, and the others had their eyes heated up, gazing at the jade bottle that contained the life, original fluid. How precious the life, original fluid was, everyone here understood it well. This was the strongest guarantee for experts at Spirit Realm to leap up to the true God Realm. Xue Mu, Yalai, and Feng Biao were all at the peak of Spirit Realm. Lin Ming didn't move, but the jade bottle disappeared shortly. She put it away and then talked with her cold and clear voice. I'll give it to her. Shi Yin smiled generously. It's good then. I don't know how the future will be, but I'm sure that my future isn't some trajectory you can define either. Overreaching yourself, Lin Ming snorted, waved her hand, and left. We should go. Warriors of the Pure Land, including Yalai and Luo Yu, flew after her. This kid is a lovebird. It's obvious that he has no hope here, but still, he gave her the life original liquid. Ha! Don't you know that it would widen the gap between you two? Nie Ruo smiled faintly, his voice ironical. Shi Yin didn't reply him. Nie Ruo didn't get angry. He gave Shi Yin a deep look and then shifted his look to Feng Biao. Master Yin protects him. Do you still want to rob the life, original fluid from him? Feng Biao darkened his face, throwing a malicious look at Shi Yin. Kid, I remember you. You better not fall into my hands. Well, when I was in the Sky Realm, you couldn't hurt me. Now that I've reached the Spirit Realm, do you think you can trouble me? Shi Yin snapped back, his face disdainful. Feng Biao put on a ruthless expression. Let's go, Feng Biao. Nie Ru waved his hand, beaming a gloomy smile. Shi Yin, I gained big profits from the battle with you. In the future, if we have a chance, I want to experience your power again. Lai Feng, the eccentric but handsome man, bowed to him with a sincere face. Shi Yin was surprised. He nodded and said, Everyone strives hard. Lai Feng wasn't enraged. Since he had reached Spirit Realm, he had an absolute and blind confidence, with a boiling fighting will. This man was the most dangerous opponent. Also, he was someone he had respected. Nie Ru glared at Lai Feng and nodded silently. Yin Hao appeared amazed, looking at Lai Feng as he complimented. Kid, you are not ordinary at all. No wonder why Nie Ru has chosen you. Lai Feng bowed to him with respect, then looked at Shi Yin one more time. We bid farewell here. When the secret territory opens, I'll be waiting for your arrival. Then, he left together with Nie Ruo and Feng Biao. Shi Yin couldn't make a head or tail, looking at Yin Hao. What's that secret territory? Yin Hao grinned. An interesting place. After a while, the secret territory will open. You should try harder. Perhaps, you'll meet the one you want to meet there. Shi Yan's eyes brightened. I hope to hear more about it. We should get back to the God Sect first. After you finish the investiture ceremony, you'll get to know the mysteries of the secret territory. Yes, sir. After Lin Ming, Yunhao and Nierua took their men away. A green spot flashed and then flickered like a firefly inside a ruin in the Spirit Potion Valley. That green spot gradually swelled. Seconds later, it was as big as a grinder, emitting a strange, cold energy. A strong suction force shot out from the cave, covered in green halo. Next, pieces of bodies flew up, as if some kind of force was guiding them, entering the light cave continuously. After 15 minutes, all cut limbs in the two valleys had been dragged into the evil lair. There was no bloody scene in the two valleys anymore. Inside the light cave, the ash-gray sky was vast, with space cracks appearing everywhere. Numerous bodies piled up on the green soul sea. Flows of evil green energy were winding the dead bodies like fluorescent silky fibers, constantly condensing. 3 high-level members of the Dark Spirit clan with their real bodies were surrounding the pile of bodies to carry out some kind of evil, sacrificial ritual above the green soul sea. It seemed that the members of the Dark Spirit clan released flows of soul consciousness to do some trading with the green soul sea. After an unknown time, the green soul sea surged, shooting out numerous beams of green light, pouring on the center of the sacrificial altar. A giant space crack appeared in the vast gray sky. A dark green light shot out from it. It was a dead soul. It was different from the normal dead souls, as it had the shape of the members of the Dark Spirit clan, but without a body. It had just a thin, empty body, but its face was clear. Obviously, this dead soul wasn't affected by the space slits or the green soul sea. As this dead soul arrived, all the clansmen of the Dark Spirit soul, no matter with or without a body, all were joyful. They started to come near and bowed to it one by one. The dead soul moved slowly towards the fluorescent soul sea. Next, it released the willpower to negotiate with the soul sea. It seemed to demand something as its countenance got excited. The green soul sea twisted and surged. Souls floating, they were like pieces of meat, moving and crawling terrifyingly. Long after that, the sea soul and the dead soul had come to an agreement. A streak of satisfaction reflected in the dead soul's eyes. Shortly, thousands of dark green tentacles shot out from the green soul sea, piercing the altar. Bloody cut limbs on the sacrificial altar seemed to be refined by some kind of evil force. Bloody bones were broken into pieces, while some weaker bones exploded since they couldn't endure the pressure. After an unknown period, the giant meat sacrificial altar was completely covered in the dark green light, turning into a green chunk of meat. The dead soul that all Dark Spirit clan's clansmen worshipped wore an excited face. It was stirred up, gazing at the green meat chunk without blinking. When the green meat shook gently, the dead soul couldn't wait anymore, directly jumping into it and turning into a flow of light, entering the giant meat block. When the dead soul entered completely, the meat shook harder. Rings of strange, evil energy rippled from it, which was as strong as the energy from any true God realm warrior like Nierua or Lin Ming. That cold, evil soul seemed to have a new home, a new body, to start a new life. All members of the Dark Spirit clan screamed, while the other dead souls could only cheer silently. Seemed like they had completed the racial transformation that stirred them up to the point they couldn't control. The green soul sea was tranquil. It didn't surge anymore, gradually retrieving the strange energy. The body of new Dark Spirit clan's members struggled to get out of the meat with tremendous power. Chapter 562, Evil Reputation. Chapter 562, Evil Reputation. The Radiant God cult was situated in the east of the divine Great Land. There were dozens of kingdoms, grand mountains, and big rivers. Spiritual crystals and herbs were abundant. The heaven and earth aura was dense and pure. The Radiant God cult were structured with Yun Hao as the master and his 7 grand elders. Among the 7 elders, Ji Mu and Yu Ying had the first sky of true God realm cultivation base. They were cultivating the Flaming Sun execution and the Silver Moon execution respectively. The other 5 elders, including Xuemyu, were at the spirit realm. Xuemu, Yun Xiao, and Zhao were at the third sky of spirit realm, while Lu Xiao and Ji Nuo were at the second sky of spirit realm. Besides the 7 grand elders, there were dozens of protectors whose cultivation base wasn't ordinary. Some of them had reached spirit realm. The Radiant God cult was big and strong, with countless warriors. Hotshots there were as many as dense clouds. Their internal relationships were complicated too. Not all of them tried to live in harmony and peace. There was competition in bright light and in the dark. The Radiance Mount was the root of the God sect. It stored many secret books for cultivating for the God sect. Also, it was where Yun Hao cultivated. The 7 grand elders had their own territories, which had different big or small countries within. These countries just needed to do their duties with the corresponding elders and would turn in essence chi crystals or valuable cultivating materials. The 7 grand elders had chosen children with the special innate endowment in the region. They would invest in them, making them the new members of the God sect, and teach them the techniques of the Radiant God cult. The children would become their core members. Shi Yin followed Yun Hao. As soon as he saw the internal area of the Radiant God cult, he finally realized that the sect was really vast and rich. They soon reached Mount Radiance. Facing up to look at the majestic, towering mountain, Shi Yin could feel the abundant heaven and earth aura here. Shi Yin was moved. Breathing the spiritual chi in this mountain helped him feel refreshed. Mount Radiance jutted up to the sky, piercing through tiers of clouds. From the foot of the mountain, they couldn't even see its peak, but clusters of shining white, cotton clouds wandering about. Mount Radiance had many kinds of herbs planted on it. Spiritual animals were walking freely here and there. Also, many protectors and warriors were cultivating the herbs there. A pavilion was situated in the middle of Mount Radiance's flank. 6 elders, including Ji Mu, Yu Ying, Yun Xiao, Zhao, Lu Xiao, and Ji Nuo, were seated at 6 different corners. Their disciples were discussing outside the pavilion. Master sent the message to ask us to gather at Mount Radiance. I heard that he wants to hold the investiture ceremony for a kid. Yun Xiao was a middle-aged woman wearing a yellow royal robe. Her eyebrows were as beautiful as drawings. She had an oval face with soft and smooth skin. Her bearing was elegant and graceful. She took a sip of her tea, then slightly frowned. I don't know who's worth such treatment from the master. Before that, Xuemu told me that the one who's about to join out sect comes from the endless sea. Jimu beamed a faint smile. I didn't expect that such a rural area like the endless sea could produce a talented youth. Seems like we need to take care of that place more. Endless sea, Zhao snorted. What kind of talented young men that remote, barbarian area can nurture? I think the cult master just wants to make a small thing big. Do you know what's young man's name? Yuying asked softly. Yuying was also female. She had a long ginger hair that draped over her shoulder. She looked roughly 27 or 28 years old. This woman was long-limbed, wearing a dark green dress with silvery embroidery. She looked as mild and elegant as a lotus. Her eyes were bright, and her aura was like the cold moon. Shi Yin something, Ji Mu frowned. Shi Yin. Yu Ying's face suddenly became cold. She snorted, I've heard this name. Ji Mu, Zhao Hua, Yun Xiao, and the others had their eyes lit up, looking at her, but didn't say anything. I have insiders in the fighting union. I heard that when this brat arrived at the divine great land, he had an ambiguous relationship with the 4 snow flowers of the Ice Emperor city. This brat was sinking into their beauty and had fun there. He has caused Bing Qing Tong's group to turn their back to the Ning family. They've caused grudge against the Nings. Heaven Temple has also put an eye on him. They want to kill him indeed. Yuying explained with a faint visage. Turns out he has some tricks, Ji Mu grinned. Bing Qing Tong wouldn't be deceived by a gigolo easily. But if he could have an affair with her, I kinda admire him. You don't understand my point here, Yuying arched her brows, replying coldly. He has an impure relationship with all 4 women, Bing Qing Tong, Shuang Yuzhu, Han Shui, and Lung Danqing. The 3 men present there, Ji Mu, Zhao Hua, and Lu Xiao were terrified, revealing their admiring faces as they secretly complimented the young man in their minds. The 4 frosting snow flowers of the Ice Emperor City were famous in the divine Great Land. Many experts who claimed themselves to be distinguished and accomplished all wanted to get the attention of these 4 snow flowers. But none of them had ever succeeded. Yin had just arrived the divine Great Land, and he had an ambiguous relationship with these 4 flowers that fast. This stunned Ji Mu and the others, as they envied him a lot. Let aside his realm, his tricks in hunting for beauties superb. Zhao was constantly appraised. The 4 snow flowers have kept themselves pure. The ice jade technique they're cultivating requires a pure body, which restrains them from having affairs. This kid is tremendous that he can make the 4 of them submit to him. Ji Mu and Lu Xiao also nodded, continually acclaiming the young man. Yu Ying, Yun Xiao, and Ji Nuo filled their faces with disdain. They suddenly became cold, snorting. Ji Mu and the other 2 beamed a wry smile, but didn't concern themselves with it much. They were curious to know the details. Yu Ying wore a cold countenance, as she was cursing under her breath that no man was really a gentleman. That brat caused grudges against Ning Du Quan. The Nings hate him, and so does the Heaven Temple. I don't know how many troubles will come with him later on. If Master asked us to wait, it's obvious that he favors this kid a lot. Under our Master's protection, what can the Heaven Temple do? Ji Mu cracked a faint smile and didn't pay attention to Yu Ying's words. Our Master has good vision. The one he has favored shouldn't be an ordinary warrior. Lu Xiao was bewildered for a while, then said to Ji Mu, "You had found Yu Lo. You and Xuanmu have invested much into him. Aren't you afraid that after that kid comes here, he will replace Yu Lo?" Ji Mu was stunned, but he felt funny. Even if that kid could be more powerful, he isn't Yu Li's match, not strong enough to be a threat. I respect his tricks and hunting beauties, but I know Yu Lo, and I don't think that a kid from the Endless Sea could replace his position in the God sect. Yu Ying, Yun Xiao, and Lu Xiao nodded silently. Yu Lu had been an excellent disciple of the Radiant God cult for years. His innate talent was earth-shaking. All of them had been watching Yu Lu growing up step by step until he reached the current level. They all knew how strong Yu Lu was. That's why they didn't think that Shi Yin could become a threat to Yu Lu. At most, he's at the level of Han Chong or Li Muyu. Ji Mu smiled, not too concerned. What about Muyu? Snorted Yu Ying. If her fortune was better, she could have broken through the true God realm. I think even Yu Lu couldn't defeat her at that time. Harumph. I've trained Muyu myself, and I know her competence. Ji Mu gave her a wry smile. All right, she's great. I'm not going to quarrel with you. Let the reality answer. Yu Ying snorted and didn't try to debate with him further. Right at this moment, a beam of soul consciousness expanded from the peak of Mount Radiance. Ji Mu's group was shaken. All of them shot up from their seats, taking their disciples to the peak of the mountain. Mount Radiance's summit. Stone and metal buildings towered the place. The ground was level, with a majestic grand palace situated in the middle. The stone pillars of the palace were carved with flying dragons and roaring tigers, seeming live. A purple-red light flashed as Yun Hao, Shi Yin, and Xuanmu appeared in front of the palace in the center. Ji Mu's group had been waiting for them. When they saw Yun Hao, they bent to greet him. Yun Hao waved his hand, beaming a faint smile. I believe you guys have received my message. The temple's arranged properly. We should proceed the investiture ceremony right away. Ji Mu, Yu Ying, and the other nodded as light shone radiantly. They all gazed at Shi Yin. Shi Yin, let me introduce. Yun Hao grinned. They are Ji Mu and Yu Ying. They're all at the first sky of true God realm. This is... Shi Yin slightly bent his body to greet them. He said, "Greetings, elders. All right, let's get to the temple for the ceremony. The 7 grand elders, and I will certify it. It's enough to give you face, right?" Yun Hao laughed cheerily, then strode into the temple. The temple was solemn and well-prepared. Smoke meandered from incense burners, while the light of the sun, moon, and stars shone in the sky. Strange light spots showered like it was raining. The initiation ceremony was tedious. Under Yunhao's guidance, Shi Yin carefully completed everything. He kept a calm and sound mind from the beginning to the end. He wasn't urgent or cautious. After he'd bathed and changed his cloth, he came to bow to the ancestors of the god sect. Then, he received the sacred light shower performed by Yunhao. Shi Yin had completed the last step of the ritual to officially become a disciple of the Radiant God cult. During the whole process, the 7 grand elders were watching him silently, their eyes bright. When he finished the ceremony, the 7 elders were amazed. Their appraisal for him increased a little bit. This kid from the endless sea didn't show a streak of fear under such a big and solemn ceremony. He was deliberate, as if he had experienced bigger situations, which made people feel strange. From now on, you're the disciple of our god sect. The god sect will shelter you, but you have to offer all to the god sect. Yunhao was like a hoax medium, describing in details the doctrines of the god sect. Eventually, he talked to Yuing. I'm going to leave here to the Spirit Martial Palace to discuss important matters. I'll give Shi Yin to you. You will tell him about the internal regulations and taboos, and find a territory for him to take care of. Yuing bowed her head to receive the order. The secret territory is about to open. This time, we have to put forth everything to counter. Before it opens, you have to help Shi Yin understand the martial techniques of the Radiant God cult. Yunhao continued to advise her. Yuing nodded continually. The other elders observed quietly as their thoughts quickly crossed their minds. They were a bit surprised. After Yunhao had finished all arrangement, he smiled at Shi Yin. You just joined us, so we won't give you too many good treats. Our Radiant God cult will not be impartial in administering rewards and punishments. The more you contribute to the God sect, the more rewards you will receive. You should be prepared. Shi Yin kept silent. Yunhao arranged everything, then called the 7 grand elders to conduct a meeting in the secret chamber. After that, he turned into a beam of light and disappeared into the horizon. Chapter 563, Big Dipper God Arrow. Chapter 563, Big Dipper God Arrow. After Yunhao had gone, elders like Ji Mu, Xuan Mu, and Lu Xiao also left one after another. Yuing didn't hurry. She stayed in the secret library in the temple of the Radiant God cult, picking an ancient book of the Big Dipper God Arrow. When she went out, she threw the book to Shi Yin. You take this book of Big Dipper God Arrow and cultivate. Shi Yin received the book, smiled, and thanked her. This woman kept a cold attitude towards him from the beginning. Faint hatred flashed in her eyes, which confused him. He didn't know when he had displeased this woman. Mu Yu, take him to the Northern Gem Mountain. From now on, the Northern Gem Mountain will become his cultivating place, assigned Yuing. Li Mu Yu regarded her. The corner of her mouth showed that she was taking a bit pleasure in the other's misfortune. Shi Yin knitted his eyebrows. From what he could observe from Yuing and Li Mu Yu's complexions, he understood that Northern Gem Mountain wouldn't be a nice place. Although he wasn't so pleased with Yu Ying's arrangement, he couldn't do anything. This woman was a true God realm expert, and that she could subdue him in every aspect. A man standing under the eaves had to bend his head. Currently, he just needed a shelter. He didn't have a bigger hope. Li Mu wore an indifferent face, letting out a slight snort. Follow me. Shi Yin followed her nonchalantly. The Northern Gem Mountain, 6 high, uneven mountains didn't have a single blade of grass. This area was around 100 li square. There was a small city whose population didn't surpass several thousand. They didn't have hotshots, valuable mines, or spiritual herbs. Although the Northern Gem Mountain belonged to the Radiant God cult, it was a barren and remote area under the direct management of Yuing. However, this woman had never cared about this place. The Northern Gem Mountain wasn't suitable for warriors to cultivate, since it didn't have a mineral load or cultivating materials. Spiritual chi here was dilute, not as rich as even some small islands in endless sea. The Northern Gem Mountain was near the Spirit Treasure sect, adjacent to the Gray Cloud Forest, where many demonic beasts dwelled. People said that there were even level 8 demonic beasts living there. It was a good place for the Radiant God cult's disciples to hunt the demonic beasts and train themselves. Along the way there, Li Muyu didn't talk much. She kept a distant attitude towards Shi Yin. After she took him to the back of the northern gem mountain, she said, "This is the place my master arranged for you. From now on, this area belongs to you. You will manage the northern gem city, too. You will receive the yearly offerings from this city. And you're now in charge of maintaining the northern gem city, preventing the attacks from demonic beasts." "Is it the place?" Shi Yin floated in the air with a gloomy face. He released his soul consciousness for a while and felt extremely disappointed. The northern gem mountain, situated in an area of several hundred li square, but there was no Nirvana realm warrior. Under his soul consciousness, nothing was concealed above or under the ground. No mineral lodes, no special spiritual herbs, and the heaven and earth aura was dilute. Basically, this wasn't a good place for warriors to cultivate. "Yes, it is." Li Muyu laughed in her head, but she appeared unconcerned. She snorted and said, "You should stay here and cultivate. If you want to accomplish the Big Dipper God arrows soon, you should take a good care of this northern gem mountain." After saying those words, Li Muyu left the northern gem mountain. Spiritual chi was dense and immense in High Cloud Pavilion. This was where Ying cultivated. It was placed in the center of an area surrounded by many high mountains and big rivers. Crystal clear lakes were everywhere. They planted a lot of spiritual herbs to cultivate medicine, and flowers bloomed year-round. Li Muyu returned to the place, then directly came to High Cloud Pavilion and reported to Ying. Ying nodded, her face cold. "That kid doesn't have good manners. You shouldn't contact him much. Since he has come, he will have conflicts with you Lu and Han Chong soon. When they mess up, we just stay aside. We don't need to concern with him." Li Muyu replied her with respect. "Teacher, his innate endowment is really extraordinary. In the Precious Tool Valley, he had defeated Hao Hai, Chonghua, and Lai Feng successively. At that time, he had only the Sky Realm cultivation base. After around 10 days, he broke through Spirit Realm. However, he's arrogant, and his disposition is cruel. He had slaughtered innocent people in the Precious Tool Valley. People hate him, but they are afraid of him. Although the God Sect has many properties, not many places are really good lands. The cult master favors him a lot. Perhaps he will take him to the secret territory when it opens. You have to try harder. Don't let the others suppress you," advised Ying. Li Muyu nodded. Shi Yin floated above the northern gem mountain. His soul consciousness traveled many places, but he didn't find any precious materials. Shi Yin felt really disappointed. Anyway, he didn't have big expectations. He found a random cave in the northern gem mountain, got in and summoned the ghost hunter, the king of demonic insects, the Holy Spirit God, and the devouring gold silkworm. There are demonic beasts in the gray cloud forest and some cultivating materials. You guys can go out and take a walk. Also, help me find some materials. Then, he told them the names of the materials he needed. The ghost hunter, the king of demonic insects, and the Holy Spirit God soon had a high intellect, especially the king of demonic insects and the Holy Spirit God. They had a wide knowledge of human warriors cultivating materials. The king of demonic insects and the Holy Spirit God had memorized the materials he asked. The 4 strange living beings left the northern gem mountain and went to the gray cloud forest to find the cultivating materials as Shi Yin had advised them. Shi Yin continued to build a massive scaled teleportation formation, which connected to the endless sea. However, a big teleport formation required many kinds of materials. Although Shi Yin's storage ring had many essence chi crystals, he didn't have many precious materials. There were many things he couldn't buy with essence chi crystals. Even though Yun Hao favored him, he couldn't violate the cult's rules by giving him the properties of the cult. He could only help himself. It was lucky that he had arms. King of demonic insects, the ghost hunter, and the devouring gold silkworm were formidable beasts. They couldn't be defeated in the gray cloud forest. As long as there were some materials in the forest, they could dig them up for him. What made him worried was the ethereal crystal. The ethereal crystal was a fundamental material that the teleportation formation needed the most. He could find alternatives for the other materials, but not the ethereal crystals. Without the ethereal crystal, even if he had comprehended the mysteries of the teleportation formation, he couldn't build it. However, in the entire divine Great Land, the ethereal crystal was really scarce. The precious Tool Valley didn't have it. He didn't know where to find the crystal. He didn't ask Ying, since he knew she wouldn't help them even if he asked her. Inside the mountain flank, Yin took a deep breath and then took out the Big Dipper God Arrow book, concentrated his mind, and started reading it. The Big Dipper God Arrow was a secret technique that used the star martial spirit to attack with the star power. It would be condensed according to the position of the northern 7th star into the Big Dipper Arrow. Then, the user had to pour the essence Qi constantly into it to shoot out. When he was in the dark magnetic noxious mist, Zhao Feng had told him about the mysteries of the Big Dipper God Arrow. However, the situation had been rushed at that time, so they couldn't talk much about the technique of the Big Dipper God Arrow. Yin read through the Big Dipper God Arrow book once. His eyes lit up as he was amazed. Compared to the simple description of Zhao Feng, this Big Dipper God Arrow book was much complicated, and the techniques there were more exquisite. Of course, performing the Big Dipper God Arrow couldn't be separated from using the star power. However, besides the power of stars, he could pour the essence Qi into the Big Dipper God Arrow. The Big Dipper God Arrow used the star power to condense the bow, and the essence Qi to create the arrows. Or, he could use the star's power to make the arrows. Also, he could combine the essence Qi and the star's power to make the most powerful arrow. The Big Dipper God Arrow had 5 types. They were the Star Falling, Star Raindrop, Meteor Catching Moon, Mighty Galaxy, and 7 Stars Brilliant World. Each type required the combination of star power and essence Qi. The essence Qi would form different styles of attacks. Each type had a different formation. The power of the Big Dipper God Arrow would grow together with the improvement of realm and essence Qi. After thinking for a while, Yan's eyes became brighter. He realized that this Big Dipper God Arrow was somehow miraculous. If he could master it, it would be a big help. He repressed the bad feeling in his heart, staying in the northern Gem Mountain to study the Big Dipper God Arrow. With the experience he had from comprehending space power, when he tried to feel the mysteries of the Big Dipper God Arrow, he could progress fast. Compared to the complicated and abstruse teleportation formation, this Big Dipper Arrow had neither changes nor matters that he couldn't understand. As long as he practiced enough times, it wasn't difficult to control the Big Dipper God Arrow. Half a day later, at midnight in the northern Gem Mountain, a silhouette was floating in the air. He was urging the star power, condensing a Big Dipper bow. Crystal clear, shining arrows were set on the bow, then shot out fiercely. Each arrow was formed by the combined power of star power and essence Qi. They darted at fast speed in the air. The arrows were like a dense shower of swords, gathering into a bunch, plunging down rapidly, and then expanding like eye-catching fireworks. Energy fluctuations shot out everywhere like water pouring from the galaxy, extremely magnificent. This beautiful scene was like a meteor shower. Radiant rays shot out that could enchant people. Many low-realm warriors in the northern Gem City moved to watch the scene. They were observing the firework performance from afar. All of them were surprised and constantly complimenting. Long after that, Yin retrieved his power. While feeling the star power moving in him, his face was bright and joyful. The Big Dipper God Arrow martial technique wasn't as evil as the gravitational field, nor as tyrannical as Rampage, or as eccentric as the Death and Life Seal. However, this martial technique could release the star power in his body with a relatively strong power. What surprised Yin more was that his soul consciousness could be enclosed with each arrow, and he could control the flying trajectory of the arrow. After he had reached the spirit realm, his soul consciousness had been strengthened with space power, which had a tremendous piercing power and lightning speed. The arrow with his soul consciousness was cunning, fast, and bursting, as if it could cross the space. This was extremely extraordinary. Each arrow carried along a flow of soul consciousness, using it to direct the arrow. Also, it enhanced the power of the arrow. The Big Dipper God arrow wasn't an extremely profound martial technique, but in his hands, it seemed to vary miraculously. Each type he performed was earth-shaking. Yin breathed gently. Each arrow was sometimes fast, sometimes slow. They flashed in the air, sometimes dazzling, sometimes dim. All of a sudden, numerous rays of starlight gathered around him from all directions like birds returning home. The beautiful starlight disappeared into his body, and the star halo in his body changed accordingly. Spots of starlight twinkled unceasingly in his heart. It seemed like some special change was happening. Yin was amazed. He hurried to concentrate his mind and felt it. Chapter 564. Fusing Light Energy. Chapter 564. Fusing Light Energy. Yin was floating above the 6 barren mountains of the northern Gem Mountain, his face stunned. After using the Big Dipper God arrow this time, his star martial spirit seemed to have a positive change. Yin concentrated on sensing. Spots of starlight scattered in his heart, among which he saw one blazing cluster containing the sun chi. This star looked dazzling. That light spot represented the sun. Around that cluster of light were 7 other light spots, which assumed the position of the Big Dipper. This arrangement was similar to the variable Big Dipper God arrow he had performed. At this moment, from the sunlight emitted from that small sun, waves of flaming energy sometimes rippled, then gathered at the spots of the Big Dipper. Receiving the sun power, the light spots of the Big Dipper dazzled, as if they were breaking apart. That blazing halo vaguely blended with a red hue. Yin was amazed. He quietly moved his soul consciousness, guiding it into that sun power cluster, which facilitated the absorption of the sun power. His magical soul consciousness silently manipulated the small sun, accelerating the flowing speed of sun power. When more flaming sun power poured into the Big Dipper, Yin could feel clearly that the starlight and sunlight were fused, which upgraded the power of the Big Dipper. Yin was stunned and happy at the same time. He controlled the soul consciousness to move faster. Gradually, more flaming sun power emitted from the small sun. Thriving along with the increasing flaming sun power, the Big Dipper started to have a magnificent change. After a long while, no matter how much more flaming sun energy poured into it, the change of the Big Dipper's energy had halted. Seemed like it was saturated. Losing the control of soul consciousness, Yin sensed his body. He could feel the enhanced power in the Big Dipper after the energy fusion clearly. Yin was happy, but he didn't stop there, using the stimulating technique of the Big Dipper God arrow to guide the star power. As his thought just flickered, the Big Dipper in his heart fiercely shot out a thick column of light energy. Strong energy quickly gathered in front of him, forming 7 light spots, which had a dark red core of the sun power and was covered in silvery halo. While his thought changing, the Big Dipper bow was shaped. Yin poured his essence chi as an arrow was formed gradually. This arrow had the energy from his essence chi, and the Big Dipper bow had the power of the sun and star. These 3 kinds of energy gathered, and the arrow radiated magnificently, its halo dazzling. Swoosh! The arrow tore the space as a fast meteor, darting towards the opposite mountain in just a blink. Puff! The arrow pierced deeply into the mountain range, thrusting through the rigid mountain flank like cutting through thin paper. Rocks collapsed at the first encounter. A seemingly endless hole as big as children's arm pierced deep into the mountain. Yin was overjoyed. He came and checked it carefully, then couldn't help but laugh cheerily. It turned out he could use the fusion of Star Martial Spirit's power and the Flaming Sun energy that way. Energies of the Flaming Sun, the Silver Moon, and the Star of the Radiant God Cult were the inherited powers. Each martial technique comprehended from the Power Upanishad were interlinked. The light power formed by the fusion of sun power and star power, of course, was stronger than the single star power. This arrow had a much stronger piercing force, with greater bursting power than before. The Big Dipper God arrow wasn't too profound a martial technique. However, in his hands, it had complicated variables with increasing power. With this path, Shi Yin imagined that he could apply the same method to any martial techniques which utilize the star power. He could pour the flaming sun energy into the martial technique to increase its power. No wonder why Yun Hao could subdue the other elders of the Radiant God cult. When he could fuse the power of the flaming sun, silver moon, and star, the same martial technique in his hand would be thrice as strong as what the elders could do. This was just a conservative estimation. At this moment, Shi Yin couldn't define the increasing power of the fused light energy, but he thought that it shouldn't be that simple an increase. He found it hard to predict the actual power, but he could confirm that if Yun Hao performed the Big Dipper God arrow, its power had to be obviously tremendous. Fusion was the kingly path. At this moment, Shi Yin finally understood why the Radiant God cult considered fusing the three powers their most precious asset. And he finally knew why only the cult master of the Radiant God cult knew the fusing technique. It was like Shi Yin had suddenly picked up a treasure on the street. He realized that joining the Radiant God cult this time was a wise decision. Otherwise, his star martial spirit could never promote to its best competence. He had spent several days continually in the northern Gem Mountain to study the technique to apply the combined flaming energy and star energy more carefully. Along his ascetic cultivating process, his understanding of the Big Dipper God arrow had reached a profound level that was far beyond Yu Ying's estimation. 10 days later, Ghost Hunter, king of demonic insects, devouring gold silkworm, and the Holy Spirit God had come back, bringing with them materials for refining weapons and many bones and crystal stones from demonic beasts. These four strange living beings had followed his advice to enter the gray cloud forest, where many demonic beasts were dwelling. They had a big harvest this time. Ghost Hunter, the king of demonic insects, and devouring gold silkworm seemed to have absorbed some effective energy from some beasts. Their aura had a clear change. The Holy Spirit God was a special existence, so it couldn't use the beast to enhance its power. Among the four, it had the smallest change. In the cave, looking at the cultivating material presenting plentifully on the ground, Shi Yin was smiling widely, constantly appraising. Not bad, not bad. Everybody has spent good effort. While speaking to them, he squeezed some drops of his immortal blood and gave them to the three beasts. The Ghost Hunter seemed to have a desire for his immortal blood too. Similar to the king of demonic insects, the devouring gold silkworm, this beast could use his blood to strengthen its power. Cultivating materials were abundant in his cave. Some of them could be used to build teleportation formation. Shi Yin wasn't surprised on seeing them. There were some beasts living in the gray cloud forest, but that place couldn't have all the materials needed for his teleportation formation. Seeing such an amount of materials, he was happy already. After categorizing and stacking them away, Shi Yin didn't assign more tasks to them, retrieving them one by one into the Bloodvein Ring. Then, he considered in silence. He still lacked a lot of materials to build a teleportation formation, especially the ethereal crystal. The Radiant God cult also had a special place to do trading of cultivating materials. Disciples of the sect could exchange their goods or buy them with essence chi crystals. However, the Radiant God cult's transaction field was limited, and it wasn't open all the time. Shi Yin remembered the Spirit Treasure sect, which was adjacent to the northern Gem Mountain. The Spirit Treasure sect was one of the 7 old factions in Divine Great Land, which was the richest force. They had a big addiction to collecting, cultivating, and refining materials. Warriors of the Spirit Treasure sect would choose to depend on external resources in their cultivating way. Secret treasures and pellets were essential for Spirit Treasure sect's warriors. And because of that factor, the Spirit Treasure sect had a structure of specialized blacksmiths and alchemists. For instance, Li Zhongrong was originally from the Spirit Treasure sect, but no one knew why he had left the sect and cultivated alone. The Spirit Treasure sect not only collected the materials, but also traded them. Each region of the sect had its own transaction field of a big scale. Shi Yin now lacked many types of materials for his refining weapon practice. Perhaps he couldn't collect them in the Radiant God cult, but he would have big opportunities in the transaction fields of the Spirit Treasure sect. His thoughts had flickered for a while. Then Shi Yin smiled as he decided to visit the Spirit Treasure sect. He would sell a part of the materials he didn't need and try to find sufficient materials to build the teleportation formation. He didn't care about the Northern Gem Mountain. Since he had come here, he had never visited the Northern Gem City. He considered this place a foothold of his, and he didn't have a feeling of possessing the area. Thus, before leaving, he didn't need to make any arrangements, directly flying away. The Spirit Treasure sect was situated next to the Northern Gem Mountain. After flying across an immense meadow, Shi Yin appeared in the territory of the Spirit Treasure sect. In the Divine Great Land, although the Spirit Treasure sect was one of the 7 ancient factions, it didn't advocate fighting. Quite the contrary, it was like a businessman, as it kept a harmonious relationship with all forces. People in the Spirit Treasure sect weren't anti-foreign. Most of the warriors there came from other places. Just like Shi Yin, they came here to sell the materials or find secret treasures, martial techniques, and materials that they couldn't buy anywhere else. This sect was really open, and they always welcomed visitors. The wonderful stone city of Spirit Treasure sect had shops everywhere, which was several times bigger and more crowded than the Spirit Potion Valley and the Precious Tool Valley. Warriors visiting the wonderful stone city came from everywhere. They were the disciples of the Pure Land, the Radiant God cult, the Devil Valley, or even the Martial Spirit Palace. However, a big part of them were all warriors of some small sects and schools. Spirit Treasure sect didn't reject anyone. They didn't sell tickets to enter their cities, since countless colorful shops along the street were their true money trees. Most of the store owners in the wonderful stone city were the disciples of the Spirit Treasure sect. Each disciple of the Spirit Treasure sect had sharp eyes in inspecting treasures. They were smart businessmen. They had exploited the advantages of their territory to collect cultivating materials, selling crystals and medicine that they didn't need. Through this market, they collected more treasures and pellets to maintain their strong fighting competence. Shi Yin strolled in the wonderful stone city in excitement, visiting each store. Indeed, there were many crystals and other wooden tools needed for his teleportation formation, which Shi Yin had found in the wonderful stone city. Along the way, after cleaning up 10 shops, he had a big harvest, collecting almost all the necessary materials. Shi Yin then went to a big store that collected materials from warriors. Shi Yin exchanged all the stuff he didn't need in the storage ring to essence chi crystals. After this business, the number of chi crystals in his storage ring had been stacked up thickly. Shi Yin. A pleasantly surprised voice came from the road ahead of him. Right after that, a silhouette flew over, wearing the complexion of meeting a long-lost friend. Yi Changfo. Chapter 565, Wonderful Stone City. Chapter 565, Wonderful Stone City. Shi Yin was startled. When he realized that it was Yi Changfeng, he smiled. It had been several years after they had separated in the dark magnetic noxious mist. Shi Yin went to the Divine Great Land and the Dead Soul Mountain Range. He thought that he could meet Yi Changfeng there. However, this brat had gone to seek his freedom somewhere else. Even Li Zhongrong couldn't find him. Shi Yin had come to the wonderful stone city to collect the materials for his teleportation formation. It was their destiny they could meet up here. Yi Changfeng laughed cheerily, walking towards him. Following him were 3 other people Shi Yin had known, Lin Ji, Luo Xiao, and Luo Meng. He had met these 3 in the dark magnetic noxious mist. As for Lin Ji, with her hot body, not only had he met her in the dark magnetic noxious mist, he had slapped her several times. Seeing her now, he couldn't help but feel embarrassed. Lin Ji felt a bit awkward too. She lingered in the distance, away from them. Brothers Luo Xiao and Luo Ming had to call her several times. She then reluctantly walked towards them. Bro, you do know how to struggle well. After you came to the divine Great Land, I've heard many rumors about you. Yi Chong Feng smiled evilly. Well, is it true that the 4 snow flowers of the Ice Emperor City have a relationship with you? Shi Yin was stunned. This dude didn't inquire about anything but this matter. Well, men were always men. No serious relationship. We're just friend. Normal friends. Shi Yin smiled begrudgingly. Luo Xiao and Luo Ming came over with the same evil smiles on their faces. They continually gave him compliments. They seemed to have a big desire too. Stop it. People rumor that you have subdued the 4 snow flowers of the Ice Emperor City. I have heard that even Qing Ting Dong and her sisters keep silent when they talk about the relationship with you. Your denial doesn't work, bro, laughed Yi Chong Feng. Lin Ji pouted. When she joined the group, her face was filled with disdain while her eyes reflected her hatred. Shi Yin ignored this woman. He talked with Yi Chong Feng, Luo Xiao, and Luo Ming, asking them what they had been through these years. We aren't worth mentioning. Surely, our experience isn't as interesting as yours. Yi Chong Feng put on a sobbing countenance. The old demon forced me to study the spiritual formations every day. I have struggled hard to get rid of it. Then, the old demon asked me to tell him all the things I've experienced with you. Bro, you're a disaster. Any place you go, accidents happen there. Sigh. Since you visited the Dead Soul Mountain Range, no one dares to go to that place anymore. My teacher had to move out too. The catastrophe of the Dead Soul Mountain Range had spread out all over the divine Great Land without him realizing it. No matter it was the 7 ancient factions or the disciples of the small sects, they tried to utilize their means to get the situation over there. Before the danger of the Dead Soul's evil lair was solved, no warrior, blacksmith, or alchemist dared to return to the Dead Soul Mountain Range. At the moment, the holy place of the alchemists and the blacksmiths had become isolated. Although Li Zhengrong and Kuda were strong, they weren't as strong as Yun Hao and the others. Even Yun Hao and Nero couldn't solve the Dead Soul's evil lair problem. So, Li Zhengrong and the others, of course, had no other way around. Reluctantly, Li Zhengrong and his people had to leave the Dead Soul Mountain Range and find new places to cultivate. According to Yi Chong Feng, Li Zhengrong and Lin Yiqi would come to the wonderful Stone City and stay there for a while. After several years, Yi Chong Feng didn't have many changes. His realm was now the second sky of Nirvana realm. Except for that, he had nothing earth-shaking. He didn't talk much. After narrating his brief story, he shut his mouth. However, Luo Xiao and Luo Ming had a great interest in the relationship between Shi Yin and Bing Qing Tong's group. They kept asking questions. Shi Yin didn't want to talk about this. He just beamed a wry smile and kept silent. Brothers Luo Xiao couldn't help but ask Yi Chong Feng to exploit the information from Shi Yin. All right, don't ask too many questions. It's not as dirty as you thought. Shi Yin smiled forcefully, grunted to the 3 pervert men who were really persistent with the matter. Why did you guys come to this wonderful stone city? Of course, we should be in the wonderful stone city, Luo Xiao continued. My teacher's the city master of the wonderful stone city. If I don't stay here, where else I can go? Luo Xiao, Luo Ming, and Lin Jidijia are all the apprentices of Old Zhu. This wonderful stone city is Old Zhu's territory, explained Yi Chong Feng. Shi Yin was surprised. He knew that Old Zhu was Zhu Yi, the master of Wonderful Stone City, one of the elders of the Spirit Treasure sect. However, he didn't expect that Lin Ji, Luo Xiao, and Luo Meng were Zhu Yi's disciples. Zhu Yi had the 3rd sky of Spirit Realm, with a good reputation in the Spirit Treasure sect. He understood doing business well. Under his management, the wonderful stone city was polished and lively, which attracted so many warriors here for cultivating materials. This person was neither an alchemist nor a blacksmith, but he had special knowledge of rare treasures. Just with a glance, he knew how much a type of material should be priced at. In the Spirit Treasure sect, Zhu Yi was a rare expert as he always focused on cultivating his competence excellent. Since the three of Lin Ji's group could have him as their teacher, they must have good fortune. Oh, that's it. Shi Yin smiled. I came to the wonderful stone city to find some materials I still lack. Thank goodness that I met you here. As you are the host, it would be convenient to help me find them. Then he listed more than 10 kinds of material he needed. Luo Xiao and Luo Meng listened to him attentively. After he finished, Luo Xiao answered him. It's not difficult to find the other materials. Even if the wonderful stone city doesn't have them, we can help you search in the other cities of the Spirit Treasure sect. However, the ethereal crystal is really rare and precious. We don't have any stores that sell it in the wonderful stone city. Shi Yin felt disappointed. If the Spirit Treasure sect didn't have the ethereal crystal, he didn't know where else to find it. Without the ethereal crystal, building the teleportation formation just wasted his effort. Do you know where to find the ethereal crystal? Shi Yin mused and asked. What do you need it for? The ethereal crystal has only one function, which is to build a teleportation formation. Do you know how to do that? Yi Changfeng was stunned. Shi Yin just smiled, not wanting to explain. Do you know where to find it? My teacher knows, I suppose, Lin Ji suddenly added. Shi Yin's eyes brightened. Can you take me to meet your teacher? This shouldn't be a problem. Luo Xiao laughed loudly. My teacher really likes you. When we came back from the dark magnetic noxious mist, we told him about you. It's just been several years, and you have stirred up many things since you came to the divine Great Land. I think my teacher has a big interest in you. Shi Yin forced a smile. Then please take me to meet him. No problem. Luo Xiao and Luo Meng led the way. They walked directly to the wonderful stone city palace of the city master. Zhu Yi was having some guests. When he heard Luo Xiao and Luo Meng's calling, he wanted to scold them. But after he got to know the situation, Zhu Yi's eyes brightened. Little friend, you are Shi Yin? Zhu Yi laughed. Shi Yin nodded. Younger generations will surpass us in time indeed. Zhu Yi looked cheerful. He mused, then changed his complexion, looking at a withered old man next to him. Yi Ji, take a look. The old man frowned as he was assessing Shi Yin, his face strange. Shi Yin, this is my teacher's brother, Uncle Yi, Luo Xiao introduced with a smiling face. Uncle Yi loves freedom. He likes to collect strange things. Shi Yin was cheered up. He slightly bent his body to greet the old man. Precursor Yi, do you have the ethereal crystal? Yi Xiong was an elder of the Spirit Treasure sect. He liked to travel. He didn't have a permanent address, as he didn't stay in the Spirit Treasure sect for the whole year. He knew many special and peculiar places in the divine Great Land. I have some ethereal crystals, Yi Xiong nodded. He pondered for a while and then said, Anyway, I don't lack anything, and I don't have the intent to exchange them. Yi Xiong also had the third sky of Spirit Realm cultivation base. His aura was old and thick, which proved that he was a dangerous expert. As he said that, Shi Yin felt itchy in his heart, and he couldn't repress it. He forced a smile. Precursor Yi, I really need the ethereal crystal. I can pay a high price. Is it possible? Yi Xiong shook his head and said deliberately, I said I don't lack anything, and I don't want to sell it. Shi Yin was filled with disappointment. Yi Ji, don't you need hotshots to accompany you to that place? How about Shi Yin? Zhu Yi smiled. You don't stay in the sect for the full year, so your information isn't updated. Don't look down on this young man. He had subdued Ning Du Quan in the Ice Emperor city. I heard that Yuli Ming, the freak, also died in his hands. If you have him as your company, your chance to win will be better. Yi Xiong's eyes brightened, but it seemed he didn't buy it. He said louder, He killed Yuli Ming? How could it be? Shi Yin, perhaps you should prove your value a bit. Yi Changfeng added at the right moment. If you have this sort of power, I can give you the ethereal crystal, as long as you help me with one thing, Yi Xiong said with a serious face. Shi Yin didn't say anything, summoning the War Devil. As soon as the War Devil appeared, an earth-destroying aura shot out everywhere. Lin Ji, Yi Changfeng, Luo Xiao, and Luo Meng were startled, forced to back off. Light shone in Zhu Yi's and Yi Xiong's eyes. They were shivering in thrill. Okay, Yi Xiong shouted. He took a deep breath and said, I can give it to you. Shi Yin retrieved the war devil to his blood vein ring. As long as you agree to accompany me to the shady firmament old mound to catch a heaven thunder beast, I'll give you the ethereal crystal. Yi Xiong said briefly. Shi Yin was stunned. Shady firmament old mound, ancient corpse tomb, and the Dead Soul Mountain Range were the three hazardous areas in the divine Great Land. The shady firmament ancient mound was in the spirit treasure sect's territory. It was a bizarre, prohibited area. Even the experts of the spirit treasure sect didn't dare to operate near it. Rumor said that it had some extremely dangerous barriers made in the antiquity time. However, to Shi Yin, the shady firmament old mound was a special place. It was the ancestors' land of the demonic Sound Clan. That place kept the secret treasures and old books written by the demonic Sound Clan's ancestors. Before he came to the divine Great Land, he had planned to visit there. Yi Xiong's condition, although it was beyond his anticipation, suited his plan well. Not a big deal, Shi Yin agreed immediately. Chapter 566, Heaven Thunder Beast. Chapter 566, Heaven Thunder Beast. Seeing his frank and straightforward agreement, Yi Xiong was quite happy. Little brother's frank enough. Don't worry. When we finish the business in the shady heaven old mound, I'll give you the amount of ethereal crystal that pleases your pocket. Zhu Yi laughed, his face cheerful. Yi Ji, now that you have another support, you can be more certain about this trip. Yi Xiong smiled happily. Heaven Thunder Beast had the thunder attributes. It knew how to use the power of thunder. Among the demonic beasts, Heaven Thunder was a dangerous kind. Heaven Thunder Beasts had different levels and had the ability to break through the level and evolve. Yi Xiong wanted to capture a level 8 Heaven Thunder Beast, which was equivalent to a third sky of Spirit Realm Warrior. Normally, the demonic beasts were one level stronger than human warriors. Moreover, they had innate magical abilities. Heaven Thunder Beast could control lightning. It had an innate godly strength. Compared to experts at the peak of Spirit Realm, it was much stronger. If Yi Xiong relied on only himself to capture the beast, it would be really tough. We're waiting for the other two. After they come, we'll depart towards the shady firmament old mound. Zhu Yi's eyes was a bit strange. I've heard that you've come to the Radiant God cult. Where did you depart from? Northern Gem Mountain. Zhu Yi smiled cheerfully. Well then, wait to see the other two. I think you know them too. Ooh, don't be anxious. You'll see them soon. Zhu Yi and Yi Xiong weren't hurried. After Shi Yin agreed to join them, their attitude towards him became friendlier. These two warriors then asked him many questions about the endless sea. They seemed to be interested in this warrior's gathering spot near the dark magnetic noxious mist. Shi Yin cooperated with them, but he was surprised inside as he was anticipating who the ones going to join them were. The time he had spent in the divine Great Land wasn't too long, and the hotshots he'd met weren't so many. As Zhu Yi and Yi Xiong were the elders of the Spirit Treasure Sect, Shi Yin guessed that the ones they were waiting for would include Li Zhengrong. Yi Changfeng was here, anyway, but it was beyond his prediction. Half a day later, when two women arrived together, Shi Yin was astounded. They were Yu Ying and Yun Xiao of the Radiant God cult. Ha ha! Zhu Yi laughed, his face happy. It's tough to invite Elder Yu and Elder Yin here. Come here, please. We shall discuss the situation first. Why are you here? Ying took Li Mu Yu with her. As she arrived, she rolled her eyes at him, not bothering to hide her snort. Shi Yin pouted his lips. Our journey this time to the shady firmament old mound has our little friend Shi Yin as a part of it. Zhu Yi smiled and explained. Shi Yin's realm isn't low, and he has some strange treasures. Elder Yu, you shouldn't look down on our little friend here. When he was in the Ice Emperor city, even Yu Li Ming had to fall. Yu Ying snorted, her face disdainful. Borrowing external forces. It isn't he who's really strong. Sure, Yin didn't care about that. Yun Xiao put aside a lock of her bangs, her smile shining. Same conditions? She looked at Yi Xiong. Yi Xiong nodded. Yun Xiao smiled contentedly. Then it's good. We should make everything clear before the operation, which will facilitate our cooperation. Yin Xiu also brought a female apprentice. Her cultivation base was the same as Li Muyu, third sky of Sky Realm. She was called by Hui Quan. This girl had a round, soft face that looked like a sweet apple. She had short maroon hair, which made her look energetic, accompanied by a long-limbed body. Like Yun Xiu, she cultivated the star execution of the radiation god cult. When Bai Hui Quan arrived, her round eyes gazed at Shi Yin as she beamed a smile, talking with Li Muyu in a low voice. Seemed like she was really curious about Shi Yin as she kept whispering to Li Muyu. The other girl didn't want to talk much and just answered some of her questions. Shi Yin, my little friend, please don't find it weird. The wonderful Stone City and Elder Yu's territory are near. I have a good relationship with Elder Yu, which is normal. Elder Yu and Elder Yun are close friends, so it's natural that they come here together. As Zhu Yi saw Shi Yin being surprised, he smiled and explained. Shi Yin responded to his explanation with a nod. It's just a heaven thunder beast. Is it worth a big arrangement like this? Yuing felt suspicious. Even if we need to capture it alive, it isn't too difficult. Don't you have another plan? She looked at Yi Xiong and Zhu Yi with a doubtful complexion. Shi Yin was moved. Although the Heaven Thunder Beast was a level 8 demonic beast, people sitting here were all third sky of Spirit Realm experts. Especially Zhu Yi and Yi Xiong. They were the elders of the Spirit Treasure sect. They should have many secret treasures. They surely had something to subdue the Heaven Thunder Beast. If these two joined hands with the support from their treasures, although catching the Heaven Thunder Beast was hard, it shouldn't be a big problem. The problem is that it is not only me who has laid my eyes on that Heaven Thunder Beast. Yi Xiong beamed a forced smile. Seems that people of the Heaven Temple and the Martial Spirit Palace want that beast too. I want to make it quick. Before they come, we should be done. When he said that, Yu Ying and Yun Xiu changed their visage. The Martial Spirit Palace and the Heaven Temple were mighty forces that belonged to 7 ancient factions. If they encounter these people while catching the beast, it would be troublesome. Master Zhu, when you informed me about this case, it seems you didn't mention this situation. Yu Ying frowned, her face unhappy. She used to think that this wouldn't be too difficult. Moreover, the conditions Zhu Yi and Yi Xiong offered them weren't bad. That's why they agreed to help them. If she had known that the experts of the Martial Spirit Palace and the Heaven Temple were involved in this, she wouldn't be that frank. With 2 more competitors, the possibilities would vary. She understood that the Martial Spirit Palace and the Heaven Temple were tough to deal with, as these forces weren't weaker than the Radiant God cult. Don't worry, we won't encounter them, Yi Xiong hurried to explain. Only I know where the beast is. When we get there, I'll lead the way. We'll find it soon. Even if people of the Heaven Temple and the Martial Spirit Palace arrive earlier, they can't touch the right door. Ease your mind. If we meet them, you could just ignore it. We won't let you put forth much effort, Zhu Yi assured. Yu Ying and Yun Xiu relaxed, and only then nodded to agree. Why do you want to catch the Heaven Thunder Beast? Sure, Yin intervened all of a sudden. Yu Ying and Yun Xiu had just calmed down. When they heard his question, they paid more attention. Their bright eyes gazed at Yi Xiong. I can't talk much about this, Yi Xiong forced a smile. Shi Yin frowned, but didn't inquire further. He understood that it wasn't a simple matter. If one took their money, one had to save them from disaster. The deal between him and Yi Xiong was simple. He would help the old man catch the Heaven Thunder Beast, and Yi Xiong would give him the ethereal crystal. As to what Yi Xiong needed the beast for, the old man didn't have an obligation to explain it to him. If Yi Xiong didn't want to talk about it, Shi Yin wouldn't bother him further. Then he kept silent, waiting for their arrangement. Soon, Zhi Yi, Yi Xiong, Yu Ying, and Yun Xiu had determined the delegates. Yi Xiong was in charge of showing direction. Zhu Yi gave each of them a sound stone as the communication tool. We'll talk about the weakness and how to catch the Heaven Thunder Beast on the way. Zhu Yi arranged everything and then smiled again. Yi Ji has been waiting for it for a long time. If you guys don't mind, shall we start now? Everybody nodded. Zhu Yi smiled, taking out a flying crystal carriage. This was a crystal treasure that had hundreds of top-grade crystal stone as the engines, together with more than 10 kinds of materials to refine. It worked under the control of the crystal stone. This flying carriage was huge. It could carry more than 10 persons, flying in the sky like a giant demonic beast. As long as it opened, it cried with the wind. Zhu Yi and Yi Xiong led everybody to get in the sleigh. Then, they turned around and spoke to Shi Yin and Yu Ying. Get in. This sleigh has a fast speed. It uses only the energy from qi crystals, so we can save our energy. Keep the power. We can use all of our strength in the shady firmament old mound to catch the beast earlier. Lin Ji, Luo Xiao, and Luo Ming felt happy seeing their teacher's signal. They hopped in the carriage. Yi Xiong didn't take any apprentice, so he was lonely there. However, after he got in the carriage, he sat down quietly, took out a yellowed paper, and read it. Let's go. Ying didn't hesitate much and nodded to Yin Xiao. Right after that, the four people got in the flying carriage. Uncle Zhu, Yi Chong Feng stood on the ground, wanted to join. Your teacher's about to arrive. You'd better stay here. I don't want that old ghost to come trouble me. Zhu Yi laughed, but he shook his head to turn down the young man. Yi Chong Feng felt miserable. He sighed bitterly. If I knew it, I wouldn't come to the wonderful stone city. I have no share in anything. Wait for me. When I come back, I'll find you for a drink, Shi Yin grinned, then patted his shoulder and hopped in the flying carriage, sitting next to Li Mu Yu and Bai Hui Quan. The crystal stone formed the foundation of the carriage. It had a purple-red roof. The front was conical with more crystal stone, which looked like a sword, narrow at the tip and enlarging at the back. Let's go, Yi Xiong urged. Zhu Yi smiled and nodded. A light shot out from his finger to the top of the flying carriage. The crystal stone inside the carriage suddenly brightened dazzlingly like diamonds. Its power was activated torrentially, flying with the wind rapidly as a shooting star, getting out of the wonderful stone city instantly. Heaven Thunder Beasts are the beasts of lightning class. They know how to use the power of lightning and thunder. Thus, when we catch them, we can't use any soul techniques and treasures. Lightning power is the soul-killing spear. Treasures and soul techniques will be struck into ashes. When the flying carriage steadied, Yi Xiong took a deep breath. His face was serious when he explained the dangerous features of Heaven Thunder Beasts. Heaven Thunder Beasts don't have a big body, but its skin and fur are thick. It can resist some piercing martial technique naturally. Those beasts are smart. The beast we're going to hunt is a level 8 one, so its skin's really tough. We need sharp weapons, which I have prepared. You guys just need to help me restrain it. I will use the secret treasure to catch it. While the flying carriage was moving fast, Yi Xiong frowned, explaining the features of the Heaven Thunder Beast. Chapter 567, Shady Firmament Old Mound. Chapter 567, Shady Firmament Old Mound. There was a desolated plain in the north of Spirit Treasure Sect. This was a cold, dry area without a single blade of grass. The ground there had many open cracks. This plain had countless burrows like stars in the sky, which tunneled to the deep place underground. Gloomy, cold wind blew vaguely, chilling the bones. It could even intrude warriors' sea of consciousness, which could make people felt its eccentric features from deep inside the soul. Burrows with different sizes looked like quiet but open mouths of demonic beasts. They were pitch black, and one couldn't see the mysteries inside. They looked quite dangerous. No one knows how those burrows were formed. They'd existed since this plain was discovered more than 10,000 years ago. This place was quite strange. There was no rain. Even if one stayed there for dozens of years, he would never see a drop of rain. According to rumors, this land was the tomb where the corpses of experts were buried in the antiquity time. Those mysterious and dangerous burrows drilled into that deep place underground, leading directly to the shady firmament old mound. After midnight, stars scattered in the sky, twinkling like fireflies. The wind howled over the gloomy, isolated plain, chilling to the bones. A streak of shining light zoomed over, suspending above the plain. Silhouettes landed one by one from the flying carriage at a giant burrow. All the caves in this area dug deep into the underground. Some are very menacing. One wrong step can bury you in this place forever, never to be rescued. Yi Xiong took a deep breath, explaining with a serious countenance. If you can't identify the direction and go there rashly, you may encounter some ancient barriers which will destroy both your body and soul. Be careful. It's unknown for how long the shady firmament Old Mound has existed. In the legends, this place has stood here since the antiquity time. Zhu Yi was serious, giving advice to Lin Ji, Luo Xiao, and Luo Meng. Later on, you can't act carelessly. Stay close to us. Once you're lost, don't move. Use the soundstone to call me. Lin Ji, Luo Xiao, and Luo Meng nodded slightly, seeming to be scared. Each warrior in the divine Great Land had heard about the eccentric, evil features of the shady firmament Old Mound. This plain had buried many experts. With one wrong step, the barriers would besiege them. Not many were lucky enough to escape. Yu Ying and Yun Xian were giving advice to Li Muyu and Bai Hui Quan, asking them to be more alert. Shi Yin frowned as he felt the thick, cold wind pour into his body. His heart shivered. A cold wind was howling everywhere. No one knew how it was formed. However, this kind of wind had a strong penetration ability, as it could even blow to people's bones, which made the essence chi stagnant. Shi Yin quietly urged his energy, using a bit of the heat from the earth flame. A warm current flowed through his entire body. He was moved as the cold, gloomy feeling was reduced by a great deal. Is it the entrance? Yu Ying's almond eyes lit up a little bit as she was looking at the big cave near her feet and asking with a soft voice. A cold gust blew through that cave entrance. It was completely dark. The wind was blowing here, and there's just like some ghost crying, which could scare people a lot. Yes, it is. While Yi Xiong was talking, he took out an indigo elliptic light ball and shot it out. The light ball fell slowly, its color changing constantly. The deeper the light ball got into the cave, the darker the light was. Later on, the indigo light ball became glistening purple. The cold wind's too strong. Wait for a few minutes, we'll get in there. Yi Xiong was familiar with the situation here. He retrieved the light ball and then explained, cold wind will activate the barriers inside. As soon as the cold aura in there dilutes, the ancient barriers won't be activated. We should wait. In this delegation, Zhu Yi, Yu Ying, and Yun Xiu seemed to have some understanding of the status of this shady firmament Old Mound. They nodded to agree with Yi Xiong's plan. This was the first time Shi Yin and the juniors came to the shady firmament Old Mound. They knew nothing about the anomalies here. Thus, they didn't have the right to give their opinions. They had to act as they were told. No need to be tense now. Zhu Yi smiled and said with a warm voice, since he saw the atmosphere was heavy. If we don't get into the cave, there's nothing dangerous. Even if the cold gust out there is getting sharper, there's no barrier or fatal danger. Yi Ji has visited here once. He's explored the area. We just need to escort him there. Before we meet that beast, there should be in no danger. When people heard him saying so, they relaxed their tense nerves a bit. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The sound of bodies tearing through space came from a place far away, coming here with the cold wind. A surprised light flashed in Yi Xiong's eyes. He shouted, "Someone's coming." Shi Yin immediately put up guard. Zhu Yi exposed the hands he had kept hiding in the sleeves, which wore a lot of gem rings. Each ring was sparkling with amazing light in the dark. They were, of course, his secret treasures. Filthy rich indeed, Shi Yin acclaimed in his heart. Each elder of the Spirit Treasure sect was wealthy. They had collected a lot of secret treasures from managing trading in their cities. Experts of the Spirit Treasure sect could rely just on the treasures to smash their opponents. And when the others lost, they wouldn't have even seen the full abilities of those elders. Their various treasures were clearly effective in increasing their competence. When they had more weapons or tools, they could have more backups during the fight. Sometimes, a battle could turn into a competition of burning money to see who had more treasures and medicines. People from the spirit treasure sect were famous for this aspect. They were good at this type of fighting. The howling wind ceased slowly. Zhu Yi closed his eyes as a fluctuating flow of his soul consciousness expanded from him, discreetly moving to the direction of the howling wind. Shiyin knew he was sensing, so he just waited in silence. Indeed, 5 seconds later, Zhu Yi opened his eyes, his face amazed. "Why have they come here?" "Who?" Ewing inquired immediately. "Laimo of Thunder Emperor City and Ai Pa of White Emperor City," frowned Zhu Yi. Shiyin arched his brows. His face slightly changed as his mind flickered. Laimo was the city master of the Thunder Emperor City of Fighting Union. Ai Pu was Ai Ya's father, the master of the White Emperor City. Both of them had the third sky of Spirit Realm cultivation base. They all liked fighting, which made them tough to deal with. It wasn't strange that the city masters of Thunder Emperor City and White Emperor City appeared at Shady Firmament Old Mound. What was strange was, why did they come at this moment? He couldn't help but look at Yi Xiong. It was obvious that Yi Xiong had hidden something from them. If not many experts would gather at the Shady Firmament Old Mound for only one Heaven Thunder Beast. According to Yi Xiong, hotshots from the Martial Spirit Palace and the Heaven Temple would come for this Heaven Thunder Beast, and that they were likely to meet them. But at this moment, people from Martial Spirit Palace and Heaven Temple hadn't come. Yet, the City Masters of Fighting Union had appeared one step ahead. It should be something concealed. Yu Ying and Yun Xiu knitted their brows. They didn't look pleased when they looked at Yi Xiong, waiting for his explanation. "I'm inviting you here to deal with the Heaven Thunder Beast. You don't need to get involved in the other stuff." Yi Xiong relaxed his eyebrows, answering them neither slowly nor fast. Apparently, he didn't want to make things clear. He stated his opinions already, and the others couldn't do anything now. As they had come here, they could only be persistent, walking on the same path as his. Shiyin suddenly recalled Aiya. He wondered if this woman would come here too. When they were in the dark, magnetic, noxious mist, this woman had trapped him once. If he weren't smart enough, he would have been killed. In the first exotic land, Aiya took the lead and stormed to the intertwining galaxies in the sky. He didn't know what had happened there. When he got up there, she had disappeared. He had the feeling that Aiya had collected something there. After he arrived at the Divine Great Land, he had met up with Kai. She told him that Aiya had come back to the White Emperor City, and not long after that, she had a breakthrough and started to grow rapidly. Kai was the precious pearl in Ai Po's hand. He really loved his daughter. If Ai Po came to the Shady Firmament Old Mound this time, he would probably bring her with him. Upon his thought, Shiyin wanted to release the soul consciousness to sense. However, right when he was about to take action, he felt a sense of soul fluctuation discreetly move above their head. When his soul consciousness was released, he shivered under that soul fluctuation. When he recovered and wanted to pursue it, it had already disappeared into thin air. The place where the howling wind came didn't have any trace of soul fluctuations. It seemed the other had used some means to conceal their aura and soul fluctuations to prevent their sneaking. "They detected us." Zhu Yi squinted his eyes and snorted. "Stealthy. They hid their aura. Harumph. Do they think that I can't do the same?" Then, an emerald ring on his finger sparkled. Green waves covered everybody instantly like an upside-down bowl. This is a treasure in soul concealing category. Waves of this green light prevented soul consciousness from piercing through. It covered their vitality fluctuations and aura, exposing nothing that could help identify their whereabouts. Yi Xiong started to sense the change of the cave again. The light ball floated up and down for a while, but the purple halo didn't have any big change. Yi Xiong's eyes brightened up. He laughed quietly. "All right, we can jump down." Then, Yi Xiong was the first person flying towards that cave. While he was slowly descending, he reminded the others, "Everybody should slow down. Don't rush. Stay close to each other." "Let's go." Zhu Yi nodded. He swung his hand as a tender energy covered Luo Xiao, Luo Meng, and Lin Ji entirely. They slowly sunk down. Yu Ying and Yun Xiu followed them. Shi Yin was the last one leaving. He was very cautious. Thousands of li away, a group of 6, including Lei Mo and Ai Pa, was seen standing in front of a cave, frowning. Ai, the one Shi Yin had just recalled, was here. A young man with a tough and stocky build stood next to her. This man had a pure smile, and he seemed to have a close relationship with Ai. Ai beamed a weak smile from the corner of her mouth, while talking cheerfully with that young man. Perhaps she had forgotten Shi Yin, whom she had met in the dark, magnetic, noxious mist. Also, she had never thought that she would meet an old friend who was 1,000 miles away from her in this ancient burial mound. Not much different. Lei Mo laughed, looking at the cave. We shall go. Yi Xiong and the others seem to have the same purpose as us. We shouldn't let them arrive earlier than us. Ai was really handsome. He nodded. Yeah, we should hurry up. This group then slowly jumped into the cave. Chapter 568, The Subterranean World. Chapter 568, The Subterranean World. Shi Yin followed Yi Xiong through the entrance to the cave. The soil wall surrounding them had no source of light. The moonlight in the sky couldn't shine to this place, either. This cave was gloomy, with a cold gust blowing through. The deeper they went, the colder and sharper the wind got. The cold wind chilled people to their bones. The wind seemed to be able to blow through warriors' sea of consciousness, which could freeze the soul as well. Shi Yin had the flaming power of the earth flame moving in him, which helped him neutralize the cold wind and maintain his sound mind. Yi Xiong, Zhu Yi, Yu Ying, and Yun Xiu were warriors with a profound attainment. This kind of strong, cold wind didn't trouble them much. On the other side, the juniors, including Luo Xiao and Li Mu Yu, couldn't endure. They were shivering, their bodies chilled. Yi Xiong and the others didn't try to protect them. From their point of view, Zhu Yi, Yu Ying, and Yun Xiu thought that the cold gust in the cave entrance wasn't too fierce. It was good enough to train their disciples. They took Lin Ji, Li Mu Yu, Bai Hui Quan, Luo Xiao, and Luo Meng here to make them adapt to the conditions of a shady firmament old mound, using dangers to stimulate them. Danger and risk could increase the warriors' realm fast. To resist the erosive power of the cold wind, they needed to use both of their will and energy. This was a good chance to practice. Zhu Yi didn't take action. Lin Ji and the others were moving inside the ill-lit cave. Sometimes they could hear the noise from their teeth chattering. The cold wind had them freezing. Shi Yin maintained his slow speed, his face calm. He squinted his eyes, putting up his guard. Yi Xiong was in the front. Certainly, he was familiar with this place. Along the way, he continually told them the directions and what to avoid. After 2 hours, Yi Xiong suddenly shouted curtly, "Everybody stay alert. We're about to get there." Everybody was struck. Shi Yan's eyes brightened a little bit as he was secretly astonished, observing everywhere. He discreetly released his soul consciousness. There was no fluctuation of life underground, but the aura here as strangely changing. Great danger seemed to hide somewhere. An immense white light emitted under their feet, which lit up the gloomy cave a little bit. Under the white light, Shi Yin suddenly found that Bai Hui Quan was too close to him, as if she intended to shorten the distance between them. A fresh and sweet fragrance like orchid emitted from the little girl. Shi Yin exhaled gently. He knitted his brows as if he were surprised, looking at the girl. Under the immense white light, Bai Hui Quan's small face showed that she was scared. The girl then shyly spoke to him with a soft voice. "It's warmer near you. I just want to borrow some warmth." Shi Yin got immediately. When he was using the heating energy of the earth flame, a warm aura flowed out from him, which increased the temperature around his body. Cold gusts constantly blew through the cave, bringing the chill air which could make their bones shiver. But the aura of the flame could ease the bitter cold. Bai Hui Quan stayed close to him to reduce the irritating feeling on her body as much as possible, to prevent consuming too much essence chi to resist the cold wind. Yin smiled and nodded to her. As you wish. Thank you. Bai Hui Quan stuck her tongue out, giving him a sincere thanks. You're a good guy. You aren't like someone people can't stand, as Sister Muyu said. Yin wore some black stripes on his face, looking at Li Muyu from a distance. He then asked with a low voice, "How did that woman slander me?" Bai Hui Quan chuckled. She purses her lips as her eyes squinted to a new moon. I don't dare to say. Otherwise, Sister Mu, you will not forgive me. You will hate me, too. Means there's no good word. Yin forced a smile, shaking his head. I have never known her before. I don't know why she has a hostile attitude towards me. It's inexplicable. You don't know that, muttered by Hui Quan. You know something? Yin was astounded. Mu Yujia likes you low, but it's a secret. Now, you've joined the God sect, and you could replace the Son of God position of his. Among the chosen ones in the secret territory, perhaps you can take her rank too. At that time, she won't give you a good face. Bai Hui Quan secretly checked Li Muyu. When she found that the woman didn't watch over this area, she explained him briefly with her soft voice. Yin was surprised. Oh, that's it. How about you? Do you have the same thoughts as her? I won't be like her. Bai Hui Quan squinted. She harumphed. Yilu isn't honest. I don't like him. Even if he didn't come to the secret territory for ranking, it would not be my turn yet. I won't have a bad feeling about you because of this ranking thing. Anyway, my teacher said that you're a pervert. She told me to stay away from you as far as possible. And don't let you take advantage of me. Yan's eyes were strange as he coldly glared at Yin Xiu far from him, then snorted. It seems all women gossip. Bai Hui Quan smiled unceasingly, her body closer to his, using the higher temperature emitting from him to minimize the effect of the freezing wind. Yuing and Yun Xiu were flying together. They didn't notice Yin. These two girls seemed to use some kind of code to talk, their eyes sometimes cold and sometimes bright. Yi Xiong and Zhu Yi flew together. They landed first. It turned out that the deep place under the isolated plain was a fairy world. This subterranean area was like another world in the core of the earth. It was dark, humid, and wet. Many pale mushrooms were growing from the ground. These mushrooms had some tiny black spots. They were radiating immense white light, which supported their vision in this area. This earth core world had a lot of peculiar flora. Each kind of plant here had a heavy yin qi, and they were as firm as iron, as if molded with molten iron. Fractions of white bones lay like withered plants for years, scattering everywhere. They could see some white skulls here and there, under the shades of those peculiar trees. With a more careful look, they saw many graves. Some of them were dug out, and they could see the coffin inside. Those are phosphorus ghost mushrooms. They're the main lighting flora underground. Thanks to them, our vision here is good enough. However, what you need to watch out the most is the phosphorus ghost mushroom. These things have absorbed the phosphorescent flame from the decomposed corpses. They have the corpse toxins. If you stay close to it, it will spray the toxin out. This way, it can kill more people to take the phosphorescent flame from the decomposing bodies. Yi Xiong waited until everybody landed next to him to introduce the general situation of this subterranean world. This section of burial mound is dug up already. They took all funerary objects. The graves that haven't been violated should have hidden dangers. Everybody should stay far from them, or else you wouldn't know how you died. Yi Xiong continued to explain. Is this the shady firmament old mound? Yin felt the dense yin qi as he asked. This place had abundant yin qi, pretty similar to the Sound Beast Mountain in the abandoned place. However, this place had a menacing cold gust that kept howling unceasingly. They seemed to be very dangerous. The ambience here was somehow extremely evil. People who stood here always had an unknown but terrifying feeling swelling in their hearts. Yeah, Yi Xiong nodded, then continued seriously. To be exact, this place is a corner of the shady firmament old mound, which is still pretty far from the real tomb. Anyway, don't worry. Our destination isn't the most dangerous place in the shady firmament old mound. It's easy to get there. Having heard him say so, Yin could relax a bit. Yi Xiong put on a serious countenance and continued his introduction of the shady firmament old mound's dangers and changes. After that, he said, "Everybody just needs to follow me. Before we get there, I'm sure there will be no sudden events. Later, please maintain a proper distance. Pay attention to my position." Everybody nodded. Then Yi Xiong led the way. He avoided the phosphorus ghost mushrooms, swaying like a shuttle through those rigid plants. His pace was fast, as he was ignoring the skeletons here and there. Shiyin followed him nonchalantly. Along the way, he released his soul consciousness, but didn't find any fluctuation of life. He could confirm that there were no living creatures in the surrounding areas. When the phosphorus ghost mushrooms found someone near them, these pale things with black dots, which looked more like pimples, would exude something viscous with an extremely unpleasant smell. When it stormed to people's nostrils, of course, it brought along the toxin. However, the distance that phosphorus ghost mushrooms could spray the corpse toxin to was limited. As long as they kept a proper distance from them, those mushrooms wouldn't start their attack. Yi Xiong understood the nature of the mushroom well. He had set up a precise distance which everybody followed to stay away from the attack range of the phosphorus ghost mushrooms. The open graves exposed the empty coffins inside. Funerary objects had been soon taken. According to Yi Xiong, people who were buried there were all warriors from many previous generations. Their funerary objects were excellent. Unfortunately, tomb raiders who had come here to collect the materials had cleaned up the tombs that they could touch really long time ago. Looking at those empty graves, Shiyin frowned, his face heavy. No matter how strong a warrior was, when he died, he would eventually turn into a dry skeleton, unless he had reached the true god realm. At that time, his soul would become the god soul. Even if his body vanished, his soul would remain. As long as no soul, technique, or treasures attacked that god soul, it could escape easily. Then, it could find another body to refine, or enter the womb of a pregnant woman to be reborn in a newborn baby form. These two methods had the same meaning, which was to resurrect with a different body. And only the true God Realm warriors could do these steps. They were almost immortal. Looking at the open graves around him, Shiyin was firmly determined to set himself to chase the stronger realms. "Shiyin, come here," Yuing suddenly called out, her face still cold as usual. Shiyin was bewildered. He turned around to see her, and after hesitating for a while, he walked toward her. "Elder Yu, what do you want to advise? Remember the Big Dipper God Arrow book I gave you? How was your practice?" Her manner was like she was testing her student. She lifted her head, her face solemn. "Not bad," Shiyin replied nonchalantly. "Show me one type. When Flaming Sun, Silver Moon, and Star techniques of the Radiant God Sect are combined together at the crucial time, the power will rocket. We possibly have to control the Heaven Thunder Beast. At that time, your Big Dipper God Arrow can contribute a bit. Show me, then I can know how can we cooperate to control the Heaven Thunder Beast," said Yuing deliberately. Shiyin's heart bounced. His Big Dipper God Arrow was complete. However, the 7 stars of the Big Dipper in his heart had the Flaming Sun power. Once he performed the Big Dipper God Arrow, the miraculous sun power fusion would be exposed. When Yun Hao took him to the sect, he had advised him not to let any other disciples know that he could fuse the sun power. And now Yuing wanted to test him. Unless he didn't use the Big Dipper God Arrow, his secret would be revealed. Shiyin felt a headache coming. Chapter 569, Unforeseen Event Arises. Chapter 569, Unforeseen Event Arises. I haven't mastered it yet. I don't want to embarrass myself. Shiyin mused for a while and then smiled, shaking his head to deny. Yuing and Yun Xiu weren't so surprised. It was as what they had anticipated. Yuing had given him the Big Dipper God Arrow for 20 days. It wasn't easy to learn the technique thoroughly in just a short time. When Yulu had just joined the sect, it took him at least 3 months to learn a new secret technique. It had been just 20 days. Even if Shiyin were a genius, he couldn't master it that quick. Yu Ying relaxed her nerves as she thought that this boy's innate endowment wasn't that earth-shaking. It should be good, though. When the secret territory opened, perhaps Mu Yu could replace him to claim a decent rank. Then, Ying felt happy secretly. Then, you don't need to try. If we encounter danger in this trip, for us coming from the same sect, we won't just watch. You should be cautious yourself, too. You should always be careful, nodded Ying. Yin just smiled. Yi Xiong and Zhu Yi were walking in the front of the formation, so they didn't notice the convo between Ying and Yin. Phosphorus ghost mushrooms filled the ground. Yi Xiong's pace slowed down, seeming like he had found something beyond his estimation. Zhu Yi was careful, waves of soul consciousness still rippling from him. It seemed he was always using the soul consciousness to sense any changes happening. Yin exhaled in relief as he could dodge Yu Ying's testing. He stayed away from Ying and Yun Xiao, and gradually he approached Yi Xiong. They slowly went forward, but when they reached a ruined tomb, Yi Xiong changed his visage. Yin was shaken inside, but his eyes brightened up. The graveyard ahead of them was packed. It was almost one grave after another within 100 meters. Those graves were intact and hadn't been damaged. They were preserved well. Scattered here, and there were piles of ancient warriors' seas of consciousness. They were weathered with time, looking vulnerable. There were many cultivating materials, too. After so many years, they had lost their spiritual chi, hence no beam of energy could be seen. Whatever material it was, it couldn't survive time. Moreover, the wind howled through this place year-round, which accelerated the erosion. Yi Xiong stood in front of an entrance of a tomb, frowning in his thoughts. He seemed to have found something. Yin didn't want to bother him. He also knitted his brows, waiting in silence. It's a little bit different, Yi Xiong lowered his voice, talking to Zhu Yi standing next to him. Last time I was here, this area was covered with some kind of energy. But now, Yi Xiong shook his head. Someone has come here. Zhu Yi was surprised. People from Martial Spirit Palace or Heaven Temple? I'm not sure. Yi Xiong took out a yin mine, throwing it away. The yin mine flashed with a blue electric light, and then exploded in that tomb. Boom, boom, boom. It was like thunder igniting earth flame. Explosions reverberated continually from the tomb ahead of them. Then, they saw the sealed graves were shaken a little bit. Strange light spread out immensely from the graves, creating a scattering layer of strange energy. Glistening beams of light connected to each other, but they were all different, with extremely robust energy. Shortly, waves of energy condensed and then expanded, covering Yan's group entirely. Just like a hallucination, scenes of the bottom of the ocean appeared at the center of each grave. Fishes were swimming deliberately everywhere. Not good. Yi Xiong's countenance changed dramatically. His hands constantly formed different imprints, as the rings on his fingers sparkled shiningly. Treasures flew out one by one, zooming over here, and they're inside the sea scenario in the middle of the graveyard. Those treasures looked like needles and knives, with different shapes and sizes. All of them had a strong sensing ability. The ocean illusion wasn't broken. The fishes there weren't affected by the treasures and continued swimming. Those fishes suddenly sped up. They aimed at Yi Xiong, flashed once, and then disappeared into his body. Yi Xiong seemed to get hit badly. His body trembled as divine light sparkled in his eyes while the energy in his body was urged in silence. Watch out. The barriers here are activated. Each fish will aim for your sea of consciousness. Zhu Yi shouted and swung his arm to strike out an attack. He immediately pulled Luo Xiao, Luo Meng, and Lin Ji to his front. An azure gauze, which was decorated with many thumb-sized gems that were full of torrential soul energy, covering the three of Luo Xiao's group. When the fishes touched that bluish veil, they sizzled and then dissolved. Yu Ying and Yun Xiao weren't hesitant, taking out the soul treasures in their storage rings and covering themselves and their apprentices from the strange, evil energy of those fishes. Nobody cared about Yin. Those swimming fish seemed to be revived, swamping over Yin at lightning speed. Those fishes weren't too big, just arm length, with a dark green body. Tentacles jutted out from their mouths, and their narrow eyes sparkled maliciously. They swarmed over, entering Shi Yan's body and intruding his sea of consciousness. All of a sudden, more than 10 fishes were moving in Shi Yan's sea of consciousness. As soon as they got in there, they started to nibble and tear Shi Yan's soul consciousness. A furious headache arose, as if it wanted to crack his head. Shi Yan was terrified. Those fishes could swallow his soul consciousness. More than 10 fishes were moving in his soul consciousness. His soul consciousness was consumed fast, becoming the nutrients for those fish. Soul objects. Shi Yan discolored. He didn't have to think more, and immediately urged the 9 serenities' soul-devouring flame. Flows of heaven flame flew out from the third eye of his host soul, which found and destroyed the fishes precisely. The 5 devils had returned to his sea of consciousness when he was in the Dead Soul mountain range. They seemed to have sensed the danger, flying out from their place deep in the sea of consciousness to face the fishes. The negative 5 devils were good at dealing with soul objects. They were like beasts seeing blood and fresh meat, storming forward and swallowing the fishes. The fish dissipated quickly. Shi Yan's soul consciousness was hurt. Right after that, he pulled himself together and assessed the surroundings while frowning. Yi Xiong, Zhu Yi, Yu Ying, and Yun Xiu all had soul-class defensive treasures which kept the fishes from touching them. All were safe. Only Shi Yan stood upright in the sky packed with swimming fishes. They targeted him, attacking him like a cloud of grasshoppers. The young man was calm. He wasn't scared, opening his mind to release the 9 serenities' soul-devouring flame. With the 5 devils, he quickly destroyed the fishes entering his sea of consciousness at a fast speed. Within 5 breaths, half of the school of 100 fishes was burned off, and the 5 devils swallowed the other half. The other fishes seemed to realize that their kind was destroyed rapidly. They thus didn't dare to approach Shi Yan, avoiding him disorderly. Yi Xiong and the others looked at him with astonishment. The 4 of them had an exquisite cultivation base. Just at first glance, they could see that Shi Yan didn't use any treasures, but the fish were trying to avoid him. Soul's secret techniques. The 4 of them were filled with suspicions. They were astounded that Shi Yan had even more secrets which they hadn't explored yet. Lin Ji, Luo Meng, and Luo Xiao were even more startled. They felt that Shi Yan was really bizarre. He didn't use any treasures of soul category, but he could still stop such an intimidating attack. It wasn't that simple. The 5 devils didn't want to wait passively like that. Without Shi Yan's advice, they changed and stormed out, flying around him. After the 5 devils had formed their shapes, each of them looked as ferocious and terrible as ghosts and demons from hell. The fishes seemed to have encountered their nemesis, avoiding him in panic. The 5 devils captured the slower ones, devouring them all. Demons. Zhu Yi was scared and couldn't help but scream out curtly. Light burned in his eyes. There were many kinds of techniques to train the demons. Usually, they were all evil and sinister. Warriors who trained the demons had to collect the evil Qi in some extremely dangerous places. In the Divine Great Land, there weren't many factions who understood how to train demons. The Devil Valley was one of the famous factions who could do that. 36 terminating caves of the Devil Valley were good places to train demons. After the demons were formed, warriors would keep them and nurture them in their sea of consciousness. During a battle, demons could use sinister soul techniques to create marvelous effects. According to rumors, the strongest demon could claim the land of the antiquity Demogorgon during its unceasing upgrading process. People said that each demon carried a beam of the Demogorgon's broken soul. When the demon thrived to an intimidatingly strong level, that soul would be awakened. At that time, the demon would become the Demogorgon, which would be really formidable. However, even the Devil Valley, the faction which understood how to train the demons, had never heard about directly awakening the Demogorgon through the demon's level up. The 5 devils that shot out from Shuriyan's body had a half-solid form, their appearance ferocious and intimidating. They had the primitive form of the antiquity Demogorgon. Their aura was evil and eccentric, which was not ordinary at all. Yu Ying and Yun Xiu exchanged looks. They could see the fear in each other's eyes. Shuriyan was the one Yun Hao had introduced to join the sect. He had star martial spirit, so he was considered a member of the Radiant God cult. But how did he know the technique to training demons? Perhaps he had a connection with the Devil Valley. 5 devils were screaming, flying around to search for their delicious food. They were excitedly releasing a thick, murderous aura that made people shiver. All swimming fishes started to jump into the closed graves at the fastest speed. They didn't dare to show up anymore. Each tomb had a strange energy that protected them naturally. After the fishes entered, the 5 devils couldn't do anything to harm them. They circled around for a while, then unwillingly returned to Shuriyan's sea of consciousness. When the 5 devils got in his sea of consciousness, they calmed down and sunk into it to digest the nutrients they had just enjoyed. Shuriyan was surprised. He shook his head and then beamed a faint smile. Looking at the astounded appearances of Yi Xiong and the other, he inquired, "Can we move now?" Yi Xiong nodded with a strange complexion. "Yeah, but we have to be more careful. We've just encountered a dangerous situation, so I think it should be something else ahead of us. Didn't you say that before we meet the Heaven Thunderbeast, we would have a smooth go?" Shuriyan frowned. Yi Xiong smiled embarrassedly. "It should have been, but I'm not sure now. Someone got in here before. Seems they have activated the barriers." Shuriyan snorted. He didn't like indefinite factors. He thought this trip wouldn't be so strenuous, with neither surprises nor dangers. But now, they seemed to have a lot of events at hand, which was obviously out of Yi Xiong's plan. Also, this meant the other part of their trip would be more surprising. Yi Xiong beamed a wry smile. He didn't dare to wait for another question and immediately accelerated, walking straight ahead. Although Yu Ying and Yun Xiu weren't pleased, as things had come to this point, they could only follow him in silence. In the dark, they kept reminding their apprentices to be more careful. Chapter 570, The Ancient Cave Mansion. Chapter 570, The Ancient Cave Mansion. At the entrance of a broken tomb, deep underground, stood around 10 warriors of the Martial Spirit Palace and Heaven Temple. They looked dispirited. It was an area of blended light above their heads. Countless energy light columns, which were really sharp and vicious, were slaughtering everywhere. All flows of energy around were dragged into these light columns. Willpower that wanted to destroy people's souls was circling this group of warriors, moving without ceasing. This group of warriors of the Martial Spirit Palace and the Heaven Temple was surrounding a young maid. This girl had an average appearance, but her eyes were filled with starlight. White and gray spots sparkled from deep inside the girl's pupils. She narrowed her eyes while sensing every change happening around them. She seemed to be able to feel the directions of each energy beam. Long afterward, the girl paled. She had consumed much of her soul consciousness, due to which the light in her eyes dimmed. "I have the direction." The young maid slowly got up, speaking solemnly. "Stay close to me. Never let yourself separate." Some third sky of spirit realm experts were shaken on listening to her, their faces both surprised and happy. "We've stirred up the barriers, and it cost much of our effort. Anyway, it helps obstruct the others." A third sky of spirit realm warrior sneered. "I saw Yi Xiong and his people, but they have no hope to reach the target now. The barriers we've crossed are enough to kill all of them." "Yeah, without Little Ling, even if we have a profound cultivation base, we don't know how to solve the barriers. We would die soon," exclaimed another person. This group included warriors from the Martial Spirit Palace and Heaven Temple. They had accidentally activated the barriers. Along the way to get here, they had encountered many traps and dangers. If that girl didn't have a miraculous martial spirit and a profound knowledge of the ancient formations, they would have been killed earlier. Thinking about the perils they had met along the way, they all still felt scared. "We won't meet the people of the Spirit Treasure sect." The girl beamed a faint smile. If they don't know how to solve the barriers we've crossed, they will be killed soon. If they're persistent, their souls will perish. Perhaps they will become a part of the magical formation, turning into the Een ghosts. Everybody was frightened. We should go. Be careful and listen to my direction. The young maid was tense. She took a deep breath and then took the lead. Everyone else followed her closely. Yi Xiong halted. He was terrified, looking at the ruins while screaming, "Not good!" Shi Yin, Zhu Yi, Yu Ying, and Yun Xiu strode to him. In front of Yi Xiong was a dark area. In the dark, the wind was strong and sharp, just like numerous sabers and swords flying and dancing in the void. In that dark area, a big peril seemed to be hiding. The soul consciousness they released sank like a stone in the sea. As a result, they couldn't sense anything. From that cold wind area, thick murderous aura slapped their faces, as if it were hiding an ancient beast that was waiting for its prey. It's the dreadful formation. Yi Xiong took a deep breath. Someone has activated all the dreadful formations on this route. It's tough now. If we want to go there, we can only jump in. The dreadful formation was the magical formations that contained a lot of dangers, along with many hidden, terrible changes, which could burn the warriors into ashes instantly. Which degree are these dreadful formations? Zhu Yi darkened his face, frowning. Enough to kill warriors at our level. Yi Xiong turned his head to see the other, his face desperate. From this situation, I think we should end our trip earlier. Yu Ying and Yun Xiu arched their exquisite eyebrows, looking at the dark area ahead of them, their hearts bitter. These two women had come to the shady firmament old mound understanding the dangerous features of this area well. Once the dreadful formations were activated, perils would appear instantly. If they stepped in there rashly, it meant they were prepared to die. As they could predict, there were many layers of dreadful formations ahead. Yu Ying and Yun Xiu decided to retreat. They would stop here. Is there any other way around? Bai Hui Quan asked with fear. Yun Xiu threw her a glance and answered softly. Unless we have a formation master who understands the dreadful formations, or we have enough power to clean up the area. However, I can see that even the old monsters in their peak realm in the divine great land can't forcibly crush those dreadful formations. Saying so, she meant their hope had basically vanished. I don't want it. Yi Xiong screamed with a hoarse voice, his eyes red. Who? Who has activated the dreadful formation? I want him to live in misery. Mo Lingyer of the Martial Spirit Palace. I heard that she knows how to break the formations. Her attainment in this aspect's really profound. The whole Martial Spirit Palace has to admire her. Yu Ying twittered with her soft voice. Yi Xiong's eyes brightened as he shouted all of a sudden. It's them. They have absolutely tricked us. They must have taken Mo Lingyer with them. That's why they dare to activate the dreadful formations. They want to block our road. For just a heaven thunder beast, is it worth such a big arrangement? Yun Xiu was stunned. Yi Xiong just snorted and didn't comment on that. Zhu Yi assessed the situation quietly. He could confirm that what Yi Xiong wanted wasn't only the heaven thunder beast. This shady firmament old mound should have something that all these people desired. What could be? Shi Yin rubbed his chin while thinking. Yi Xiong was the elder of the Spirit Treasure sect, so he should have many secret treasures. He was filthy rich. Ordinary items couldn't get into his vision. It should be a very precious treasure. Precursor Yi, did you find something in this shady firmament old mound? Shi Yin smiled. Now that we aren't going there, would you mind telling us about that? Just consider it our payment. Yu Ying and Yun Xiu gazed at him without blinking. Everybody was curious. They thought that it should be something special in this shady firmament old mound that drew the attention of many hotshots risking their lives. Ancient cave mansion. Yi Xiong mused for a while, then slowly spit out 3 words. Everybody was frightened. The ancient cave mansion was the cultivating mansion of warriors in the antiquity time. It should have ancient cultivating materials and books, including martial techniques and rare treasures. Perhaps it still kept the divine weapons. The 7 ancient factions had been established a long time ago. through countless generations, many cultivating techniques have been lost, and so had the tremendous secret treasures. The inheritance the 7 ancient factions had today was incomplete. However, even if it were incomplete, the 7 ancient factions were still the ones who took the wheel of the divine great land. An ancient cave mansion could be a sect in the old times, and perhaps it could preserve secret cultivating techniques and treasures. If it were explored, it would change the whole structure of the divine great land. Yin was stunned as he started to think more about it. Was that the ancestors' land of the demonic Sound Clan? According to the demonic Sound Clan, their ancestors' land was in the shady firmament Old Mound, where the Canonine, symbol scripture, and the treasures from the antiquity time were kept. One of the reasons why Etion and Mo wanted to follow Yin was the hope that one day they could return to their ancestors' land and find their inheritance. You found it. Yin was stirred up. The Heaven Thunder Beast did. It seemed to have run away from the cave mansion. In that cave mansion, I'm not sure about the other things, but the world-extinguishing thunder flame is surely there, answered Yixiong. World-extinguishing thunder flame? Even Zhu Yi couldn't hold on, shouting, "Old Yi, you lied to me. Are you saying that this cave mansion has the world-extinguishing thunder flame, the second rank among the 9 types of heaven flames?" Yu Ying and Yun Xiu had their eyes brightened. Yin put on a terrified countenance. Among the 9 types of heaven flames, the world-extinguishing thunder flame ranked the second, one grade higher than the 9 serenities' soul-devouring flame. According to the rumors, the world-extinguishing thunder flame was born in the immemorial epoch. The immemorial epoch was even older than the antiquity time. In that era, mankind hadn't even come into existence yet. According to the legend, during the immemorial epoch, many strong living beings have been fighting against each other, leading to the great change of the earth and firmament. From the 9 heavens, trillions of thunder and lightning have been struck out. Among that countless number of lightning, there was one beam that had a life consciousness. It then absorbed the other lightning strikes, and eventually became the world-distinguishing thunder flame, which could generate trillions of lightning beams to destroy the whole world. The second-ranked heaven flame from the immemorial epoch with the world-destroying power. Yin couldn't control his breathing from becoming short and quick. Too bad. It's too bad. Why do we have such bad luck? Zhu Yi wore a displeased countenance as his eyes reddened. He clenched his jaw. Yixiong, why didn't you tell us earlier? If you told me early, even if I had to lose my face, I would try my best to invite an expert to deal with the dangerous formations. Now, we can't do anything. Yixiong didn't even have the mood to feel shame. He just shook his head continually. He wanted to conceal this secret to enjoy it for himself. But now someone else had got involved and arranged the traps, and they couldn't even get in there. Yu Ying and Yun Xiu couldn't press down their hurry. Looking at the dark area ahead of them, they were thinking quickly to choose whether they wanted to risk their lives and storm in there or not. Of course, the enticement of the world-extinguishing thunder flame and the ancient cave mansion was much bigger than the Heaven Thunder Beast. First, give me the ethereal crystal. However, Yin suddenly spoke up at this moment. He calmly looked at Yixiong. Yixiong gawked. He got enraged. You haven't contributed anything. How dare you ask for the ethereal crystal? Don't mess with me now. Otherwise, don't blame me for not having manners. Zhu Yi, Yu Ying, Yun Xiu all looked at Yin with odd complexions. Give me the ethereal crystal first. I'll take you guys through these ancient barriers. Do you think it's a good deal? Yin cracked a smile. Yixiong and the others were struck, their faces disbelieving. They all knew about the perils of these barriers, let alone Yan's first sky of spirit realm cultivation base. Even if he had reached the true God realm, if he didn't know how to break a formation, he had no possible solution. What did he depend on? Little friend, are you serious? Zhu Yi's eyes were sparkling like lightning. He took a deep breath, then asked, I'm serious, Yin grinned. Don't worry. When I get the ethereal crystal, I'll demonstrate. So, do you want to consider this deal? Yixiong was bewildered. He kept silent for a long time and then asked, How can I believe you? Haha, I'm staying here, right? If I can't do that, you can take the crystals back. Shi Yin was calm, looking at Zhu Yi and Yuing. You have witnesses. I won't mess up. You can ease your mind. Old Yi, never mind true or false, it's not bad. Just let him try. Zhu Yi was hurried. He knew Shi Yin had many strange things. If he had the confidence to say so, of course, he had something he could rely on. Although he didn't know what Shi Yin had, he thought they should give it a try. Give him the ethereal crystal, Yuing and Yun Xiu urged. Lin Ji, Luo Xiao, Luo Meng, and Bai Huiquan were gazing at Shi Yin with sparkling eyes. Chapter 571. Push through shoving and bumping. Chapter 571. Push through shoving and bumping. Yi Xiong reluctantly gave Shi Yin an ethereal crystal under the urging of Zhu Yi, Yu Ying, and Yun Xiu. A small pile of silver ethereal crystal was shining, with many cracks on the crystal surface. Space power vaguely moved there. These fist-sized crystals had conical and diamond shapes. They were heavier than they looked. Ethereal crystals, the fundamental element of teleportation formations. When one pours energy into the ethereal crystal, it can urge space power. Yi Xiong's face was bitter. I had ruined an old, shabby teleportation formation in an old place to take these crystals. If you don't know how to use it, you should choose another thing to exchange. Shi Yin chuckled and then stashed away the ethereal crystals. He glared at Yi Xiong. You don't need to mind me. He didn't check the ethereal crystal because he knew Yi Xiong wouldn't cheat him at this moment. These ethereal crystals contained weak space power, which he could sense. So, they shouldn't be counterfeit. You got the ethereal crystals. You should do something now, right? Yi Xiong rolled his eyes, urging coldly. Zhu Yi, Yu Ying, and Yun Xiu were stunned, their eyes as bright as a torch. The atmosphere at the dark area in front of them was strange and somehow evil. It seemed to hide a big danger, which were obviously the ancient barriers, extremely dreadful. Even Yi Xiong didn't dare to break in rashly. They had wanted to retreat, which showed the life-threatening characteristics of the dreadful formations. As Shi Yin had the ethereal crystals, he nodded and smiled. Don't worry, I'll take you there safely. Then, he summoned the sky-breaking shuttle. The sky-breaking shuttle screamed out loud when it got out, floating in front of him. It shot out a strange light, breaking the thick darkness ahead of them. It was surveying. Shi Yin wasn't hurried, waiting in silence. The sky-breaking shuttle was a strange tool to break the barriers. No barrier could restrain this shuttle. As he had such a treasure, Shi Yin dared to ask Yi Xiong to give him ethereal crystal. Yi Xiong, Zhu Yi, and the other had their eyes brightened, looking at the sky-breaking shuttle with astonishment. The shuttle emitted a strange energy that was surging spirally, slowly drilling into the dark area ahead of them. Not long after that, the sky-breaking shuttle sent him its thought. It will consume 1/4 of your essence qi to cross through the barrier ahead. Shi Yin nodded, pouring his essence qi into the sky-breaking shuttle. The sky-breaking shuttle sparkled. A massive light column tore the space, thrusting deep into the darkness. Waves of energy intertwined the inside of the light column, preventing all the attacking energies, which kept the space inside the light column safe. Shi Yin took the lead and stepped into the light column. Then, he turned around, waving at Yi Xiong's group. Yi Xiong's group was astounded. Their faces changed. Shi Yin didn't lie to them. He did have a solution. The sky-breaking shuttle had created a light tunnel, which had a thick energy wall to prevent all kinds of energies from barge in. It stirred the ancient formations in the dark area. Constant explosions, sounds of violent impact, and thunder, lightning continually reverberated from that area. However, Shi Yin was walking safely in the light tunnel. He didn't mind the chaotic situation underneath, and just walked with a smile. Go! Zhu, he let out a slight shout, his face happy. This kid isn't ordinary. We can count on him later. Yi Ji, you should form a close relationship with him. Yi Xiong constantly nodded, his face overjoyed. Ethereal crystal was of course precious, but it was nothing compared to the ancient cave mansion and the world-extinguishing thunder flame. If he could get what he wanted, the harvest this time was enough to cover his current loss. The beautiful eyes of Yu Ying and Yun Xiu shone sparklingly as they were discreetly assessing Shi Yin, their hearts filled with astonishment. It was as if they had met Shi Yin for the first time. They had silently appraised Shi Yin in awe. They sighed due to the strange competence Shi Yin had brought forth. The sky-breaking shuttle was beyond their imagination. This made them realize that Shi Yin had hidden many mysteries. All of a sudden, Yu Ying and Yun Xiu couldn't help but compliment Yun Hao's bright vision as he could recruit a man like this to the Radiant God cult. Hurry up! Shi Yin saw they were worrying and didn't move, so he impatiently urged them the second time. I have to consume a lot of power to maintain the tunnel. Don't linger, okay? If I have to spend more time maintaining this tunnel, it will take more time to break the next barrier. Then, they didn't dare to hesitate furthermore, all jumping onto the light road. This light road shot straight, just like a sharp sword covering the territory. People glided fast, without minding the changes of the barriers around. Soon, they had crossed the barriers. Standing in the middle of a new graveyard, Yi Xiong sighed in relief. However, he had to change his face before he could have time to say something. Ahead of them was an immense area covered with thick mist. Sounds of water running came over. The water didn't flow fast, but it had a malignant aura. They could vaguely see the water monsters moving there, as if they were waiting for something. A flow of malicious aura exuded from the running stream, entering the body and restraining the soul. Another dreadful barrier. Yi Xiong was embarrassed, looking at Shi Yin with a forced smile. People who came out from the prohibited area all looked at the area ahead, then tacitly shut their mouths, waiting for Shi Yin with longing faces. Under their attentive looks, Shi Yin said with a begrudging complexion, "Got it. I'll handle it." He used the sky-breaking shuttle the second time, and it repeated. After crossing 3 barriers, Shi Yin had consumed almost all of his essence qi. He had to supplement his qi using the crystal. His face was pale. Yi Xiong and Zhu Yi were excited, giving him some jade bottles with smiling expressions. "You should eat these pellets. They will restore your essence qi faster." Sweet aroma, which could gladden the hearts, diffused from the jade bottles. Shi Yin sniffed, and he was struck. They were all good things. Shi Yin smiled and didn't pretend to be polite. He took the jade bottles and swallowed the pellets, which had abundant spiritual qi, using the power of the medicine to restore his essence qi. As Yi Xiong and Zhu Yi were the elders of the Spirit Treasure sect, the pellets they had, of course, were not ordinary. After taking in 10 pellets, the essence qi in his body started to surge like a tide. The exhausted energy in his body was being recovered quickly. 3 minutes later, Shi Yin exhaled freshly. He laughed and said, "Move." After crossing 12 ancient barriers, Shi Yin's essence qi had been drained by a big part again. He had to use pellets to restore it the second time. However, Yi Xiong suddenly shot up. He squinted, coldly looking forward. Under a chaotic space of electric currents intertwining, a group of people was crouching in a corner, not daring to act recklessly. They seemed to be waiting for something. Above their heads were thunder, lightning, and the whole sea of fire. Sometimes they could see some strange, intent domains flash up. Afterward, the whole space had an earth-shaking change. Powers of the 5 elements, including metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, showed up gradually, creating massive, dreadful formations. This group seemed to be besieged. They were worried and distressed, looking at Young Maid. The girl had her eyes closed. As everybody else regarded her as a core, she was sensing something silently. Her brows slammed together, as if she had a big challenge, unable to break this barrier that quick. "Look, it's them," Yi Xiong shouted. Everybody followed Yi Xiong's line of sight, watching that group of people crouching under that thunder and lightning coverage. "We come with you this time, but we made it clear that we will help you deal with the Heaven Thunder Beast only," Yu Ying said softly. But now I don't think so. I think we should talk. Yi Xiong turned around, talking with a dark face. No need to talk. I know what you want to say. This time we have come to the ancient cave mansion, so we will share all the items we got there. Yu Ying's eyes brightened. She nodded good then. Yin Xiu also smiled and nodded silently, as she was satisfied with Yi Xiong's answer. As they had known about the existence of the ancient cave mansion and the world-extinguishing thunder flame, they didn't want the benefits Yi Xiong had promised them before. As they saw the hotshots from the martial spirit palace and the heaven temple earlier than expected, it meant the next part of their trip would involve a conflict or even a battle with the others. Only for the benefit Yi Xiong had promised them, Yu Ying and Yun Xiu would just back off and never sell their lives in such a situation. However, the ancient cave mansion and the world-extinguishing thunder flame were enough for their motivation. Birds died because of food, and people died because of money. If the enticement were big enough, they could even risk their lives. That group seemed unable to see them. They were staying and watching here and there in the prohibited area, not daring to move. They didn't realize the existence of another group. Yi Xiong was nonchalant. He kept smiling faintly, but he felt lucky in his heart. They were lucky that they had Shi Yin accompanying them this time. Otherwise, they would have never gotten to this place, and they would never have seen the ancient cave mansion or the world-extinguishing thunder flame. Shi Yan's outstanding performance had turned perils into nothing scary, as he could pierce through barriers one by one easily. This was beyond their imagination. Yi Xiong couldn't help but look at Shi Yan, who was closing his eyes and adjusting his breathing. Yi Xiong's eyes were complicated, as he had more calculations in his head. A long time afterward, Shi Yan woke up, smiled, and said, "We shall move." Everybody was excited. The group from Martial Spirit Palace was still besieged. They hadn't found the solution yet. Shi Yan took out the sky-breaking shuttle, pouring energy into it and creating the light tunnel. He hopped in. Yi Xiong and Zhu Yi were smiling as they felt delighted, walking on the light road. While walking into the light tunnel, they could see the Martial Spirit Palace's group, but the others couldn't see them. This group was still frowning miserably, waiting in fear. Inside the tunnel, everybody felt that they were more superior than the others. The victory of striking the opponent after their opponent had struck them made them felt good. Are they the opponents we're about to meet? Shi Yan was a bit surprised. He quietly assessed this group, and his face changed. This group had 12 members. 7 of them were at the spirit realm. 3 were at the third sky, 2 were at the second sky, and the other 2 were at the first sky. Obviously, this force was stronger than theirs. Yeah, Yi Xiong's face was solemn. Well, we'll encounter them anyway, so I should give them a big gift. Shi Yan grinned fiendishly, as cold as a sharp saber. Chapter 572, Sky Destroyer. Chapter 572, Sky Destroyer. An ecliptic crossed the barrier through the dark place. Inside that ecliptic, Shi Yan wore a malicious face. Trace of cold thoughts flashed in his pupils. What do you want? Yi Xiong was worried. It was different now, since they were in the middle of the prohibited area. If he took action here, the barrier would restrain him a lot. In the worst case, the barrier could hurt him badly. You want to attack them from here? Zhu Yi shook his head disapprovingly. Not good, eh? Once you cause a change in the ancient formation, it can affect us too. As long as we won't leave this light tunnel, we're safe. But if you leave this place to attack them, I'm not sure about anything. Yu Ying and Yun Xiu also frowned and shook their heads as they thought that Shi Yan's decision was risky. Who said I wanted to attack them inside the barrier? Shi Yan rose his eyebrows. He didn't talk more, took a deep breath, and then summoned the giant mysterious sword in the blood vein ring. After he entered the spirit realm, he hadn't had a chance to use the giant mysterious sword. As his mind flickered, the giant sword turned into a beam of black light falling into his hand. His soul consciousness winded around the giant mysterious sword like a rope as a feeling of blood connection swelled in his heart. Shi Yan's eyes sparkled like the diamond. Sky Destroyer. A flow of thought shot out from the giant mysterious sword, entering his sea of consciousness. The sword was called Sky Destroyer. Finally, he got to know the name of the divine sword he had, Sky Destroyer. The sword spirit from the giant mysterious sword proactively sent him a thought to tell him its name. It was the first time the sword had cooperated well with him. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The Sky Destroyer hooted loudly. A flow of destructive aura exuded from the tip of the sword, which was like spiritual snakes, extending to all directions from Yin as the core. Crack, crack, crack. The energy wall of the tunnel echoed the clear sounds from the impact. Dazzling sparks shot out unceasingly. Yin was frightened. He focused, using his soul consciousness to reduce the aura of the Sky Destroyer. A destructive energy in the form of a tornado gathered at the tip of the Sky Destroyer, as red eyes opened one by one on the sword tip. Thick smell of blood quietly permeated the area, which nauseated people, boiling up their blood, generating a helpless feeling of not being able to control their emotions. Yan's eyes sparkled. His soul consciousness was moving like tentacles, stimulating the Sky Destroyer. He was using the soul consciousness to connect with the sword. Flows of Yan's soul consciousness were moving rapidly inside the Sky Destroyer, bringing his own aura into each corner of the sword body. Inside the sword, jade-like crystals crossed and intertwined with each other, like vessels in the human body. There was blood flowing in those crystals, thick blood with stinky, pungent smell, containing a murderous aura that shot up into the sky. The blood was robust, but it was also evil and eccentric. While his soul consciousness moved around the sword, fright swelled in Yan's heart. He was about to burst out. The complexity of this Sky Destroyer could be compared to human body structure, which was beyond his knowledge. Normally, treasures were made of refined materials and formations to gather the energy of heaven and earth. Obviously, the method to forge this Sky Destroyer wasn't similar to the regular methods to refine weapons that he knew. It was extremely mysterious and strange. It seemed right when the beginning, the one who forged the Sky Destroyer had considered it a living being and had treated it so. That person had used some strange, secret techniques that used so many jade-like crystals to form the system like the meridians of human warriors. Those crystals even kept fresh blood. That thick blood contained a vigorous vitality that gave people a hallucination of its strong life force. The divine sword Sky Destroyer was like a warrior's body with vessels, blood, and living fluctuations. Was it a real, secret treasure? It was a living being. What stunned Yin was still behind. His soul consciousness took a tour around the Sky Destroyer and found a misty area that was as thick as snow. Soul energy fluctuations surged from that mist. That soul energy formed a sea, which was similar to his sea of consciousness. And it was obvious that a soul was living in there, using that soul sea to control the meridians and blood of the sword. This was like a human brain. Yin gawked, dropping his jaw. Swoosh! A blood-red light shot out from the soul sea and condensed a blood flower in front of Yan's soul consciousness. A thought bloomed out silently. New master. Finally, you've reached the spirit realm. From now on, your soul consciousness is able to control me. Who are you? I'm Sky Destroyer. Sword Spirit. You can say so. Who was the previous master of the Sky Destroyer? I'm damaged badly, so I don't remember the previous events. But I know my previous master was many times much stronger than you now. He seemed to have vanished completely, but I can sense a beam of his aura on you. In the future, you have to investigate on your own. I have no way to help you. So what can you help me? Kill enemies. Kill enemies? How do I control you? Fuse your soul consciousness with me. When I know your thought, my tip will bloom together. The stronger your power is, the sharper I can be. Yin was holding the Sky Destroyer, standing in the light tunnel. A thick blood scent diffused from the sword in his hand. In that dense, murderous aura, blood-red eyes on Sky Destroyer opened silently, brutal, evil, and bloodthirsty. Yi Xiong, Zhu Yi, Yuing, and Yun Xiu were terrified. They furrowed their brows, looking at the Sky Destroyer in Yan's hand. A ruthless aura soared up to the sky, and it wasn't formed naturally. This evil weapon had drunk an immense lot blood of many warriors to create such a brutal aura. Under that murderous aura of the evil weapon, even warriors with a strong will like Yi Xiong and the other three were subdued. Their breathing sped up as a murderous desire emitted from the bottom of their hearts. Yi Xiong and the others quickly pulled themselves together, adjusting their breathing and strengthening their minds. The four exchanged looks and could see the fright in the other's eyes. Shi Yan's mysteries aroused more curiosity in them. Juniors like Lin Ji, Li Muyu, and Bai Hui Quan stayed away from him. They were holding their chests, panting heavily. The murderous aura on the Sky Destroyer was the poison that could erode the soul and spirit. The juniors' realms weren't high enough. Under the effect of such an aura, they seemed to be about to burst out crazy. Strong malignant aura. The juniors had their souls hurt. Their faces changed dramatically as they were screaming. Suddenly, the dull expression on Shi Yan's face vanished. He grinned, then talked to Yi Xiong and the others. The eye of this ancient formation's the power of the 5 elements. Look at that special crystal. That's the eye of this formation. Everybody looked at the direction he pointed. Indeed, they could see a 5-colored crystal stone on the unpredictable ecliptic, made by the combination of other 5 strange, different colored crystals. Fluctuations of the 5 elements were constantly moving in there. Changes of heaven and earth around were reflected vaguely in the stone. The blacksmith's secret of success had some descriptions of ancient formations. The blacksmith who wrote the book had good knowledge of ancient formations and barriers too. Teleportation formation was a marvelous formation. Shi Yan's soul consciousness had spent a lot of time in the blacksmith's secrets of success. Although he couldn't become a formation master, he still had some solid knowledge. True, it's the eye of the formation. What do you want to do? Yi Xiong muttered as he felt a bit anxious. Destroy it. He raised the Sky Destroyer. The sword slipped away from his hand, turning into a blood beam and slashing down robustly. The Sky Destroyer was really sharp. After it had received Shi Yan's power, it was incomparably rigid. The formation eye that was made from the 5-element crystals was crushed into scattering pieces of stone. Instantly, the ancient formation was like an enraged beast that started to bare its fangs and claws. Yi Xiong was frightened. You destroyed it? You destroyed it. He did the right thing, Zhu, he exclaimed. When the formation eye is destroyed, the ancient formation will be weakened. However, even if the formation master could solve it, he has no way to break it now. Even if this ancient formation got its eye broken, its power won't reduce. People from Martial Spirit Palace and Heaven Temple should pay a bloody price. Yi Xiong's eyes lit up. It was true. The Martial Spirit Palace had Mo Ling Er, the one who was good at breaking ancient formations. Currently, her process should be at the final stage. To a team with a formation master, it was just a matter of time to break the formations. But what if the ancient formation was obliterated? That formation master would lose his function in the team. Warriors stuck in there had only one solution, which was to use force to get out. The power of this old formation wasn't ordinary. After the formation, I was destroyed. Even if it couldn't put forth the whole power, it was enough to make the ones trapped inside pay a terrible price. Let's go. I think they will have a headache for a while. Shi Yan smiled until his eyes narrowed. Then, he strode towards the other end of the light tunnel. Everybody followed him immediately. Damn it! Inside the barrier, Mo Ling Er shivered as dark blood trickled from her mouth. Clouds of fire were drifting above their heads while thunder and lightning were crossing. Many types of powers disordered, like dynamite exploding rumblingly. The barrier was wrecked. Mo Ling Er's eyes were as cold as ice, her heart bitter. She just needed half a day more to break this damn formation and take people out of it safely. Who? Mo Ling Er's eyes twinkled as she was searching in the ruined formation. She saw the dazzling silver light zooming out rapidly. What? This barrier seems to have disordered completely. Not good. It comes. Our location isn't safe now. No place is safe now. Mo Ling Air gritted her teeth, speaking up coldly. Someone has destroyed the formation I, which destroyed this formation too. We can't break it anymore. Now, we can only barge out with our force. Or else, the barrier will keep us forever. Everybody was frightened and enraged. Who? Who did that? Dares to trap us. If I get to know who he is, I will destroy both his soul and body. We need to figure the way out first. Mo Ling Air sighed. We need to seize the time. If not, when the hidden peril of the formation stirred up, it will be much tougher. We will bear a big loss this time. You guys should be prepared. Members of this group put on a cloudy expression as they hated the one who had destroyed the formation I to their marrow. Chapter 573, Seven-Leaflet Soul Cutting Grass. Chapter 573, Seven-Leaflet Soul Cutting Grass. After crossing 3 ancient barriers continually, Shi Yin felt exhausted. As he was about to use the pellets to recover, his eyes suddenly brightened. Yi Xiong, Zhu Yi, Yu Ying, and Yun Xiu arrived one by one, their faces eager. They too looked ahead with surprise. There was no ferocious energy fluctuation. The ground there was deep red, without a single grass. Cold gusts blew, as if they wanted to chase all the clouds away, fluttering distantly. It was a huge broken tomb, white bones piled up, such that they couldn't even see where it ended. That area was covered in an ash-gray mist, which was thin but filled with a cold aura. Many killing formations in this graveyard were completely broken. The incomplete formations had lost their effects. Lightning crossed the space through the astral wind. It was the incomparably pure thunder and lightning power which could destroy souls. It seemed there was a strong beast hiding and dozing off inside the lightning strikes, and sometimes it breathed out lightning, shooting towards the lightning clouds next to it. The beast stayed in the middle of an immense area, where cold gusts chilled people to the bone. The chaotic energy was constantly moving and wreaking havoc. Shi Yan's team was standing safely in a spot that didn't have any barrier. Is that beast the Heaven Thunder Beast? Shi Yan cracked a silent smile. Well, seems like we have arrived. Yeah, even though this isn't the center of the shady firmament old mound, the Heaven Thunder Beast lives here. Yi Xiong said with a happy expression. Pointing at the surroundings, he explained, it should be a bigger ancient barrier right where we're standing. But its existence consumes a lot of energy. After so many years, the energy to maintain the formation has drained. That's why we can stand here unharmed. Following Yi Xiong's direction, people paid attention and found many formations set up around them. Shi Yan's eyes lit up. He observed for a while and then exclaimed in awe, so dangerous. This is a compound ancient formation formed by 10 other formations. After each ancient formation is activated, it will boost up the whole formation. This is really terrific. The one who built this ancient formation was absolutely a genius. The shabby formation around them had pieces combined with pieces. Many materials used to build the formations were taken away. The formation they saw now was incomplete, but its area was vast, around hundreds of mu. It should be much more dangerous than the barriers they had met before. And it wasn't something a regular formation master could build. True, it's a compound formation. Zhu observed for a while. He was amazed too. We're lucky that this ancient formation couldn't be maintained. Otherwise, it would be really tough to deal with. Shi Yan nodded. From the present vestige, when this ancient formation was still intact, it should be pretty huge. The light tunnel the sky-breaking shuttle could create had a limit. In such a vast barrier, perhaps the light tunnel created by the sky-breaking shuttle couldn't reach its boundary. If they wanted to use the sky-breaking shuttle to get out, it would be much more complicated. Heaven Thunder Beast here. Even if it doesn't have a barrier, this place is still very dangerous. Yi Xiong hesitated for a while and said, the strong astral wind and lightning surrounding the beast isn't caused by any formation. It seems natural. Last time I came here, my soul consciousness got chaotic when I got into the affected zone of the cold wind. My spirit almost collapsed. Shi Yan, was overwhelmed with shock. That astral wind's extreme. I think it's the upgraded version of the cold gust. It can enter the deep place in our soul directly. Yixiong took a deep breath. We should lure the heaven thunder beast out of there. Where's the ancient cave mansion, you said? Yuing frowned. She cared about this matter more. She came here for the ancient cave mansion and the world-extinguishing thunder flame. These two were more attractive. Although the heaven thunder beast's demon crystal was precious, Yuing didn't need it. Her martial techniques and power weren't related to thunder and lightning power, which meant she didn't need to use the beast's demon crystal to enhance her power. As long as we get heaven thunder beast, the ancient cave mansion will appear. Yixiong laughed cheerily. Be patient. We should seal the main business first. Yeah, I think even though the warriors of the martial spirit palace and the heaven temple have met troubles, they would still get here. We should hurry up. Zhu Mi nodded. Right as fast as we can. They aren't easy to deal with, either. All right. First, we need to lure the heaven thunder beast. We'll leave it to you. Shi Yin nodded to Yixiong. Yixiong didn't talk useless words. He sent his soul consciousness into the storage ring and took out a potted spiritual herb, which was planted in a glass pot. This grass had 7 green, dewy leaves, as if it were real emerald, with a strange aroma that lingered around without dispersing. This is the 7-leaflet jadeite grass. Its fragrance is quite thick, and it's the most efficacious medicine to the heaven thunder beast. Yixiong put the potted spiritual grass on the deep red ground ahead of them, then poured 3 flows of his aura into the grass. The thick aroma permeated the space quietly towards the heaven thunder beast. The heaven thunder beast looked like a lion with snow-white fur. When the sweet fragrance got into its nostrils, its dark green pupils sparkled. Lightning strikes were dancing indefinitely in its eyes. The beast got up. Its fur fluttered in the cold gust as it walked towards the 7-leaflet jadeite grass. Level 8 demonic beasts have intelligence. Can we entice it with only that grass? Sure, Yin didn't feel relieved. As far as he was concerned, the king of demonic insects and the devouring gold silkworm were both high-intellect creatures with common sense. The heaven thunder beast was also a level 8 demonic beast, so it shouldn't be lured simply like that. Of course, the heaven thunder beast won't be trapped that easy. Yixiong nodded. Look, after the heaven thunder beast got out of the astral wind area, its nose sniffed for a while. Flashes of lightning covered its body, changing quickly. Not long after that, heaven thunder beast shrank in the lightning, transforming into a middle-aged man with white hair draped on his shoulder. Cold light sparkled cautiously in his eyes. He turned around to watch here and there, then shouted loudly. You again! Lightning flashed in heaven thunder beast's eyes. Thunder echoed in his body as he was walking through the astral wind, looking at them coldly. The power of the chaotic, cold wind hindered his vision. He looked to his left and then his right, as if he didn't spot his target. Gradually, he approached the 7-leaflet jadeite grass. When he was around 10 meters away from the grass, heaven thunder beast waved his hand, and the 7-leaflet jadeite grass seemed to be grabbed by some force, falling directly into his palm. The heaven thunder beast didn't try to be polite, swallowing the 7-leaflet jadeite grass directly. While chewing, it shouted, What do you want? Yixiong didn't answer it. Yi Ji, how are you going to deal with him? Zhu, he was a bit suspicious now. With only the 7-leaflet jadeite grass, the heaven thunder beast, a level 8 demonic beast. It's not afraid of toxins. You know that beasts have different body structures compared to humans. Their anti-poison ability is far beyond us. If you want to use poisons to deal with beasts, it won't work unless it's the poison that can kill true God Realm warriors. Heaven Thunder Beast can sense poisons. If it dares to eat the 7-leaflet jadeite grass, sure it knows that the grass isn't poisoned. What's your plan? Sure, Yin had doubts, but he was puzzled. Demonic beasts had a special physique, with poison resistance ability way better than that of humans. A level 8 beast could be compared with a true God Real expert in this aspect. Warriors who had reached the true God realm were almost unaffected by all poisons in this world, unless It was a true God realm expert specialized in poisonous technique who could enter the poison god level in refining poisons. No one had ever reached the true God realm using poisonous techniques in the entire divine Great Land. It's not poisonous. Yi Xiong grinned as a trace of contentment flashed in his eyes. It's not the seven-leaflet jadeite grass. It's the seven-leaflet soul-cutting grass. I got it from an old vestige. The seven-leaflet soul-cutting grass and the seven-leaflet jadeite grass can be planted together, but the success rate's low. The vestige I found was special. The seven-leaflet jadeite grass grew. There had a branch of the seven-leaflet cutting soul grass growing together. These two species of grass have the same aroma, but their natural characteristics are opposite. The seven-leaflet jadeite grass nurtures the soul, and the seven-leaflet cutting soul grass cuts the souls. Seven-leaflet cutting soul grass. Zhu Yi was amazed. I have never heard about this spiritual grass. I got its features from an ancient book, smiled Yi Xiong. Any creatures with souls that eat this seven-leaflet cutting soul grass will be affected. Its soul will be cut off piece by piece. Gradually, its soul will be in chaos. Human warriors who eat it will have their sea of consciousness broken. The spirit and the mortal soul of the host soul will be detached. At that time, they will go crazy. When beasts eat it, their intelligence will reduce and their souls will be disordered. At that time, only their ferocious beast instinct remains. Shurian changed his countenance slightly. The seven-leaflet soul cutting grass isn't poisonous. It can affect the soul of a life to bring out the real nature. Yi Xiong laughed arrogantly. The natures of the beasts can't be changed. Greedy, brutal, and bloodthirsty. As long as its nature stirs it up, the Heaven Thunder Beast can't keep its mind clear and sound enough. At that time, we could do anything to it, right? While Yi Xiong was talking, the Heaven Thunder Beast suddenly roared ferociously. After the deafening roar, the white-haired man transformed. Amidst rumbling thunder, the Heaven Thunder Beast turned back to its original form, a snow-white furry lion. The pupils that once were filled with wisdom had now become bloodthirsty. The beast cried and roared wildly, jumping out of the wind to attack the enemy. It didn't remember the cold astral wind behind. To the beast, the wind now was its natural shield. Heaven Thunder Beast moved slightly. Thunder rumbled and electric snakes danced. Brutal force shot out everywhere. Its imposing manners were too ominous and crazy. Yi Xiong was scared, but cheered up. He screamed happily. It got out. Be careful. We're about to catch it. What people were afraid of was the terrible land that the Heaven Thunder Beast was hiding in, where the natural cold gust was moving fiercely. Now that the beast had got out of its habitat, they didn't need to worry more. Even if the Heaven Thunder Beast was stronger, it was just a level 8 demonic beast. Yi Xiong, Zhu Yi, and Yu Ying were at the third sky of Spirit Realm. Together with Yun Xiu and XY, it was enough to deal with a level 8 beast. Shi Yin squinted. He didn't call the War Devil, but the Sky Destroyer, ready to support the others. All of a sudden, a strong energy surged, shooting out from the place next to Heaven Thunder Beast. A gray light cave broke down. A group of experts that had been hiding for many days appeared. They stormed towards the Heaven Thunder Beast like wolves and tigers. Laimo and AI put. Chapter 574, Exceptionally Envious. Chapter 574, Exceptionally Envious. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Laimo and AI have been hiding here for so many days. They held their breath and used secret treasures to cover their aura to wait for this moment. At the moment the gray light cage broke, Laimo and AI stormed out robustly. They glided to the Heaven Thunder Beast, which had just gotten out of the astral cold wind, and attacked it. A precious silver mirror sparkled dazzlingly in the air and spotted the Heaven Thunder Beast. Heaven Thunder Beast seemed to get hit badly. It crouched, shivering unceasingly under the light of the mirror. 5 golden dragon coiling ropes shot out from AI Poe's sleeves. The golden dragon coiling ropes glistening with gold lightning furiously wound around the Heaven Thunder Beast. Heaven Thunder Beast was subdued under Lei Mo's mirror, while its soul was puzzled. It was struggling as the thunder and lightning power of its entire body was roused. The dragon coiling rope was the treasure that AI forged, braided from 60 types of metal fibers. It was as flexible as cotton and as rigid as iron. The production price of a dragon coiling rope was almost 10,000 top-grade essence chi crystals. As AI took out 5 ropes at the same time, apparently, he had invested all of his capital in this. The dragon coiling rope was a dangerous tool to tie the beasts. Unless the beast had reached level 9, it could never escape the coiling, no matter how hard it tried. The precious mirror shone radiantly in the silver light, just like a silver stream, illuminating the Heaven Thunder Beast. The dragon coiling ropes tied the Heaven Thunder Beast. The beast looked dull-witted as the violent light in its eyes dimmed out. Then it fainted. Lei Mo and AI cooperated, pulling the Heaven Thunder Beast and turning into a blazing golden light, shooting toward a deep place in the graveyard far from there. Someone was watching at the tomb entrance. When Lei Mo and AI came, they immediately activated some secret technique that instantly their auras. The series of actions were as fast as lightning. Yi Xiong shouted, then stormed towards the Heaven Thunder Beast. But he then realized that the result was already determined. Shi Yin, Zhu Yi, Yu Ying, and Yun Xiu gawked, looking at Lei Mo and AI succeeding their clandestine operation, while they could do nothing. The silver light radiating from a mirror in Lei Mo's hand seemed to have a restraining power that could affect people's essence chi ancient tree, which shrank the essence chi in their body and restrained their power, making them unable to urge their power. Lei Mo seemed to have known beforehand that they would arrive. As Lei Mo disappeared, the mirror was retrieved and everybody's power was restored. However, Lei Mo and AI had disappeared into a tomb's entrance, leaving no trace of their aura. Yi Xiong paled as his face darkened. Damn it! They had hidden for that long time to ambush the Heaven Thunder Beast. He didn't know Lei Mo and AI posed purpose. How many people know the secrets of the Heaven Thunder Beast and the ancient cave mansion? Before we got here, didn't you say that only the Martial Spirit Palace and the Heaven Temple know it? Why are people of the Fighting Union taking part in this too? Yu Ying's countenance was cold and bitter. Lei Mo and AI posed sudden operation that captured the Heaven Thunder Beast right in front of their eyes was like a slap in their faces. Lei Mo and the others had been hiding there for a long time. They didn't know how to lure the Heaven Thunder Beast. That's why they were waiting for a good chance. Zhu, he squinted. You used the 7-leaflet's soul cutting grass to lure the beast, which gave them the good opportunity. I don't know what they would do. They approached the entrance of the tomb, where Lei Mo and AI had disappeared. Dark purple air currents moved in there with a gloomy cold wind. But they didn't detect Lei Mo's and AI Po's life fluctuations. Yi Xiong released his soul consciousness, surveying carefully. His face grimaced as he didn't sense anything. Zhu Yi, Yu Ying, and Yun Xiu also released their soul consciousness. However, when the soul consciousness got into the entrance, it was like sinking into a bog, preventing it from sensing anything inside. This place is so strange. Zhu Yi thinned his lips while frowning. Old Yi, why do people of the Fighting Union know about it as well? I don't know. Yi Xiong shook his head. Perhaps the Martial Spirit Palace and Heaven Temple had exposed it. First of all, how did you discover the ancient cave mansion? Shi Yin couldn't hold down his curiosity. Gong Sun Tao of the Martial Spirit Palace invited me to the Shady Firmament Old Mound. He said that he wanted to dig up ancient graves. He said that there was a sacred level treasure of Earth class. He wanted me to help, so I agreed. On the way there, we found the Heaven Thunder Beast, explained Yi Xiong. Gong Sun Tao was the team leader of Martial Spirit Palace this time. He had the third sky of Spirit Realm cultivation base. This team was still surrounded by the barrier which Shi Yin had broken before. Besides Yi Xiong, he had invited Zhuo Hui of Heaven Temple to the shady firmament old mound to dig up an ancient grave. After they opened the tomb, Gong Sun Tao had the treasure of Earth class he had desired. When he tried the secret treasure for the first time, no one knew what he had provoked, but the Heaven Thunder Beast appeared. When the Heaven Thunder Beast arrived, it released the thunder and lightning power which covered the whole sky and activated some formations too. When the thunder and lightning power of the Heaven Thunder Beast took over the center of the formation, people saw a flame sealed inside the formation eye. Lightning from that flame was quite fiery and powerful. When the thunder and lightning power stormed over, they saw a gloomy cave mansion in the formation eye, which diffused the aura of an old place. Vaguely, they could see buildings and palaces, the sign of a mighty and wealthy sect. The Heaven Thunder Beast moved around the barrier for a while, then disappeared together with the barrier. They didn't know where it had gone. Gong Sun Tao, Zhuo Hui, and Yi Xiong searched for a while and found the Heaven Thunder Beast again. This time, it stayed in a strong astral wind-covered area. Gong Sun Tao, Zhuo Hui, and Yi Xiong found out that their soul consciousness would be affected badly if they approached the astral wind. Thus, they retreated in panic. The three of them started to attack the Heaven Thunder Beast from outside. Later on, they figured out that when the Heaven Thunder Beast urged its power to the acme, it could activate a barrier that revealed the cave mansion in the formation eye. It was out of their expectation that the location of the ancient barrier wasn't fixed. It seemed like it was constantly moving. Every time it appeared, it was in another location. And the level 8 Heaven Thunder Beast gradually got their purpose as it hid deeper in the astral wind area and didn't come out anymore. Thus, no one had another way around. They had to catch the Heaven Thunder Beast and use it to enter the ancient barrier. They hadn't come for the Heaven Thunder Beast in that trip. That's why they weren't well equipped. They didn't have the spiritual herbs to lure the beast or any treasures that could restrain it. Eventually, they had to come back in regret. They would prepare and then come to this place again. The enticement of the world distinguishing thunder flame and the ancient cave mansion was too big. The three of them had argued right before they got out of the shady firmament old mound. They had fought against each other with the thought of occupying the treasures for themselves. At that time, Yi Xiong fell into the lower hand. The other two put him aside and even wanted to kill him first. Yi Xiong had to struggle hard to get out of the shady firmament old mound with some wounds. Yi Xiong's words were concealed as he hid all the key factors. However, Shi Yin and the others could make it from his words. They guessed that those three had a big fight, which was really uncomfortable, to compete for the ancient cave mansion and the world-extinguishing thunder flame. The Heaven Thunder Beast is the key, right? Shi Yin pondered. As long as the Heaven Thunder Beast urges its power to the acme, the ancient formation will be activated. We've done the experiment. It's true, nodded Yi Xiong. Lei Mo's the city master of the Thunder Emperor City. He seems to be good at using thunder and lightning power. Do you think he could activate the barrier? Frowned Zhu. No, it's impossible. Otherwise, Lei Mo wouldn't need to capture the Heaven Thunder Beast. Yi Xiong shook his head. I think at this moment, Lei Mo and AI have occupied the ancient tomb. If we get down there, we will encounter their ambush. If we don't get down there, we can't take anything. Zhu Yi forced a smile. We have Shi Yin, right? Luo Xiao laughed. Formations and barriers, Shi Yin could get through them all. We just need to get there directly. People's eyes brightened. I need to recover first. Shi Yin mused for a while. There isn't only the barrier, but also Lei Mo and AI. If we want to get there, I need to restore my power completely. Right? Nodded Yi Xiong. Shi Yin didn't say any unnecessary words and started to recover his essence qi right in front of the others. After an unknown time, while Shi Yin was still adjusting his breath, Yi Xiong's eyes suddenly got colder as he shot his look to the general direction behind them. A group of people that all looked like beggars was strolling toward them with distressed eyes and vicious looks. They seemed to have gone through the devastation of a violent storm. All of them looked exhausted. However, As soon as they saw Yi Xiong's group, ferocious light sparkled from their eyes. Yi Xiong, you did well. A man walking in the front couldn't help but shout. Gong Sun Tao, before I left, you didn't hesitate to hurt me. If I weren't smart, I would have died in your hands. Yi Xiong beamed an indifferent smile. It's you, Gong Sun Tao thundered. Zhuo Hui of the Heaven Temple also wore a dark face. Malicious light flashed in his eyes as he looked at Yi Xiong's group with evil intent. Who's so excellent to destroy the formation? I directly. Mo Ling Air wiped the tangled hair on her forehead. Her shiny eyes like gems raked through each of the members of the other group. Don't think that if you know the formation, it's enough to swagger in the shady firmament old mound. Many people are better than you. Yi Xiong beamed a faint smile and threw a glance at Shi Yan. Mo Ling Air's beautiful eyes flashed up with a strange light as she gazed at Shi Yan, her face odd. Is that him? He's more transcendent than you, Yi Xiong laughingly said. Mo Ling Air snorted. The corners of her mouth arched oddly. Well, we shall try to know. Where's the Heaven Thunder Beast? Gong Sun Tao was enraged. Did you succeed? There was no trace of the Heaven Thunder Beast in that astral wind area, which gave Gong Sun Tao a wrong assumption. I'm not the one who succeeded. Yi Xiong forced a smile. Lei Mo and AI of the Fighting Union got it. How did the Fighting Union know about this? Gong Sun Tao didn't buy it. Besides us, no one else knows. You lied to us. You have the Heaven Thunder Beast. Everybody in Gong Sun Tao's team had their spirit risen up. Mo Ling Air gazed at Shi Yan, her face angry. She was about to attack him. Chapter 575, Earth Forbidden Technique. Chapter 575, Earth Forbidden Technique. Among the outstanding young generation of the Martial Spirit Palace, Missouri Ling Air wasn't the most excellent, but she was the most hard-working young girl with a tenacious will. Mo Ling Air had a special martial spirit, which could sense all changes of energy. This feature helped her be more sensitive in sensing the energy changes in a formation, and that's how she could find the solution to break it. She wasn't a genuine formation master. However, thanks to her special martial spirit, she had formed her skills in breaking formations. Previously, Shi Yan had interfered with the formation she was about to break, that dragged her martial spirit into it and hurt her soul consciousness, making it strenuous to recover completely. She had spent so much effort, but Shi Yan had messed it up, which hurt her severely. Due to the change of the formation, her team had a big loss. All were exhausted, and 2 of them perished in that formation. If Shi Yan hadn't poked his nose in, things wouldn't have happened that way. She wouldn't have gotten hurt, and her team wouldn't have to bear such a significant loss. He was unforgivable. Mo Ling Air's eyes were sharp like an electric current, while her soft arms waved like dancing. Earthy yellow beads moved, twirling in front of her. After each bead dropped on the ground, it immediately disappeared into the ground, as if the earth had absorbed it. The Earth Spirit bead was condensed from the Earth essence. Each bead was 10,000 Jin. When it sank into the ground, it would create a barrier immediately. Together with the heavy earth, it created the Earth Forbidden Technique. Sure, Yin was restoring his essence chi using the pellets with his eyes closed. All of a sudden, he felt the earth underneath him changing. The ground under his feet was shaking gently, as a flow of earth power, as heavy as a mountain, moved slowly. Seconds later, Earth Spirit beads rolled one by one around him. Those Earth Spirit beads soon gathered the essence power of the earth, creating a heavy pressure. The Earth Forbidden Technique was thus formed. It was like many mountains were pressing down, gathering at the center where Shi Yan was sitting. His breathing became heavier as a massive pressure was pressing down from every direction. Shi Yan was covered in an earthy yellow halo, which was slowly pushing down. The Earth Forbidden Technique was one of the 5 elements forbidden techniques of the Martial Spirit Palace. Warriors who got besieged, unless they knew how to use the powers of the 5 elements, would never get rid of it. Yi Xiong, give us the Heaven Thunder Beast. Or else, Don't blame us for being ruthless, said Gong Sun Tao impatiently. Let alone the fact that I don't have the Heaven Thunder Beast. Even if I had it, you shouldn't dream about taking it from me. Yi Xiong, of course, wasn't afraid as he said coldly, Gong Sun Tao, my advice to you is to not start a war. With your current force, you can't defeat us easily. Don't waste your effort and let the others take advantages from it. Gong Sun Tao and Zhua Hui's team had lost some of their members and the barrier Shi Yan had broken. They used to be 12, but now only 6 remained. Gong Sun Tao and Zhua Hui were at the third sky of Spirit Realm, and Mo Ling Er was at the peak of Sky Realm. Out of the other 3, 1 was a third sky of Spirit Realm warrior and 2 second sky of Spirit Realm warriors. Our losses have been huge. Blood debt should be paid with blood. Zhua Hui spat out phlegm with a pale face. Then he took action. White starlight formed 9 rings following each other, snatching towards Yi Xiong. Deadly 9 interlock rings. Yi Xiong was a little pale. He retreated while the storage ring on his finger shone radiantly. Mysterious terminating mines that looked like walnuts covered in magical vein patterns flashed with an evil dazzling light, flying out from Yi Xiong's storage ring and bombarding the white interlocking rings. Boom, boom, boom. Dense explosions echoed. Yi Xiong's consumable secret treasures blew off Zhua Hui's martial technique instantly. Veins bulged on Zhua Hui's forehead, his face getting more sinister. Gong Sun Tao didn't delay, waving his hand while shouting loudly, "Kill!" 3 Spirit Realm experts of Gong Sun Tao's team urged their powers at the same time. Abruptly, secret treasures and weapons showered toward Zhu Yi and the others rumblingly. Zhu Yi grinned. He didn't look tense at all. A storage ring on his left hand's finger flashed in red light. A giant twirling wind cage covered all of them. The wind wall shielded them inside the howling wind, firmly facing Gong Sun Tao's attack. Experts of the Spirit Treasure sect would rarely use many martial techniques that required consuming essence chi in fighting, unless it was a crucial moment. They had so many secrete tools and weapons, which were dangerous enough to deal with the enemies. If they wanted to defeat an elder of the Spirit Treasure sect, they had to destroy their secret weapons first in order to harm them directly. Both Yi Xiong and Zhu Yi were good at this sort of a wealthy competition, using their secret treasures to wear out the enemy's energy. On the other side, Gong Sun Tao and Zhua Hui had a headache with Yi Xiong's and Zhu Yi's defensive treasures. They couldn't help but pour more energy to create stronger mysterious attacks, which aimed at destroying the other's defensive treasures. This was the only way to thin Zhu Yi's and Yi Xiong's powers. It required soul, consciousness, and essence chi to control the secret treasures, though. The more excellent the treasures were, the more essence chi and soul consciousness they would need. Yi Xiong's and Zhu Yi's secret treasures weren't ordinary. However, if they thought that they could win using the treasures, it wouldn't be so practical. Their fight was now in a tied situation. Although Shi Yan stayed inside the twirling wind cage, he was still locked by the earth forbidden technique. The pressure around him was increasing unceasingly. Mo Ling Er maintained a proper distance, standing dozens of meters away from Shi Yan to control the earth spirit beads. She was continually pouring her energy into the beads. The pressure Shi Yan was bearing was increasing. All of a sudden, his eyes were like 2 sharp sabers as he glared at Mo Ling Er and shouted, "Are you done yet?" Mo Ling Er gave him the face, didn't answer but smiled arrogantly. The strange power in her 5 fingers stormed faster into the ground. After the earth spirit beads had received more energy, it enhanced the earth power, making the pressure heavier. Surrounded by the earth forbidden technique, Shi Yan's eyes were cold. He thundered suddenly. Negative energy was urged, fusing with his essence chi and the bursting energy of his body. All the energies halted for an instant, then burst out altogether. Boom, boom, boom. The earth spirit beads couldn't bear the impact, exploding shortly one by one. The earth yellow halo thinned like mist and then vanished. Using force against force, Fright flashed in Mo Ling Air's eyes as she was anxious. Yellow crystals fell off her sleeves. They were crystal clear, shiny lozenge stones. The yellow crystals fell on the ground and then burrowed into the earth just like spiritual snakes, darting rapidly toward Yin. A new flow of energy strongly replenished the earth forbidden technique, which steadied the earth spirit beads underground. They started to gather the earth power again. Really endless. Yin hated it. His mind flickered to take out the sky destroyer, slashing down. The sword light cut through the ground. Earth spirit beads, hiding underground, exploded. Those yellow crystals couldn't bear such powerful force, bursting apart into numerous pieces as well. Mo Ling Air seemed to have gotten hurt badly. She felt a sweet taste in her throat, then spat out a mouthful of blood. The girl was panicked. She had underestimated Yan's power. Under her earth-forbidden technique, a first sky of spirit realm warrior could never get out using force. In her eyes, Yin was young. Although he had reached the spirit realm, his essence chi wouldn't be pure enough, which meant he couldn't get rid of the earth-forbidden technique's restraint. Unfortunately, Yan's realm wasn't pure, but his essence chi was vigorous and unmixed, far beyond other typical warriors. Moreover, he had the negative energy and his own body's tremendous energy. With these cards in his hands, breaking her earth-forbidden technique was a piece of cake. Woman, don't waste my time. You're not my match. Yin sat in the wind-twirling cage while shaking his head, his countenance as cold as ice. Mo Ling Air paled. She took out some pellets from the storage ring and swallowed them. Her beautiful eyes reflected her fright. She wasn't good at direct combat. Making formations was her specialty. As the earth-forbidden technique couldn't hold Yin, she hurried to find another way around. For the time being, she didn't dare to attack him again. Gong Sun Tao and Zhua Hui were using their martial techniques to attack the defensive treasures of Yi Xiong and Zhu Yi. Yin frowned and let out a light shout. Don't waste our time with them. We should get there first. Yi Xiong and Zhu Yi nodded, their eyes brightening. No matter what circumstances they were in, as long as he used the sky-breaking shuttle, they could always leave easily. Yin had proven this many times. Everybody knew it. Yin finished, then took out the sky-breaking shuttle in front of Gong Sun Tao, pouring his power in it. The sky-breaking shuttle formed the light tunnel. Yan's team jumped in, directly sinking into the tomb entrance. They disappeared shortly. The treasures Yi Xiong and Zhu Yi had thrown out disappeared altogether. That tomb, Mo Ling Air let out a low shout. When I was using the earth-forbidden technique, I sensed some fluctuations in that tomb. Perhaps we can believe them. It's possible that people of the Fighting Union are in there. Gong Sun Tao and the other changed their visage, storming forward hurriedly. Yin strolled out from the ecliptic. Is that you? A surprise scream arose instantly. In the tomb of gold and jade in glorious splendor, a graceful figure covered her mouth in awe, her eyes disbelieving. Aya, Yin grinned. Long time to see. In the dark, magnetic, noxious mist, my soul almost perished thanks to you. Well, I didn't expect that we would meet again here. I'm so excited, you know. Aya's face was stiff. She was bewildered for a while, then said indifferently, I forgot what happened in the dark, magnetic, noxious mist. Thanks for reminding me. Aya, who's he? Lei Ji frowned, looking at Yin with bad intent. Aya cocked her head and then smiled. His name's Yin. He's from the Endless Sea. I met him in the dark, magnetic, noxious mist. Oh yeah, he just crossed the Ice Emperor's city recently. You should have heard of him. Lei Ji was shaken. He shouted lightly, Yin, the one who killed Yuli Ming. Aya nodded smilingly. You've encountered him? Lei Ji's face was tense. You can say that. I didn't keep in mind, but seems like he did. Ai smiled deliberately. Kai Yi, Lao Li, and he joined hands and wanted to kill me. I just took action a little earlier. Lei Ji got it, cracking a smile. So it's like that. People from Endless Sea are swaggering in our divine great land. Interesting. Sure, Yin narrowed his eyes, his countenance cold. He suddenly laughed. Oh, you got a flower protector. Then I'll solve it too. Chapter 576, Touching. Chapter 576, Touching. Ai arched her brows, her face cold and disdainful. Lei Ji grinned fiendishly. He was full of fighting spirit. I've heard that you have defeated Lai Feng in the Dead Soul Mountain Rage, too. Not bad, daring to fight with him. Ai had only the third sky of Sky Realm Cultivation Base, but Lei Ji was a first sky of Spirit Realm Warrior. Electric currents were interweaving in his body, creating his torrential power. At first glance, he was really dangerous. Since they had the same realm, Lei Ji was full of confidence. He wasn't afraid of the other and was talking arrogantly. While Shi Yin was talking, Yi Xiong, Zhu Yi, and the others had arrived through the light tunnel the Skybreak shuttle made. When Yi Xiong's group arrived, he scanned through the surroundings and then shouted immediately, "Where are Lei Mo and Ai Pa?" They didn't see them here. Lei Ji wanted to attack first, but then he saw other hotshots arrived. He smiled coldly and retreated together with Ai. The rock wall behind them suddenly slid open. Lei Ji and Ai disappeared into the slit, leaving no trace. Yi Xiong was gloomy and sinister. He released his soul consciousness to sense while keeping a faint smile on his face. There was no strong barrier in this cave. Yi Xiong's soul consciousness expanded rapidly, searching for living fluctuations in this tomb. Shortly, Yi Xiong's body was shaking as the light in his eyes scattered. Phew! Yi Xiong clutched his chest, his face paling. Old Yi, what's happened? Zhu Yi asked with a kind visage. You got ambushed. Be careful. Yi Xiong gritted his teeth and shouted. Don't use soul consciousness to sense. This place has a special barrier. It's like 10,000 needles pricking your host soul in the sea of consciousness at the same time. So menacing. I got hit when I was searching carelessly. I'm lucky that I could retreat my soul consciousness immediately. Otherwise, my host soul would have been hurt. Yu Ying and Yun Xiao were frightened. They retreated their soul consciousness. Lei Mo and Ai Po are in the tomb, certainly. If we can't use soul consciousness to sense, we can only use secret treasures. Zhu Yi nodded, taking out a soul power ball and sending his soul consciousness into it. 6 light dots sparkled in the ball, revealing fluctuations of living things. Zhu Yi squinted as the divine light moved like electric currents in his eyes. He scrutinized the ball for a while and then smiled suddenly. You got them. Yi Xiong was struck. Zhu Yi nodded. There. We just need to break the wall. But there's a barrier on the wall. If we activate it, it will create unwanted troubles. It's okay. Yi Xiong smiled. We have Shi Yin here, right? Shi Yin felt funny. Currently, any troubles related to barriers and restriction were all handed to him. None of them thought they should be a little more polite. Me? It will consume a lot of my energy. If it's not necessary, I think we should skip it. Shi Yin smiled miserably. Apparently, Yi Xiong didn't put his words in mind. He shot out a short sword, moving like a flowing stream with clear and cold light. This sharp sword pierced through the wall, thrusting deep inside. Boom! Sparks of light shot out from the wall like a thick shower attacking people. Fiery flame burst forth from the light, as scorching as lava deep underground. Light spots were shooting rapidly towards Shi Yan's group. Everybody protected themselves with martial techniques or secret treasures. Of course, Shi Yan wasn't scared. He urged the cold air of the ice-cold flame. An ice shield appeared, protecting him. Blazing sparks hit his ice armor, splitting dazzling flames. His ice shield wasn't broken, but more than 10 small spots were melting. However, the armor wasn't pierced through. Shi Yan wasn't hurt. He didn't notice that terrified by Hui Quan had come close, standing behind him. You juniors, be smart. Come near Shi Yan to take shelter. Zhu Yi shouted, then shot out like lightning, approaching the center of the sparkling light. A small silver axe appeared in his hand. He pounded on the wall as more rays of light showered. Luo Xiao and Luo Meng didn't say anything, hurrying to come to Shi Yan and ask him to help. This wall requires bursting energy to knock down. Elder Yun, please give us a hand, Yi Xiong shouted while using his mind to manipulate the short sword, destroying the restraints inside the wall. Yu Ying and Yun Xiu were hesitant, but eventually they helped the others. Lin Ji and Li Mu Yu had an extraordinary cultivation base, but they were smart enough not to waste their power at this time. They slightly bent their heads without feeling shame, standing behind Shi Yin. These juniors wanted Shi Yin to shield them safely from the shooting rays. Shi Yin, bro, extend the coverage of the ice armor. We have many people now. Otherwise, we will get hurt, screamed Luo Xiao. Originally, Bai Hui Quan stood alone behind Shi Yin. She didn't need to spend her energy hiding in Shi Yin's shade, where the light didn't hurt her. When Luo Xiao, Luo Ming, Li Mu Yu, and Lin Ji arrived, Shi Yin's protective coverage wasn't enough for them all. They were pushing each other to get more safe room. Li Mu Yu and Lin Yi were all women, and they were all mean. They forcefully pushed Luo Xiao and Luo Ming aside. The two boys could only ask Shi Yin begrudgingly for help. Useless fellows, Shi Yin cursed, increasing the cold air of the ice-cold flame. The ice shield in front of him widened into an ice-cold wall, standing in front of everybody, to shield them from the light shower. Well, you're so comfortable, right? Shi Yin turned around, his smile cold. All of you didn't spend a bit of effort, depending on me, for sheltering you from the shower and strong wind. Along the way, it's only me who has had to spend more power. Did you come here to watch the fun? Shi Yin, bro, later when you attack that woman, Aya, we will support you. Luo Xiao slapped his chest and affirmed. I will cheer for you, Lin Ji said with a strange expression. I'm not that woman's match, so I'm not going to mess up. I can only support your side. I'll cheer you up too. Bai Hui Quan pursed her lips, cocking her head smilingly. Li Mu Yu didn't say anything. She turned her head around, her face disdainful. Shi Yin was surprised. He glared at them. His thought then changed, which also changed the ice wall in front of them. The corner that shielded Li Mu Yu melted. Light rays shot towards her. Li Mu's arrogant face changed as she fumbled to counter the attack. She rose her voice to curse Shi Yin for his lack of ethics. They can yell to cheer me up. You gave me the face as if I owed you something. Why should I care about your death or life? Shi Yin snapped back impolitely. Li Mu Yu wore a cold face. Boom! The soil wall exploded, revealing a wide path behind. All barriers in that passage were ineffective. Yi Xiong, Zhu Yi, Yu Ying, and Yun Xiu suddenly shouted in that passage, hurrying to get into that place. Rays of light that had shot at them disappeared strangely, as if they had never existed. When Shi Yin saw their expression, he immediately knew that they had gotten something. He didn't talk more and hurried to jump into that passage, following the four of them. Shortly, he crossed the passage behind Yi Xiong and the others. Inside the empty cave, lightning strikes as big as an arm were moving in the air. Lei Mo was pushing the heaven thunder beast to the ground, constantly punching it. Ai Pa and the other two-thirds sky of spirit realm warriors stood aside, Lu Mo, gazing at the heaven thunder beast, their faces solemn. Lei Ji and Ai stayed away from the heaven thunder beast, also watching. The level 8 demonic beast, heaven thunder beast, laid in a shabby formation eye, receiving Lei Mo's rhythmic attack. The heaven thunder beast had been wounded severely. Blood, gushing out constantly from its body, puddled on the ground. In its eyes, only the wildest instinct remained. The beast was struggling hard, howling vehemently while trying to urge the power in its body. Lightning strikes shot out from the heaven thunder beast just like dragons or snakes hovered in the sky. Lei Mo smiled fiendishly. It seemed he knew how to control thunder and lightning power. While pounding on the heaven thunder beast, he was also releasing his soul consciousness. When Lei Mo's soul consciousness flew out, it immediately gathered inside the dazzling lightning. He was using the soul consciousness to steady the lightning power in the air. The technique he was cultivating was also the lightning power. Although the heaven thunder beast was powerful naturally, It could hardly control the thunder and lightning power in its body now, because of the 7-leaflet soul cutting grass. It just lay there passively as Lei Mo restrained it fiercely. Beside Lei Mo, AI Pa and 2 other third sky of spirit realm warriors were constantly pouring their attacking power on the beast. The Heaven Thunder Beast was howling mournfully. It crazily struck out more lightning power. The heat of the lightning almost filled the whole cave. Shortly, the combined lightning power seemed to activate something in this tomb. Light of rays gathered into one bunch, meandering like a dragon, striking the tomb into ashes. The grand lightning dragon condensed by lightning energy struggled, smashing all the barriers in this area. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Rays of light crossed and interweaved, while the ceiling above their heads crumbled. After that, the Heaven Thunder Beast shook, as if it suddenly received power from God, storming out furiously. Lemo's team was cheered up, following it. Heaven Thunder Beast was coiled by the giant lighting dragon. Its eyes dimmed as its wounded body bled constantly. A luminous area appeared behind the Heaven Thunder Beast. Shortly, a strange ancient formation emerged out of thin air. A fiery cyan flame was flickered in the formation eye. Numerous fine beams of lighting twined around that flame. Next to that fiery cyan flame was a light spot, which was constantly enlarging, turning into an entrance of an ancient cave mansion. Leimo, AI Pa, and the others were excited, flying up. It appears. At the same time, Gong Sun Tao, Zhuo Hui, and the others appeared from nowhere. All were stirred up. Chapter 577, 10 Antiquity Clans. Chapter 577, 10 Antiquity Clans. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Lightning in the ancient formation blinded the eyes, hovering in the sky like wild snakes. It was a world-shaking sight. Leimo, AI, Pa, Gong Sun Tao, and Zhuo Hui got hit when they had just approached the ancient formation and not gotten in it yet. The lightning struck them. Light shot out from their eyes while they were shaking hard. Even Leimo, the one who understood the lightning power the most, couldn't neutralize the thunder and lightning power in his body. His body stiffened as he was trying to control electric currents intruding his body in the void. When Shi Yin, Yi Xiong, and Zhu Yi walked out of the passage, looking at the sky, which was full of lightning strikes, and experts zooming over to the center of the formation, they couldn't help but change their visage. Be careful. Don't rush, no matter what. Shi Yin peeked at the old formation. Then his face changed dramatically. He hurried to remind the others. The complexity of that formation was something Shi Yin had never seen before. Since he had the blacksmith secrets of success, he gained the knowledge of ancient formations. Teleportation formation was one of the records in that book of success. However, the ancient formation in front of him seemed to have its own life, formed by countless moving fine curves. Took a closer look. He vaguely realized that those curves were the ghost line written charm that had been lost for so many years. According to the memoir of another Shi Yin, in the River of History, it was impossible to track down the ghost line written charm. In that Shi Yin's memory, he didn't know much of the ghost line written charm. The only thing he remembered was that this scripture was created by a mysterious race in the old time. That race no longer existed since tens of thousands of years ago in the divine Great Land. The ancient formation in front of him was formed by thick curves of ghost line written charm. Each line contained a kind of peculiar energy. Countless written charms successively followed each other like a long scripture that occupied that spacious area, revealing the aura of an old time in the history. Yi Xiong and Zhu Yi knew nothing about formations. They halted having heard Shi Yin. Aiya and Lei Ji stood not far from the ancient formation. They peeked at Shi Yin, but didn't take action just yet. Mo Ling Air of the Martial Spirit Palace had her eyes brightened, standing in front of the ancient formation, dropping her jaw in awe. She had never seen this kind of formation before. The formation in front of her eyes was something beyond her knowledge. Even though her martial spirit was special, she couldn't do anything to this formation, as she couldn't spot any cracks or leaks. Mo, Ai, P, Song Sun Tao, and Zhuohui couldn't repress the greed in their hearts on seeing the world-extinguishing thunder flame and the ancient cave mansion. They didn't notice the imposingly mighty power of the formation, dashing towards it one by one. Lightning strikes showered from the sky, covering the space around the old formation. Lightning struck some spirit realm warriors, shaking them violently. Their burning hair rose as they were urging Essence Chi to resist. However, they still jumped in recklessly. A cluster of world-extinguishing thunder flame was dancing gently in the center of the formation, releasing the lightning strikes. The Heaven Thunder Beast was floating above the ancient formation. No one knew that it hadn't breathed for quite a long time. The beast died in silence. World-extinguishing thunder flame. Right at this moment, the ice-cold flame sent its thought to Shi Yin. A jade-white flame flew out from the blood vein ring, discreetly observing the situation. Since they were all heaven flames, they could sense each other. As soon as the ice-cold flame got out, the 9 Serenity flame, which had been dormant for quite a long time in Shi Yan's host soul, was startled, shivering gently. The 9 Serenity's soul-devouring flame had sunk into his sea of consciousness unknowingly. Sometimes, Shi Yin even forgot its existence. However, this tremble was real. The flame seemed to finally wake up from a deep sleep and started to notice the situation around it. "How many things do you know about the world-extinguishing thunder flame?" asked Shi Yin. It's ranked second. In the immemorial epoch, it had gained intellect inside billions of lightning strikes. Long time ago, it had slaughtered a whole great land. At that time, it was so powerful that it killed countless creatures. Living beings like us are hard to eradicate. This flame is the same. It can revive amidst lightning strikes. I heard that it had provoked experts of many clans, who joined hands and sealed it. They had used some secret techniques to wear out its power. But it needs a really long time to exterminate that flame. The ice-cold flame had a limited knowledge of the world-extinguishing thunder flame, so the information it provided wasn't detailed. Shi Yin was a little bit disappointed. How to subdue it? Compared to my peak time, its evolution was more exquisite. I don't know much about it, answered the ice-cold flame. Shi Yin was surprised. It takes billions of years to use the mysterious Yin energy to wear out and erase its life seal. That flame's thunder and lightning power can fade out the will and soul of all kinds of creature. It's similar to my ability, but it's more tyrannical. Lightning can destroy souls, and it can affect the body directly. It's really terrifying. The 9 Serenity's soul-devouring flame, which had been quiet for quite a long time, weakly sent him its thought. What restrains it should be the Yin written charm scripture of the Ghost Mark clan. The Yin written charm scripture is the canon of the Ghost Mark clan, which can urge and refine the mysterious Yin energy naturally. Yin written charm scripture is both the Bible and the divine weapon, which can create a world that condenses earth and heaven's spiritual chi into the mysterious Yin energy. This energy will restrain and wear out the flame. Ghost Mark clan? Shi Yin was surprised. Isn't the Yin written charm scripture the canon of the Demonic Sound clan? Why does it belong to the Ghost Mark clan? The Demonic Sound clan is a branch of the Ghost Mark clan. After the Ghost Mark clan was confined, the Demonic Sound clan became a dependency of the Dark clan. Until the Antiquity time, the Demonic Sound clan had all forgotten their ancestors and deemed themselves to be a branch of the Dark clan. Funny, eh? The 9 Serenity's soul-devouring flame sent its mocking thought, flying out of Shi Yan's host soul. Was that Ghost Mark clan dangerous? Shi Yin was surprised a lot. The Ghost Mark clan was one of the 10 clans in the immemorial epoch. Just like the Dark Spirit clan you've met, they were once so powerful that nothing could compare to them. In the Antiquity time, mankind was at the bottom, far under the 10 other races. Too bad, later on, the powers of nature changed. The strongest clans started to decline, giving way to your despicable mankind thriving. The divine intentions are really unpredictable. mocked the nine serenities, soul-devouring flame. Then how should we deal with our current situation? Asked Yin humbly. The written charm, scripture restrains the world-extinguishing thunder flame. While the world-extinguishing thunder flame is struggling, it has worn out the power of the scripture. Even if there's some living thing inside the scripture and no one wants to interfere, it's a dead end. Someone wants to destroy the written charm scripture and perish the world-extinguishing thunder flame. That's why they had created such an arrangement to let these two things destroy each other, said the nine serenities, soul-devouring flame, indifferently. So, if someone interferes, it will mess up the whole thing? Yan's face changed slightly as he was looking at the changes happening in the formation. He couldn't help but hurry to send another message. If they are destroyed, what will happen? If there's a living creature inside the written charm scripture, it will take revenge. Even if the world-extinguishing thunder flame can struggle out of the restraint, it will take revenge for itself too. The nine serenities, soul-devouring flame, said mildly from deep inside his soul. Although I don't know who set up all this, I think your mankind isn't innocent. Such a malicious scheme, only your mankind could come up with it. Yin was frightened. Too late, the world-extinguishing thunder flame is releasing lightning strikes to prevent you guys. It's a trap. That flame is familiar with your human characteristics. It knows that the more you are oppressed, the more you want to storm over. The written charm scripture has been consumed for so many years. I guess the remaining power is not as much as 1,000th. If those people get in there, it will break soon, said the nine serenities, soul-devouring flame, nonchalantly. Yin discolored. He wanted to advise them, but Gongsun Tao, Lei Mo, and the others had jumped into the scripture. Those spirit realm experts had disappeared into the written charm scripture immediately, as if they were dragged into another world. At the same time, the written charm scripture shot out many energy fluctuations, and the ghost line written charm, which was moving above the written charm scripture, slowed down. Eventually, it stopped running. The world-extinguishing thunder flame in the written charm scripture suddenly agitated and started to attack furiously. Crystal waves appeared around the flame, like barriers confining it. Then, the waves gradually melted. The ancient cave mansion was exposed in the written charm scripture. Building and palaces vaguely came to their sights. In the immense Shi, they could see some people moving. Many bony pagans, which looked like evil spirits with colorful ghost scriptures tattooed on their bodies, were crying inside the ancient cave mansion, trying to push and sway to the entrance of the cave mansion. Not long afterward, members of an alien tribe with ghost scripture tattoos walked out of the ancient cave mansion. They looked like a herd of beggars with no energy remaining in their bodies. As soon as they got out of the place, they faced the sky and cried pitifully. This moved people's hearts. More than 10 clansmen of the Ghostmar clan were crying. Their cries shot up to the sky, shaking the whole place as if they wanted to vent out their 10,000-year-old sorrow and dehumanizing grievance through their tears. After so many years being sealed and confined, members of the Ghostmar clan could finally step on a foreign land for the second time. No one could control their emotions. Their tears burst out uncontrollably. 2 old men of the Ghostmar clan were walking tremblingly, seeming as if they would die any minute. Their skin was like the withered bark of old trees. They panted while walking. There was no light in their dim eyes. Their feeble breath seemed to be gone with the wind soon. The cry of these 2 old men was also senile. They crouched on the ground, greedily taking in the air. The scattering heaven and earth spiritual chi in this tomb was dragged, as if a whale was taking in water, into the mouths of these 2 old men. The old men were like a sponge, absorbing heaven and earth spiritual chi in this tomb at a speed that scared everyone else. Their dull eyes gradually lit up. Their wrinkled faces were gradually tightened at speed that naked eyes could observe. Their shriveled bodies seemed to be filled up with vitality, expanding and glowing. They had a tremendous change. It was like a stream of pure essence chi pouring into their senile breath, reviving them slowly but steadily. Shi Yin was stunned on looking at the scene. His face wore the solemn expression he had never had before. Chapter 578, Divine Weapon. Chapter 578, Divine Weapon. The Ghost Mark clan emerged from the ancient cave mansion. They looked physically like the demonic Sound clan, with weak, thin bodies and strong soul power. The only difference was the ghost scriptures covering their bodies. Those delicate ghost tattoos were innate. They had different colors, but all were mystical and complex with dissimilar features. Shi Yin started to sense discreetly and found that different ghost scriptures on their bodies had different functions. Some ghost scriptures could gather spiritual chi. Some had the 5 elements aura, and some are like the attacking technique, which could urge some mysterious energy. From a distance, the scriptures on the Ghost Mark clan's members looked like bulging veins of human warriors, which was oddly strange. Each of the scripture seemed to be an innate martial spirit with different kinds of power. To the Ghost Mark clan, it was the gifted divine abilities. Shi Yin was amazed. The Ghost Mark clan had a weak physique. However, many clansmen with special ghost scriptures had their scriptures changing right when they got out of the ancient cave mansion. They seemed to refine the energy of heaven and earth to restore their bodies. Gradually, their shriveled bodies were refined and expanding. This was their gifted ability, the special martial spirit. Almost all clansmen of the Ghost Mark clan had the ghost scripture on their bodies. Although they had been drained dramatically, once they got out of the restraints, all were growing like when air blown into a balloon. Especially the 2 old men. Their mouths open to take in deep breaths. Heaven and earth spiritual chi was like a mist torrentially pouring into their mouths and nostrils, reviving their dried power and giving them new vitality. Shi Yin's eyes were as bright as the torch, gazing at the 2 old men of the Ghost Mark clan. He sensed and then discolored. True God realm experts. He could confirm that those 2 old men of the Ghost Mark clan were the peak, kind of the divine great land. Their aura were immense and torrential, like the vast, unpredictable sea. Sure, Yin was afraid that they had just recovered a part of their real power, but this kind of tremor in the soul had frightened Shi Yin. More members of the Ghost Mark clan got out of the ancient cave mansion. They were crying, screaming, kissing the ground, and holding dust and soil in their hands, their faces thrilled. Since they could see the sunlight, now, after so many years of being confined, none of them could press down their emotions. Just like Shi Yin, Zhu Yi, Yi Xiong, and the others put on a terrified countenance. They were scared, looking at the clansmen of the Ghost Mark clan, and didn't dare to act rashly. It was unknown when the restraint of the ancient formation created by the Yin written charm scripture had vanished. Lei Mo, Ai, Pe, Song Sun Tao, and Zhuo Hui were frightened in the coverage of the ghost line written charm. They rushed to keep a distance from the clansmen that looked like a herd of whining ghosts. The cyan world extinguishing thunder flame had disappeared, leaving no trace or aura into the barrier. The body of the heaven thunder beast fell into the ancient barrier. Those human warriors then surrounded that dead body, tried to use their soul consciousness to find the aura of the world extinguishing thunder flame. They had no harvest. Lei Ji and Ai, you were standing not far from the ancient formation. They were petrified, looking at the arrival of the Ghost Mark clan. On the other side, the Ghost Mark clan hadn't paid attention to the appearance of those strangers. The 2 old men were still trying their best to absorb the spiritual chi. All members of the Ghost Mark clan were gathering power, excitedly recovering themselves. They had been confined for so many years, which had drained out the energy in them to the point they were like a flickering oil lamp. Without those 2 sage experts who had been using their energy constantly to protect them, their souls would have been depleted. Go away. You guys are not their match. The Ghost Mark clan won't let you live. At this moment, the 9 Serenity's soul-devouring flame sent Shi Yin an urge from his host's soul. They are restoring their energy. If we leave now, we can escape. If we linger here, it will be too late. The Ghostmark clan has been imprisoned for so many years. They must have a deep hatred of humans. You can't linger here, agreed the ice-cold flame. Shi Yin kept silent. His bright eyes looked straight as he was gathering his energy quietly. He even urged the negative power altogether. Fellows, why are you confined there? Lei Mo of the Thunder Emperor City asked while frowning, after spending a long time searching but getting nothing. He couldn't help but gaze at the Ghostmark clan. The two sages of the Ghostmark clan kept silent indifferently, while continuing to take in the spiritual qi, as if they didn't hear Lei Mo's question. All members of the Ghostmark clan stayed quiet, as if they didn't understand what Lei Mo had asked them. They all bent their heads, their complexions strange. Ai Pa, Gong Sun Tao, and Zhua Hui exchanged looks, then shifted their looks to the Ghostmark clan. At this moment, they didn't know what to do. The world-extinguishing thunder flame has been exhausted after so many years. It should be damaged badly. Of course, it will run away. When the lightning and thunder gather in the air, it will borrow the power of the thunder and lightning of 9 skies to recover its power. For the time being, the world-extinguishing thunder flame will stay idle. But when it gets the opportunity to refine itself in the thunder and lightning of the void, the divine great land will fall into its crisis. The 9 serenities' soul-devouring flame warned from Shi Yan's sea of consciousness. Shi Yan's eyes were sharp like electric currents, coldly studying the current circumstances. He quietly moved to the side of Luo Xiao and Luo Meng, then talked to Zhu Yi. We should leave. Leave? Zhu Yi was surprised. Why do we have to leave? So, we can't have any harvest from our plan? Shi Yin blinked, signaling him. If you don't leave, you should be prepared to bear the flame of anger from the others. We aren't worth their attention. Then, he looked at Yi Xiong, Yu Ying, and Yun Xiao. I'm leaving now. If you are persistent, you should pray for your fortune. Yi Xiong, Yu Ying, and Yun Xiao changed their complexions. Yi Xiong shouted with an angry face. What are you afraid of? 2 true God Realm warriors are restoring their power. Shi Yin cocked his head, reminding them. Yi Xiong and Zhu Yi startled in fright. The 2 sages of the Ghostmark clan had consumed too much of their essence qi, which made them look ordinary after they had got out of the cave mansion. Yi Xiong and Zhu Yi couldn't see their real realms. Shi Yin was different. He had the 9 serenities' soul-devouring flame and space power in his sea of consciousness. He had some knowledge of the demonic Sound Clan soul techniques, so he could see the irregular features of those 2 sages. Those 2 sages were restoring their power in silence. Their squinted eyes flashed. The 2 sages shifted their line of sight to Shi Yin. Shi Yin was scared. Yi Xiong and Zhu Yi were more frightened as they finally recognized the uncommon things. They vaguely thought that Shi Yan's opinion was true. The 2 sages glared at Shi Yin with deep meanings in their eyes. They even grinned, sending shivers down their spines. Sorry, can't be your company. Shi Yin felt nervous, nodded toward Yi Xiong, then shot out like a rainbow. Wait a minute. Yi Xiong and Zhu Yi screamed in unison. They didn't dare to linger, covering Luo Xiao, Luo Meng, and Lin Ji to leave altogether. Yu Ying and Yun Xiao moved instantly. The grin of the Ghostmark clan's sages became eviler, their eyes cold and sinister. Bang! Shi Yin trembled violently. He got dizzy, falling down from the void. Soul consciousness attack. A soul net woven by flows of soul appeared out of nowhere in his sea of consciousness. It was snatching over his host's soul. At the same time, a willpower as heavy as a mountain enlarged in his sea of consciousness. He couldn't have time to dodge this sudden soul attack, falling directly from a void. Yi Xiong, Zhu Yi, Yu Ying, and Yun Xiao could react, but their consequences weren't any better. Their soul consciousness trembled violently, and they couldn't control their power. Their faces were grim. This was the soul attack that the Ghostmark clan understood the most, not much different from that of the demonic Sound clan. Shi Yin held his head and gritted his teeth. He stood up from the ground and grimaced, looking at the members of the Ghost Mark clan. The two sages of the Ghost Mark clan wore a sinister smile. All were gazing at him with great interest. Lei Mo, Ai Pe, Song Sun Tao, and Zhuo Hui finally saw the wicked intentions, their faces solemn. Among the juniors, Lei Ji's eyes had lost the spirit. He stood puzzledly at his spot, as if he were possessed. Lei Ji, Ai saw his difference. She called him continually, but Lei Ji didn't notice her, standing motionlessly as though his soul had wandered somewhere. You come here. A sage of the Ghost Mark clan rose a finger, pointing at Shi Yin and giving his order. His voice was senile, and his words were doddering. He seemed not very familiar with the human language. His utterance wasn't so smooth. Me? Shi Yin was surprised, pointing at himself. Yeah, you. Why me? There are so many people here. Why are you staring at me? You aren't like them. The Ghost Mark clan sage revealed a gloomy smile. His small eyes flashed with a malicious light like a venomous snake. Shi Yin gave him a slight nod. He urged the negative power, promoted the energy of his body, then summoned the Sky Destroyer. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Right when the Sky Destroyer fell into his hand, beams of blood-red light radiated from the tip of the sword. An intimidating aura filled the place instantly. Members of the Ghost Mark clan in the barrier suddenly realized that the ghost line written charm in the barrier sparkled. The narrow eyes of the sage lit up. He couldn't help but shout, "Divine weapon!" His bright eyes gazed at the Sky Destroyer in Shi Yan's hand. Crack, crack, crack. Clear sounds of trundling gears echoed from the ancient barrier. The ghost line written charm were moving slowly, then gradually shrinking. Soon, a five-colored halo covered the ancient formation, flashing restlessly. Waiting until the barrier shrank to a certain degree, the Ghost Mark clan sage snatched it, then hid an ancient scripture book into his sleeve. The written charm canon of the Ghost Mark clan could create a world which could convert the mysterious Qi. This was also a divine weapon. The divine sword in Shi Yan's hand buzzed. Its spirit seemed to be excited. When the secret treasure reached the god level, its intellect would rise miraculously. This kind of a secret treasures wasn't present in a big number in the world. So, when the Sky Destroyer met the written charm, it couldn't hide its excitement, releasing a rhythm of resonance. Zhu Yi, Yi Xiong, and the hotshots of the divine Great Land acted as if they saw a ghost, looking at him disbelieving. This kid had a divine weapon. Chapter 579, Instigating. Chapter 579, Instigating. Divine weapon. There were so many secret treasures in the divine Great Land, but the god-level secret treasures were just a few. Leaders of the 7 ancient factions each kept one divine weapon, as if it were the most precious martial technique inheritance of their clans. Although Zhu Yi and Yi Xiong assumed that Shi Yin had many mysteries, they had never thought that he would have a divine weapon. And this divine weapon wasn't something they had known before. This scared all of them. When the Sky Destroyer appeared, not only Zhu Yi's group wore an astounded face, but the 2 sages of the Ghost Mark clan were also filled with a divine light. All of them paid attention to him without blinking. After the sage took the written charm scripture, he extended his thin, shriveled arms from the sleeves. He smiled darkly, lifting his hand. "Give it to me." He was eyeing the divine sword Sky Destroyer, his face nonchalant. Shi Yin changed his face as he smiled coldly. "For what? I can let you live," the sage grinned. "As long as you're honest, you'll be unharmed for a short period. But if you want to treat us as heir, don't blame me for having no mercy." All the members of the Ghost Mark clan had a sinister countenance, their eyes filled with hatred toward the intruders. In their eyes, mankind was the archenemy from generation to generation. All human beings should be dead. After they had struggled out of the confinement of the written charm scripture, they had determined to bathe mankind in blood. Zhu Yi, Zhuo Hui, Lei Mo, and the others were sensitive enough to recognize the Ghost Mark clan's attitude. They knew it was big trouble. At this moment, the two sages of the Ghostmark clan had finally revealed their high realm and profound soul power, which hinted at a big danger. Zhuohui and Leimo were at the third sky of Spirit Realm. Who else was strong enough to subdue them besides the true God Realm experts? Everybody was scared, becoming more agitated. Their eyes sparkled continually, as they were prepared to retreat in any minute. Two sages of the Ghostmark clan were nonchalant. They weren't hurried or anxious, just gazing at Yin, or the sword in his hand to be exact. "You want my sword?" Yin took a deep breath, restoring his calmness. He even beamed a harmless smile. That sage nodded gently. "Kid, you should recognize your situation, which would reduce your pain. I found that you somehow know my tribe. When I broke into your sea of consciousness, I found that you know how to use the soul technique of the Ghostmark clan. I'm curious. Kid, do you have any relation to our Ghostmark clan?" Many clansmen of the Ghostmark clan were surprised, their expression strange. Zhu Yi and Yi Xiong were more astounded. They were disbelieving and secretly putting up their guard. Yin was startled. He got it right away. This sage of the Ghostmark clan had found the relation between the demonic sound clan and him from the host soul in his sea of consciousness. When he was in the abandoned place, through Etionmo, he had a deep understanding of the soul Upanishads of the demonic sound clan, which left a mark of the soul technique of the demonic sound clan deep in his soul. It wasn't something ordinary warrior could find out, but the two sages of the Ghostmark clan not only had the true God realm cultivation base, but also the profound knowledge of soul Upanishads of their tribe. Anyway, the demonic sound clan's mysteries related to the soul had originated from the written charm scripture, which was now in that sage's hands. "I'm not going to give you this sword," Yin pondered, then shook his head determinedly. "Then I have to say sorry." The sage smiled, as a brutal light flashed in his squinted eyes. A red light shot like a meteor in Yan's sea of consciousness. That red light was real and blazing, dashing rapidly toward Yan's host soul. Scorching reed spear. Yin was frightened. He understood the soul techniques of the demonic sound clan. At first glance, he knew how dangerous this soul technique was. Destroy. Under the attentively look of the Ghostmark clan's clansmen, Yin closed his eyes as his lips moved gently to let out a light sound that couldn't be lighter. The third eye of the host's soul opened, shooting out furious flames in his sea of consciousness. Fiery flames quickly covered that shooting red light. Tremendous energy fluctuated when that red beam was burned down to ashes. "Ah!" the sage thundered. His eyes were wicked and sinister like a venomous snake gazing at Yin. Yin held the divine sword Sky Destroyer, then opened his eyes. As agile as an electric strike, he urged all kinds of his power, retreating instantly from that area. The sage didn't think much as he performed soul techniques. Flows of soul techniques shot out from his head. Numerous light spots that naked eyes could observe covered Yin. When these two sages of the Ghostmark clan were in their heyday, their supernatural powers were boundless. Unfortunately, after so many years of consuming, their essence chi had been drained. Although they had gotten out, it couldn't be restored fully in a short while. That's why these two sages couldn't do anything rather than using soul attacks. They attempted to use their high realm and deep understanding of soul techniques to oppress the others. Traps and barriers interweaved like a dome of haze light. Layers followed layers, snatching Yin. In this world, the speed of soul consciousness could be deemed the fastest. Even though Yin had used his max speed to run away, it wasn't faster than the soul attacks by these two sages. "Watch out! Come back!" Zhu Yi and Yi Xiong shouted in fright. They were nervous. "Boss!" Luo Xiao and Luo Ming shouted hoarsely, their countenance sorrowful. Yu Ying, Yin Xiao, and the others were also frightened, but they didn't know what to do for now. At this moment, they knew the realms of those sages. True God realm experts using soul technique to deal with Yin, a spirit realm warrior. Should it be something surprising? Everybody supposed that Shi Yin was in big danger at this time. This big gap between realms could never be filled. Shi Yin didn't turn his head around, running madly as though he didn't recognize so many beams of light that were striking towards him. His body shot away like an electric rainbow. A barrier and a soul attack heavily pressed down. Suddenly, silver flame burst out from his body, which looked like a spiritual snake twirling around him. When the soul attacks by the sages touched Shi Yin, they were all burned down, disappearing into this bright silver flame. The two sages of the Ghost Mark clan suddenly jolted up from their seats, their faces pale, their bright eyes dimmed out. The soul consciousness got hurt. They had condensed their soul power to create the soul attack, but they were all burned down to the extent that they couldn't retrieve a flow. This was really hard to cure, much more than a physical injury. Shi Yin, in the protection of the bright silver light, turned his head while smiling. He snorted, then continued running away. Everybody was dumbstruck. Zhu Yi and Yi Xiong dropped their jaws, their faces bewildered. Zhu Hui and Gong Sun Tao were also petrified. Aya's soft body shivered as thrill crossed her beautiful eyes. She frowned, then stooped down. Lei Ji was standing next to her with a dull look. All of a sudden, his pupils sparkled as his face twisted strangely. The bright silver flame covering Shi Yin seemed to sense the change of Lei Ji. It made a pair of vague eyes from the flame, looking at Lei Ji. Lei Ji smiled silently. His face became odder. "Kill him." Right at this moment, the sage ordered, but he didn't move. He continued to absorb spiritual qi with a pale face. He wanted to restore quickly. The others are wounded. If you want to take action, you have only this chance. Of course, if you want to run, you should be quick. Don't give him time to recover. Shi Yin had disappeared, but his voice came from a far distance. Lei Mo, Zhu Hui, Gong Sun Tao, and Ai had their eyes sparkled. They couldn't help but look at the two sages of the Ghost Mark clan. Shi Yin had reminded them. It was true that these two sages had the true God Realm cultivation base, but they were confined for so many years that they had drained almost all of the energy in their bodies. Of course, as the true God Realm experts, their soul attack was profound, and they could gain the upper hand in soul fighting. But now their souls were hurt. If they had a plan, and they didn't seize this opportunity, what were they waiting for? Lei Mo and Zhu Hui had their eyes brightened with wicked intentions. Many clansmen of the Ghost Mark clan didn't pay attention to Lei Mo and his team. After they had received the order, they immediately flew out, chasing after Shi Yin. "What should we do?" Yi Xiong looked at Zhu Yi hesitantly. Yu Ying and Yun Xiu were anxious. Their looks shifted from the two sages to Lei Mo's team. At this moment, they didn't know what to choose. Two true God Realm warriors were of course dangerous. However, at this moment, their aura wasn't too strong, which indicated that their power had been drained too much, and they couldn't perform their best. The only thing they needed to worry about was their soul attacks. But from the current situation, their souls had gotten hurt too. This should be a once-in-a-blue-moon opportunity. In this group, Zhu Yi was considered the smartest. However, under these circumstances, he found it hard to decide the plan. His brows slammed together as he didn't know what they should do. Guys, the opponent is apparently not human, and they seem to have a big resentment that can't be solved with the mankind. We have the same goal. If we join hands now and deal with the outsiders, perhaps we can gain what we should have. What do you say? At this moment, Gong Sun Tao swung his arm and shouted. Lei Mo, Ai, and Zhu Hui nodded silently. The two sages of the Ghost Mark clan were gloomy. They didn't say anything, as they were trying their best to restore their energy. What do you think? Yi Xiong looked at Zhu Yi with a worried face. Wealth requires taking risks. Zhu Yi bit his lips and nodded vehemently. He then turned to Yun Xiu. Elder Yun, your realm is the lowest here. Can you please take the kids out of here? When they're safe, can you get back here and support us? Yun Xiu was surprised. She pondered for a while and then nodded gently. Luo Xiao, Luo Meng, Lin Ji, Li Mu Yu, and Bai Hui Quan understood the situation well. When they heard Zhu Yi's words, They walked to Yunxiu. He hauled out the crystal flying carriage. Yunxiu wasn't so courteous. After she got it, she released the power to cover the 5 juniors and left. Chapter 580, Counterattack. Chapter 580, Counterattack. Starlight was moving around Shi Yin as he was flying like a rainbow. He crossed 10 li in a few seconds. The shady firmament old mound was a vast area. There were many effective barriers in the region. He was lucky that he had the sky-breaking shuttle. Once he recognized that he had fallen into a barrier, he used it immediately. Gliding above many shabby and worn-out graveyards, Shi Yin stayed quiet to concentrate his mind and spirit. He didn't dare to relax, even though the fiery flame of the 9 Serenities' soul-devouring flame was still covering him. The demonic sound clan understood soul techniques very well, but the Ghost Mark clan was much older than them. Of course, they were more profound in this aspect. He had already experienced this. Without the 9 Serenities' soul-devouring flame, he believed his sea of consciousness would have collapsed, and his host soul would have perished. The Ghostmark clan had many hotshots. Besides the 2 sages, they had around 10 spirit realm warriors who had a deep knowledge of using soul techniques. If they attacked Shi Yin, his sea of consciousness or his soul would be affected. He didn't dare to be careless. Around 10 clansmen of the Ghostmark clan were chasing after him. However, as they had learned from experience, no one dared to use soul attack on him. Their sages' soul attacks were useless, and they even got hurt. Of course, these clansmen were wise enough. They're not going to attack him using soul power. Holding the Sky Destroyer, Shi Yin gradually cleared his mind. He was urging his essence chi while reasoning. This time, when the Ghostmark clan could see the sunlight again, they would make a big move. Once they let the Ghostmark clan have the time they needed to restore their power, this divine great land would have a big catastrophe. First, it was the Dark Spirit clan in the Dead Soul Mountain range, and today, the Ghostmark clan appeared in the Shady Firmament Old Mound. They were 2 of the 10 ancient clans in the Antiquity time. These 2 tribes have been confined for so many years. Their energies were damaged badly. However, their foundation stood still. In this era, these 2 clans just needed a period to restore their power. Shortly, they would become the Novi. Whether it was the Dark Spirit clan or the Ghostmark clan, they all had a big loathing towards mankind. Once they had their power back, it would be the great calamity to human beings. Why was it so coincidental? The Dark Spirit clan and the Ghostmark clan appeared almost at the same time. Was something about to happen in this land? A series of thoughts crossed his head swiftly as he vaguely felt something inappropriate. Members of the Ghostmark clan were still chasing behind him. They were like a pack of hungry wolves that would never stop until they could tear and chew him off bloodily. According to the 9 Serenities' soul-devouring flame, the demonic Sound clan had originated from the Ghostmark clan, but it had been countless years. Perhaps the Ghostmark clan themselves had never heard about the demonic Sound clan and the relation between them. He had a relationship with the demonic Sound clan, so he shouldn't turn his back to the Ghostmark clan. Originally, he had thought that he should form a relationship with the Ghostmark clan, but when he thought about the wicked resentment in the sage's eyes, he couldn't help but erase that thought. Shi Yin halted after flying for 1 hour. Holding the divine sword, Shi Yin breathed evenly. With a calm complexion, he summoned the war devil. He contemplated for a while, then called the ghost hunter and the king of demonic insects. He waited nonchalantly in a broken tomb. Not long afterward, members of the Ghostmark clan arrived one by one. There were 7 of them, and all had the spirit realm cultivation base. The leader had his long hair braided, accompanied by an archaic, strange face. He was a 3rd sky of spirit realm warrior, with sharp and cold eyes, whose name was Lu Hao. As the chief imperial bodyguard of the holy temple of the Ghostmark clan, Lu Hao had a profound realm and experience in fighting. He stopped curtly, then gently rose his arm. 6 members of the Ghostmark clan behind him landed slowly. They then scattered around Shi Yin, centering him. "Come back with us." Lu Hao didn't say unnecessary words. You have the trace of our tribe's soul technique. You should have some knowledge of our tribe's soul techniques. Come back with me and explain yourself. The sages won't trouble you. We arrived at this land again, but everything here is strange to us. We need men like you to serve us. In the antiquity time, the Ghostmark clan had many humans as their servants who did the strenuous work like exploiting the mines. At that time, although mankind had been getting stronger gradually, a major part of them was still weak. They were the servants of the bigger tribes. A group of them had permanent soul seals, which were sent to the organizations of human beings to be the insiders. Lu Hao knew how to treat mankind. He also understood their weakness. That's why he didn't take action right when he met Shi Yin. Shi Yin listened to his advice quietly, but he wasn't moved. I think you've misunderstood something, right? Lu Hao was astounded. He frowned and said, Our sages are at the peak of true God realm. Besides them, we have another support. Taking back this land again is just a matter of time. You should submit early. When we unify the whole land in the future, you can be one of our dependencies. Why don't you want that? Lu Hao bragged about their future with an arrogant face, as though he thought that the Ghostmark clan should be the master of the entire divine great land. Oh really? Shi Yin smiled. Then wait until your Ghostmark clan finishes uniting this land. You can come and tell me again. Lu Hao got enraged, thundering. You don't know how to appreciate favors. Shi Yin curled his lips, swinging the Sky Destroyer in his hand. A blood-red dragon soared up, darting to Lu Hao. A destructive and deadly willpower released from the blood-red light dragon. The evil, dreadful aura flooded the area instantly. 7 clansmen of the Ghostmark clan changed their complexion. Show them some of your colors, Shi Yin rumbled. War Devil, Ghost Hunter, King of Demonic Insects, the devouring gold silkworm flew out, deploying their ferocious attack wave. You haven't even restored 20% of your power, but dare to brag about yourself in front of me. Do you know how to write the word death? Shi Yin grinned, his eyes cold and ruthless. He wasn't afraid of these 7 people, but he was actually scared of the 2 sages, the true God realm experts of the Ghostmark clan. He had fled away a really long distance. Before he had left, he had provoked the greed of Lei Mo and Gong Sun Tao. At this time, perhaps the 2 true God realm sages of the Ghostmark clan couldn't even take care of themselves. Thus, he could relax and deal with the chasers. Those 7 hotshots of the Ghostmark clan were all at Spirit Realm. Under typical circumstances, even with the assistance of the War Devil and the Ghost Hunter, he wasn't their opponent. Anyway, these 7 warriors hadn't restored their competence yet. Right now, they were like an arrow at the end of its flight. They had never thought that Shi Yin had kept many demonic beasts and a dangerous puppet in his blood vein ring. When the War Devil and the Ghost Hunter diffused their brutal aura, Lu Hao's group of 7 changed their faces. It was now that they got to know Shi Yan's level. Well, you pursued me for that long. Right now, your spirit's high. I'm not going to run more, so we can play for a while. Shi Yin cracked a smile, his face dark and wicked. Your father here wanted to be tender to you, but it's you who don't know how to appreciate favors. You shouldn't blame me, really. Chapter 581, Fierce Battle. Chapter 581, Fierce Battle. The 7 warriors of the Ghostmark clan were all at the Spirit Realm. Lu Hao, the leader, had the most exquisite cultivation base. He had reached the peak of Spirit Realm and had an ancient aura. The Ghostmark clan was much stronger than the Demonic Sound clan. They didn't have the weakness of a weak body. The ghost scripture on each of them was a kind of peculiar martial spirit. Some scripture could help them to train their bodies, which could make their physical prowess much more vigorous and tenacious than warriors who had cultivated physical techniques. 2 out of 7 in Lu Hao's group belonged to this type. These 2 had purple and green ghost tattoos. They were exquisite like complex arrays, sparkling strangely as they were constantly taking in the heaven and earth aura around. The spiritual aura of heaven and earth was sucked into the ghost scripture, then converted into flows of pure energy to nurture their blood and bones, which made their bodies inexplicably powerful. These two clansmen relied on their tenacious bodies, walking to the front of Lu Hao and the other. They were ready to encounter Shi Yan's attack. The blood-red dragon, created by the Sky Destroyer, sprayed out scarlet rays of light. Its aura brutally soared up to the sky. Along its way, Qi and the tombs around was washed away. Amidst the thick, bloody scent, the dragon stormed over. The ghost tattoo on the two clansmen suddenly moved like worms. Strange fluctuations moved in their bodies, as if it was forcing the movement of heaven and earth power to change its trajectory. The shriveled bodies of these two clansmen became robust. They were even getting taller. Veins bulged under their skin, which gave people a feeling of energy and vitality. They were like the Devil Clan. "Ow!" The two of them shouted in unison. Their voices shook the sky as a flow of pure strength burst out from their spirit and bodies. Their arms enlarged. Flows of light that naked eyes could see were streaming towards their fists. Shortly, their fists turned translucent like jade, shining beautifully. Surging energy could even strike people's hearts. Crack, crack, crack. It was beyond people's expectations that their fists suddenly exploded. In the bloody mist, punches burst off like hammers and mountains. Bang! The blood dragon storming towards Lu Hao and his group shook under the bombardment. Its refined bloodlight flickered unsteadily. After the two clansmen exploded their fists, they were stirred up, recklessly swarming toward Shi Yan with a savage expression. Their veins burst off in the middle of the air. The tattoos on their bodies sparkled radiantly. The two members of the Ghost Mark clan had consumed the pure strength of their bodies, which had been cultivated for 10,000 years. They showed their fangs like a pair of evil spirits. Shi Yan knitted his brows and grinned fiendishly, overreaching yourself. His thought moved agilely. Negative energy boiled in his body, blending with his essence chi and gushing torrentially in his body. A thought of despair, brutality, cruelty, bloodlust, and craze erupted from Shi Yan's body. Second sky of rampage. Shi Yan's pupils started to redden like the color of blood. His eyes were now full of ruthless intent, while his body started to wither. Immense mist twirled around his body, creating a thick, white armor. His negative energy was as thick as a torrential river, surging furiously. Death and life seal. Both his arms swung. Strange light formed the seal, rumblingly striking out. The death intent domain was silent but puzzled. Death and life alternated the true meanings of the world, which seemed to happen in the intent domain. Thoughts of death spread out, as cold as ice. It seemed to have something harmonizing with the tranquil, shady firmament old mound. Flapping wind howled. It seemed that the seed of death had been planted in the silent atmosphere of the shady firmament old mound. A completely quiet thought filled the whole area. The Ghost Markland's clansmen changed their complexions. Death power. Lu Hao screamed instinctively as he hurried to gather himself together. An ice-blue light flashed in his eyes. The ghost tattoo in front of his chest suddenly revived, creating an ice-blue flower shortly. Patterns of his tattoo outlined the flower peculiarly. An ice-blue flower grew in Lu Hao's chest, as a strange light sparkled indefinitely in his eyes. Pure energy from Lu Hao's body poured into the flower in his chest. When it bloomed beautifully, it flew out of Lu Hao's chest, flying towards the intent domain created by the death and life seal. A strange intent domain expanded from the ice-blue flower. Under that intent domain, the endless sky and sea Shi Yan had created were interrupted. The icy blue flower bloomed beautifully. Marvelous energy waves rose and rippled from the flower that affected the death domain. Shortly, the flower withered. Its petal fluttered like little spirits dancing, which looked magnificent. In this shady firmament old mound, where qi permeated everywhere, this was a stunning scene. During their dance, each petal transformed into seeds, falling on the humid ground. It was bizarre. Saplings started to sprout from the ground, as if they were strongly against the death intent domain. They were proliferating at the speed that naked eyes could observe. When the sprouts grew fully, the death intent domain that Shurian had strengthened disappeared like the bright moonlight in the mirror. Shurian's sight was hazy. A cold willpower suddenly shot into his sea of consciousness, which woke him up instantly. Shurian was struck. He focused and found that there was nothing in front of him. Lu Hao stood away from him, and the ice-blue flower condensed from the ghost tattoo was still on his chest. It hadn't flown out yet. Harumph. You're not good enough to play intent domain with us. Lu Hao's face was cold and disdainful. Shurian was surprised, but he wasn't enraged. He nodded and smiled. Yeah, right. You guys are the undying old men. Using the intent domain to attack you, well, it seems I was too naive. Then, he didn't talk more, but ordered the War Devil and the Ghost Hunter next to him. War Devil, Ghost Hunter, and Devouring Gold Silkworm flew out and started their bombarding on the clansmen, using force to subdue the others. Each member of the Ghostmark clan had a profound understanding of Soul Upanishads and a special knowledge of the natural power intent domains. When encountering them, it wasn't practical if you wanted to win using various changes. Only attacking with pure strength was the statecraft. The War Devil, the Ghost Hunter, the Devouring Gold Silkworm, and the King of Demonic Insects weren't afraid of the Ghostmark clan soul attacks, especially the War Devil and the Ghost Hunter. These two seemed to be immune to soul attacks. They were swaggering among that group of clansmen, not even minding their soul techniques. The War Devil was like a war chariot, storming over the Ghostmark clan's group. Its pressure was heavy as a mountain, slamming down on them. The Ghost Hunter transformed to its humanoid shape, which had a scale armor on the face and thorns on the shoulders, elbows, and knees. It was moving like a gust, with its limbs acting as incomparably strong and sharp weapons. The Devouring Gold Silkworm shot out its golden threads like a spider weaving its web. Its threads nibbled these 7 people's space. Although Lu Hao and his team had high realms, their energy was insufficient. Under the fierce attack of the War Devil, Ghost Hunter, Devouring Gold Silkworm, and the King of Demonic Insects, they fell into peril and could only try to dodge the sharp tip. Shurian's face was cold. He retrieved the divine sword and clasped his hands, watching the scene. He hadn't taken action yet. His soul consciousness had fluctuated many times. Flows of soul consciousness with space power toured around the shady firmament old mound, shooting towards the 2 sages of the Ghostmark clan. In that tomb, a fierce battle was taking place like a raging fire. Mo, Zhuo Hui, Ai Pa, and Gong Sun Tao were fighting the Ghostmark clan. Yi Xiong, Zhu Yi, and Yuing also took part, using the secret treasures to battle with the clansmen of the Ghostmark clan. The 2 sages were sitting neatly among the members of their tribe. They stooped down, their mouths wearing an icy smile. Clear flows of soul fluctuations were shot out from the 2 sages as they were striking their soul techniques toward Lei Mo's group. Members of the 7 factions like Lei Mo, Ai Pa, and Gong Sun Tao couldn't help but take out all soul defense treasures. The gorgeous light from those treasures was neutralizing soul attacks of the 2 sages, while they were trying their best to break through to the center of the clansmen's barricade where the 2 sages were sitting. These 2 sages were restoring their power, taking in the heaven and earth spiritual chi. After they had escaped from a confinement, their dried power had just recovered inadequately. They couldn't have regained their competence that fast. They were seizing the time. When they gathered enough power to perform their martial techniques, Lei Mo and the others would never be able to escape their thunder. Lei Mo's team knew this well, so they attacked more furiously to capture the sages. Shurian's soul consciousness continued to search the corners of the shady firmament old mound. A figure appeared in his sea of consciousness. Lei Mo's son, Lei Ji. He didn't stay at the same spot with Aiya. He was hiding behind a gravestone, watching the battle between Lei Mo and the Ghostmark clan. His eyes sparkled with a sinister, ruthless light. Some dead bodies lay behind Lei Ji. They were the warriors of the martial spirit palace and the heaven temple. One of them was Mo Ling Air. Her face paled, and her expression was panic-stricken, as if she had encountered something really terrible before she died. Standing next to the corpses, Lei Ji squinted. He lifted his head, looking at the void. A flash crossed his eyes. Shiyan's flow of soul consciousness got hit. His sea of consciousness was shaken. He screamed in fear, his face frightened. Even the sages of the Ghost Mark clan couldn't notice his soul consciousness, but Lei Ji had smashed it easily. This surprised Shiyan a lot. He's the world-extinguishing thunder flame. The Nine Serenities' soul-devouring flame sent him a thought. Be careful. He's borrowing that body to restore his power.